by the world. But at this moment, Xian Ningxiang suddenly spoke. Her voice was solemn and resolute, shaking the originally deadly world. Wu Fei Ningxiang, now I have found a successor, and I hereby bid farewell to the palace master. As soon as she finished speaking, Xian Ningxiang bowed, bent over, bowed towards the tomb of the gods, and then stood up. Between heaven and earth, she stood proudly, cold and lonely, with a fighting spirit surging invisibly. Although we are defeated, the heavenly palace will be immortal. The cycle of martial arts, fight for another century. The same words, the same oath, Xian Ningxiang's words sounded like thunder and a dragon's roar. Her high fighting spirit swept in all directions. Although this was not the first time that everyone had encountered this scene, they still couldn't help but tremble in their hearts and their blood boil. Buzz buzz buzz. The next second, all the tombs shook, all the tombstones appeared, and blood-red guardian heroic spirits emerged from the tombstones. Return to the origin, Zhou Tian, divine martial arts, holy realm. In the cemetery of gods and demons, all the heroic spirits appeared together. Without exception, thousands of heroic spirits all stood proudly in the void above the tombstone. They all faced where the immortal Ningxiang was, their expressions solemn and their fighting spirit surging. The wind blew violently. Clouds, a surging sea of blood. Although we are defeated, the heavenly palace will be immortal. Martial arts reincarnation, fight for another century. Xian Ningxiang's high fighting spirit was just like that of the man in golden armor before, which aroused all the heroic spirits in the entire cemetery of gods and demons to respond in unison. They uttered 2 sentences and 16 words. Afterwards, thousands of heroic spirits bowed and uttered 4 words that shook the heavens and the earth. Farewell, concubine Wu. Xian Ningxiang, what do you mean? As soon as the thousands of heroic spirits finished speaking, a heavenly roar of anger rang out from the soul fusion area. The 72 concubines of the heavenly palace, including Xian Ningxiang, all appeared at this moment. One of them looked at Xian Ningxiang with strong dissatisfaction. The god's tomb has not been opened, the palace master has not appeared, but you have already found a successor privately. Have you forgotten the oath you made? The woman's words startled Ye Bufan and the others. They had just heard Xian Ningxiang say that the inheritances of the 72 concubines, 18 divine generals, and 3 supreme beings of the heavenly palace all belonged to the next palace master. Before the palace master of the heavenly palace appeared, no one could and would be able to get involved in these inheritances. But now, obviously, Yi Jingshuan's successful refining has violated this restriction of the cemetery of gods and demons. When they thought of this, Ye Bufan and the others felt their hearts tense. Could it be that the inheritance that was about to be obtained suddenly became worthless? Although they had such thoughts in their minds, no one spoke, because Ye Bufan and others knew very well that this was not something they could decide. Moreover, any one of these heroes in front of them could kill them 100 times in a minute. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Xian Ningxiang laughed and said, searching for inheritance privately. Shang Fei, don't you think your talk is nonsense? The God and Demon Cemetery opens once every 50 years. Any living being that appears in the God and Demon Cemetery is allowed to exist and has the opportunity to obtain inheritance. Just like that little fellow from the demon race, even though she is from another race, wasn't she also not wiped out by the Gravekeeper? Since it exists, there must be cause and effect. All the inheritance crystals were created before our death. Everything is set in stone. We are only looking for the person who is destined to be with us. If you meet our requirements, you can inherit our legacy. If you cannot meet the requirements, even the gods will not dare to touch our inheritance. Moreover, we are just heroic spirits. Although we have everything from our past lives, we cannot influence inheritance. Our choices are completely passive. How can we privately look for a successor? You. Hearing this, the heroic spirit known as the fragrant concubine, became furious and gritted her teeth and said, you are simply avoiding the main point. Without your permission, how can they open your tomb? So what? Xian Ningxiang's voice turned cold, and she said, after tens of millions of years of silence, my god-killing desire has long been unbearable. You can wait, but I don't want to wait any longer. The cycle of martial arts, fight for another century. After 10,000 years of long sleep, many people may have forgotten us. It is time for my heavenly palace to reappear in the world. This time, let me serve as a vanguard for my heavenly palace. Today, this inheritance will be passed down by my aunt. How dare you? As Xian Ningxiang finished speaking, Xiang Fei scolded him angrily. Why not? Xian Ningxiang responded, and then she flashed a butcher knife in her hand, pointed directly at the Xiang Fei in the distance and said coldly, "The three supremes have no objection, why are you wasting your words? Believe it or not, I will chop you with one knife and completely destroy your inheritance." You! Xiang Fei was furious. Xian Ningxiang did not stop, and slashed with the butcher knife in her hand, and the 3-meter-long blade light disappeared into the void. Call out! The blade light appeared again, already in front of the fragrant concubine, 10,000 meters away. Bang! With a muffled sound, the blood-colored spirit of fragrant concubine exploded directly and eventually disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he killed with one blow. Xian Ningxiang put away her butcher knife and said in a cold voice, "Say one more word and I will destroy your true spirit and cut off your inheritance." Chapter 759, Become a saint first, then inherit. Say one more word and I'll destroy your true spirit and end your inheritance. Xian Ningxiang's cold voice caused the entire god and demon cemetery to fall into a dead silence in an instant. Even the Xiang Fei who was killed by her sword did not show up again. Who else has any comments? But at this moment, Xian Ningxiang asked again in a cold voice. The whole place was in dead silence, no one answered. One of the 72 concubines in the heavenly palace, Xian Ningxiang is a violent person and a complete butcher who should not be provoked and no one can afford to offend her. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan and others were delighted and secretly exclaimed, "So domineering." Snort. Xian Ningxiang snorted coldly and ignored the other guardian spirits of the god and demon cemetery. Instead, she looked directly at Ye Jingxuan in the tomb. A smile immediately appeared on her stern face and she said, "The martial arts compatibility is as high as 99. Little girl, you are destined to be my destined person." Martial arts compatibility. Xian Ningxiang's words stunned Ye Bufan and others. They didn't understand at all and couldn't understand what martial arts compatibility was. However, the other heroes in the cemetery of gods and demons were shocked. The degree of martial arts compatibility refers to the similarity of the martial arts will between two warriors. The higher the degree of martial arts compatibility, the greater the power of obtaining martial arts inheritance. Take Ye Jingxuan in front of him for example. The degree of compatibility between her and Xian Ningxiang in martial arts is as high as 99, that is to say, the similarity between the two people's martial arts will is as high as 99%, almost exactly the same. Ye Jingxuan can use this to integrate 99% of Xian Ningxiang's inheritance. This is almost a recreation of Xian Ningxiang. Moreover, the disciple is better than the master. After accepting the inheritance, Ye Jingxuan will at least be able to reach the original level of Xian Ningxiang in the future, or even surpass her directly. On the contrary, the lower the degree of compatibility with martial arts, the less inherited power one will gain. In the cemetery of gods and demons, no matter whether it is Guiyuan, Shenyuan, Zhodian, Shenwu, or Shengjing, the minimum requirement for all heroes is that the martial arts compatibility degree reaches 90. In other words, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the cemetery of gods and demons, then no matter who you are, you must have a martial arts compatibility of 90 or above with a certain guardian heroic spirit. Otherwise, no deal. That's why the failure rate in refining inheritance crystals is so high. The martial arts will of Ye Jingxuan and Xian Ningxiang is as high as 99, which is the highest value that the martial arts compatibility between two warriors can reach. After all, there will always be certain differences between two different creatures. A martial arts compatibility of 100 means that the martial arts wills of two warriors are exactly the same, which simply does not exist. After Xian Ningxiang said this, the guardian spirits in the cemetery of gods and demons became even more silent. Even Xiang Fei, who had strongly opposed and rebuked before, was shocked. Martial arts compatibility degree 99. No wonder Xian Ningxiang is so crazy. In this era, I am afraid that Xian Ningxiang will never be found again, nor will she meet someone whose martial arts will is so similar to hers. Xian Ningxiang didn't know what other people thought, nor did she care. At this moment, all her attention was focused on Ye Jingxuan. The more she looked at Ye Jingxuan, the more she liked her. Just as Xian Ningxiang said before, after tens of millions of years of silence, her butcher knife, her godslayer, had long been thirsty for blood. "What's your name, little girl?" Suddenly, Xian Ningxiang looked at Ye Jingxuan and said with a smile. Yi Jingxuan was stunned. At this moment, in this situation, she had come to her senses and understood that she had successfully refined the inheritance crystal and was about to obtain the inheritance. Yi Jingxuan immediately looked up at Xian Ningxiang and said, "Fairy sister, my name is Yi Jingxuan, you can call me Xuaner." After a pause, Yi Jingxuan asked with anticipation, "Fairy sister, can Xuaner obtain your inheritance and become a saint?" "Fairy sister." Xian Ningxiang smiled and said, "Xuaner can indeed obtain sister's inheritance, but Xuaner cannot become a saint right away." "Why?" Yi Jingxuan was stunned for a moment and asked with some dissatisfaction. Ye Bufan and others were also shocked. Xian Ningxiang smiled and said, "Xuaner is still too young. If I inherit Xuaner's legacy and perform a physical baptism on her now, the effect will not be perfect. Do you understand?" Her words made Ye Bufan, who was far away, stunned. Wasn't Ye Bufan subjected to a so-called physical baptism by Shi Feishuan through the divine artifact Zutianshan? But at this moment, Yi Jingxuan looked at Xian Ningxiang and said shockingly, "Then Xuaner should not want this inheritance." "No, no more." Suddenly, Xian Ningxiang was stunned. Ye Bufan and others were even more shocked and anxious. "Yes." Yi Jingxuan responded, thought for a moment and said, "My sister's inheritance can't make Xuaner a saint, so Xuaner certainly can't accept it." The fairy sister directly became the elder sister, which was quite unsatisfactory. Ye Bufan was in a mess. Qian Rumeng was speechless. Everyone around went crazy. Xian Ningxiang couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. Zan. The next second, Ye Bufan was about to speak. "This is the inheritance of one of the 72 concubines of the heavenly palace. If Yi Jingxuan really refuses it, then as her brother, I might as well just bang my head against the wall and die. Moreover, Xian Ningxiang has already made it very clear that the reason why Yi Jingxuan cannot become a saint directly is because she is too young and not suitable for direct inheritance. However, just because one cannot attain sainthood now does not mean that one cannot in the future. As long as the inheritance of Xian Ningxiang is still there, it is only a matter of time. In this case, how can I refuse? How can I refuse? Ha ha ha." But at this moment, as soon as Ye Bufan's words came out, Xian Ningxiang burst into laughter, then looked at Yi Jingxuan and said, "Xiao Xuaner really wants to become a saint." Well, Xian Ningxiang's words stunned Ye Bufan and others. Yi Jingxuan said, "Yes. Since my descendant wants to become a saint, then why not?" Xian Ningxiang responded, and then shouted, "Gravekeeper boy, come out. Gravekeeper boy. Gravekeeper." Ye Bufan and others were stunned when they heard this call out. The next second, an old man appeared in front of Xian Ningxiang and in everyone's sight. Looking at Xian Ningxiang, the gravekeeper bowed and said, "Concubine Wu. Give me 1/3 of your power." Looking at the gravekeeper, Xian Ningxiang spoke without any hesitation. "This." The gravekeeper hesitated slightly. "What is this?" Xian Ningxiang shouted angrily, "It's only 1/3 of divine power. Can it cost you your life? You can recover from it by taking a nap. Look how stingy you are." The gravekeeper twitched his lips and said in a messy voice, "Empress Wu, it's not that I'm stingy, but this seems a bit against the rules, right?" "Don't tell me the rules. Isn't my successor someone from the heavenly palace?" Xian Ningxiang shouted angrily. The gravekeeper looked embarrassed. After tens of millions of years of silence, he had truly forgotten that among the 72 concubines in the heavenly palace, reasoning with concubine Wu was like talking to a cow, which was pure nonsense. Helplessly, the gravekeeper said, "But, it's just becoming a saint, it doesn't require so much divine power, right? My aunt's heir, either you don't want her or you want the best. Today, I will use your divine power to baptize her body for the first time. Do you have any objections?" Xian Ningxiang said coldly, and then angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense and give it to me quickly, otherwise do you believe that I will kill you directly? Take it yourself." The gravekeeper was speechless. "I'll give it to you." Then his two messy words rang out. Just as Xian Ningxiang said, 1/3 of the divine power had no effect on him at all. Let alone 1/3, even if it was all of it, he would still be able to recover. But doing so is a bit against the rules of the cemetery of gods and demons. However, concubine Wu has always been a person who breaks the rules. Given the current situation, although the other party will not kill her directly, he will definitely try to snatch her away. When Xian Ningxiang took action, the gravekeeper knew that he didn't even have the chance to resist or struggle, and the fact that the three supreme beings had not spoken yet meant that they had acquiesced. In this case, instead of being beaten up by Xian Ningxiang and then having 1/3 of the divine power taken away, it would be better for me to just give it up directly. Hurry up. As soon as the word gravekeeper came out, Xian Ningxiang urged directly. Ye Bufan and others were stunned. Is this Wu Fei Xian Ningxiang, one of the 72 concubines in the heavenly palace? No matter how they look at it, they think this is a complete robber. However, for everyone, this is definitely an unprecedented good thing. After all, Xian Ningxiang is a robber, but the ultimate beneficiary is Ye Jingxuan. 1/3 of the Gravekeeper's divine power. Ye Bufan and the others didn't know what that was, but Xian Ningxiang said that she would use 1/3 of the Gravekeeper's divine power to perform the first physical baptism on Ye Jingxuan. If there is a first time, there will naturally be a second time. As for the second baptism of the flesh, it was undoubtedly the martial arts inheritance from Xian Ningxiang. This is completely about becoming a saint first and then inheriting the tradition. And this was all because of Ye Jingxuan's simple words. Do you want to become a saint? Then I will make you a saint. Concubine Wu is mighty. The fragrance is domineering. Ye Jingxuan blinked her eyes, her face full of excitement. However, she only knew that she was about to become a saint, but she didn't know that she was absolutely lucky to meet Xian Ningxiang this time. The 72 concubines of heaven. I believe that no one else would do this. After all, the Gravekeeper said that this is not in accordance with the rules. Let's look at Xian Ningxiang. This guy directly killed the guardian spirit of Shangfei when he disagreed with her, and then he directly robbed the Gravekeeper. This is not a person who follows the rules at all. As for the 72 concubines in the heavenly palace, would the other 71 be all like this? It's impossible. Everyone was thinking about this, but the Gravekeeper did not stop at all. A 9-colored mist emerged from his body, making him look extremely sacred at this moment. After the 9-colored mist appeared, it gathered madly. In less than a breath, the 9-colored mist around the Gravekeeper had disappeared. Only a thumb-sized 9-colored crystal similar to the inheritance crystal was suspended in front of the Gravekeeper. Xian Ningxiang waved her right hand. The 9-colored crystal fell directly into her hands. After thinking for a while, Xian Ningxiang said, "You have nothing to do but sleep now, so there is no use keeping this power. Let's prepare 1/3 for backup." Chapter 760. Although I lost once, I have no regrets. You're doing nothing but sleeping now, so there's no point in keeping your divine power. So why not prepare 1/3 for backup? After hearing Xian Ningxiang's words, the Gravekeeper didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It is true that divine power can be restored, and it is of little use to him now. However, with his level of cultivation as a Gravekeeper, 1/3 of his divine power would be enough to create 100 saints. But Xian Ningxiang was different. Not only did he use 1/3 of his divine power to help people become saints, but he even kept another 1/3 as a reserve. Is it necessary to be so extravagant? But since Xian Ningxiang said so, the Gravekeeper should still give it. I have to give it to her. With Wu Fei Xian Ningxiang's personality, if I don't give it to her, she will probably snatch it away. Helplessly, the Gravekeeper once again separated out 1/3 of his divine power and condensed it into 9-colored crystals. Okay, go back to sleep. After collecting 2 9-colored crystals, Xian Ningxiang waved her hand directly towards the Gravekeeper. Typical case of crossing a river and then destroying the bridge. The Gravekeeper gave a wry smile and then disappeared from the spot. Xian Ningxiang glanced at Ye Jingxuan. Fairy sister, this can it make Xuaner a saint? Ye Jingxuan asked Xian Ningxiang with expectant eyes, and the title became fairy sister again. Certainly. Xian Ningxiang smiled. Then what should Xuaner do to become a saint? Ye Jingxuan raised her head and asked Xian Ningxiang with blinking eyes. She felt inexplicably excited at the thought of becoming a saint. Xuaner doesn't have to do anything, just wait to become a saint. Xian Ningxiang said with a smile. Oh, Ye Jingxuan responded. Xian Ningxiang didn't hesitate at all. She waved her right hand and a 9-colored crystal flew out instantly, landing directly above Ye Jingxuan's head and hovering in the air. Ye Jingxuan tilted her head back, looking at the 9-colored crystals with curiosity. Xian Ningxiang waved her right hand again, and a stream of 9-colored light shot out, directly colliding with the 9-colored crystal. Call out. The next second, a 9-colored holy light shot out directly from the 9-colored crystal and landed on Ye Jingxuan. Very comfortable. Ye Jingxuan couldn't help but moan. In everyone's sight, when the nine-colored holy light completely enveloped Ye Jingxuan's body, Ye Jingxuan slowly closed her eyes and her body floated into the air. In mid-air, Ye Jingxuan was surrounded by nine-colored holy light, and her little face was filled with enjoyment. Suddenly, just like what happened to Hao Peng before, the nine-colored holy light poured into Ye Jingxuan's body, making Ye Jingxuan exude a holy aura. But at this moment, Ye Jingxuan's delicate body trembled. Her cultivation level, which was originally at the condensation stage, immediately dropped rapidly, falling to the fifth stage of transcendental stage, the refining organ stage. After that, strengthen your muscles, bones, flesh, and skin. Baptism of the body, martial arts returned to zero. Ye Jingxuan's body returned to its original state under the baptism of the nine-colored holy light. The nine-colored holy light was still continuously pouring into Ye Jingxuan's body, transforming her body, forging her flesh, condensing her blood, and making her flesh perfect. If Ye Jingxuan were tested at this time, it would not be difficult to find that her basic strength was constantly improving. The basic strength that had originally exceeded 90 now directly reached the full value of 100, the limit of the physical body. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. 30 seconds later, the nine-colored holy light around Ye Jingxuan shot up into the sky. At the same time, her cultivation level also soared rapidly. Refining the skin, refining the flesh, strengthening the bones, changing the tendons, refining the internal organs, condensing the essence, returning to the essence, the divine essence. In the blink of an eye, Ye Jingxuan's cultivation had reached the level of 9 revolutions, with an incredibly fast speed. However, when everyone thought that Ye Jingxuan was about to condense her soul and step into the realm of divine martial arts, her cultivation level, which had originally climbed to the 9th level of the Zhoutian cycle, actually dropped again. Zhoutian, Shenyuan, returned to the origin. In the blink of an eye, Ye Jingxuan's cultivation disappeared again, and her whole body returned to its original state. The nine-colored holy light was still pouring into her body. This scene made everyone stunned. They were a little confused about what was going on. But at this moment, Ye Jingxuan's cultivation level soared again. It took her 1 minute to transform into a mortal and enter the 9 revolutions, which was a full 30 seconds longer than before. After the 9 revolutions, his cultivation level dropped again, and then soared again. Over and over again, it was as if Ye Jingxuan's cultivation had entered an endless cycle of rising and falling. But everyone present clearly felt that every time Ye Jingxuan's cultivation returned to the 9 revolutions, the time it would take would be longer than before. Her body is constantly getting stronger, this is what everyone is thinking at this moment. Time passes by every second. Ye Jingxuan's cultivation level soared and then dropped rapidly, and then soared rapidly again after dropping. This happened repeatedly for 9,981 times. Then, with a bang, the 9-colored crystal above Ye Jingxuan's head suddenly exploded. At this time, another 9-colored crystal flew over and replaced the previous one. Undoubtedly, this is Xian Ningxiang's method. Enveloped in the 9-colored holy light, this time, Ye Jingxuan's cultivation level no longer plummeted. Instead, after reaching the peak of the 9th level, her cultivation level continued to improve. Bang! After a moment, a strange voice sounded from Ye Jingxuan's dantian, and then a soul slowly emerged. Break the martial elixir and gather the spirit and soul. Ye Jingxuan directly entered the realm of divine martial arts. However, everything has not stopped yet, her cultivation is still rising with the help of the 9-colored holy light. Boom! Above the 9 heavens, a muffled thunder suddenly sounded, and then the 7-colored auspicious clouds on the horizon gathered together. 7-colored auspicious clouds are a sign of entering sainthood. Ye Jingxuan, one step toward sainthood. Ye Bufan and the others were all stunned. They knew that the inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons could help people enter the holy realm directly, and they had seen it before. But now, everyone present knew very well that what Ye Jingxuan had was not the martial arts inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons, but Xian Ningxiang fulfilled her request and wish and helped her enter the holy realm. It could be said that this was simply done by Xian Ningxiang. What is the holy realm of martial arts? That was the pinnacle of the Shenwu continent, an existence that countless people would never dare to even think about in their entire lives. But now, Xian Ningxiang actually did it so easily. Ye Bufan had no doubt that if Xian Ningxiang was willing, she could and absolutely had the ability to make all of his people enter the holy realm of martial arts in minutes. To others, becoming a saint is a difficult task, but to her, it is as easy as playing. Such strength and these methods are not enough to be described as terrifying. Looking at Ye Jingxuan, who was striving for the saint realm, everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A 13-year-old saint, I surrender. Me too. Looking at the entire Shenwu, she is probably the first person in history, right? I am only thinking about one question now. When the little girl leaves the cemetery of gods and demons and appears in front of those people outside, what will their reaction be? As soon as this person said this, the whole audience fell silent. What would be the reaction of those people outside if Ye Jingxuan appeared in front of them? Shocked, horrified, unbelievable. In short, no matter who it is, it will be exciting to see Ye Jingxuan's expression. A saint at the age of 13. As for whether Ye Jingxuan would be in danger after leaving the god and demon cemetery alone, this question did not exist at all. Not to mention that she had already become a saint, even if she was only 13 years old, she was still a saint. What's more, there is another Qian Duoduo outside. Qian Duoduo is about to leave Shenwu continent. He is now like a volcano that may erupt at any time. Anyone who provokes him at this time is definitely seeking death. Who can provoke? Who dares to provoke? Even the 3 major martial arts academies don't dare to do so. Listening to the discussions of the people in Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Ye Bufan and others were happy for Ye Jingxuan from the bottom of their hearts, but at the same time, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ye Jingxuan had been clamoring to become a saint in one step. No one paid much attention to it at first, but in the end she finally got what she wanted, and that was without even receiving any inheritance. Once she accepts the inheritance, how far will the little girl go? Thinking of the scene where Ye Jingxuan picked up a knife and angrily slashed the empire's 7th princess Luo Qinmo in Tianwang City, and now that she has entered the Holy Realm at the age of 13, Ye Bufan instinctively prayed for the people of Shenwu continent. May they be blessed. In just a brief moment, Ye Jingxuan had entered the Holy Realm. Although it was only the initial stage of entering the Holy Realm, it was still a Holy Realm after all. At this time, although only a small part of the second 9-colored crystal was consumed, Xianning Xiang directly took it back and did not continue to help Ye Jingxuan improve her strength and cultivation. Looking at Ye Jingxuan, who still had her eyes closed in midair, Xianning Xiang said slowly, "Your soul is just beginning to form. It will not do you any good to continue improving. Let's stop here. Next, it is my inheritance." As she spoke, Xianning Xiang's body began to melt from her feet, turning into tiny dots of starlight. At the same time, she continued, "Due to your age, it is not easy for me to pass on my inheritance to you directly. Therefore, I will inject all my inheritance into the inheritance crystals and inject them into your soul, allowing your soul to merge with the inheritance crystals. In addition, I will use the power of inheritance to imprison your soul. When the time is right, I will perform a second baptism of the body and impact the demigod. Before that, you just need to nurture your soul and slowly accept the rest of the inheritance, accept the power of inheritance. My martial arts is about fighting. My magical power is to kill. Go against the will of heaven and fight against martial arts. Martial god Xianning Xiang no longer exists. In the future, there will only be martial god Ye Jingxuan. I believe that the disciple is better than the master, and you will not bury my inheritance. Girl, remember, do whatever you want. If anyone among the hundreds of races in the divine realm disobeys you or you are not happy with someone, don't say anything. Just 2 words, destroy him." After she finished speaking, Xianning Xiang's body melted away, leaving only her head, and she smiled sweetly. When she smiles, the world becomes quiet. When she smiled, the sun and the moon dimmed. When she smiled, time stopped and space froze. The next second, Xianning Xiang's beautiful body completely melted away, and the starlight in the sky finally condensed into a 9-colored crystal and flew straight towards Ye Jingxuan. Between heaven and earth, Xianning Xiang's last words also sounded at the same time, falling. Although we are defeated, the heavenly palace will be immortal. The cycle of martial arts, another century of fighting. I am Ningxiang, the martial goddess and the martial consort of the heavenly palace. From the time I transformed from the mortal world to the present day, I have fought 117,263 battles. Although I lost once, I have no regrets. Now, my successor has appeared. Now that the God Killer has appeared, he will drink blood. Are you ready? Ha ha ha. Chapter 761. The God's Tomb is opened. Call out. Between heaven and earth, the sound of Xian Ningxiang lingered for a long time, but the nine-colored crystal that she had transformed into had already sunk into Ye Jingxuan's body, until it finally disappeared. It was not as earth-shattering as when Hao Peng passed on his legacy, nor as captivating as the man in golden armor, but it still left everyone present unable to recover for a long time. I am Ningxiang, the martial goddess and the martial consort of the heavenly palace. From the time I transformed from the mortal world to the present day, I have fought 117,263 battles. Although I lost once, I have no regrets. Xian Ningxiang's last words still echoed in everyone's mind. This is a war-loving woman. This is a proud soul. This is a story of unyielding will. From the time he transcended the mortal world to the present day, he has gone through 117,263 battles, a glorious life. Although he suffered one last defeat, he has found a successor and has no regrets in this life. The end of a legend, but also the beginning of another legend. Before everyone could think about it, the tombstone where Xian Ningxiang's tomb was located had exploded, and then countless fragments reassembled and finally turned into a middle-aged man in black. The man in black is just a spirit and has no physical body. Bang! In the sight of everyone, in mid-air, the man in black knelt on one knee. Godslayer bids farewell to the master. A cold voice, farewell for this life. As soon as the man finished speaking, his body twisted and slowly turned into a black sword. This knife is exactly the butcher knife used by the heroic spirit of Xian Ningxiang before, and the name of the knife is God Killer. The only difference is that the knife just now was a spirit, while the knife at this moment is a real object. The dark blade flashed with a cold metallic glow, and the murderous intent and fighting spirit were revealed invisibly, making everyone tremble in their hearts just by looking at it. This sword seemed to carry Xian Ningxiang's immortal will and her undying fighting spirit. This sword was born for battle and dies for battle. Call out. In an instant, the god-killing sword turned into a cold light and went straight towards Ye Jingxuan. In everyone's sight, the god-killing sword directly penetrated into Ye Jingxuan's body and disappeared. Man and sword merge into one. Bang! After the magic weapon returned to its place, Xian Ningxiang's tomb chamber exploded directly, and then the fragments of the tomb chamber turned into pieces of black dragon scales the size of fingernails that shone with metallic luster. In an instant, these dragon scales seemed to be summoned and rushed straight towards Ye Jingxuan. Bang! 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 Ye Jingxuan's body was instantly covered with fingernail-sized black dragon scales, from head to toe, leaving only her tightly closed eyes exposed. The next second, a red light flashed in the gap between the dragon scales. Wherever the red light passed, the gaps between the dragon scales were perfectly connected together, and eventually the countless dragon scales turned into a piece of black dragon scale armor. The armor is weird and evil, and it demonstrates its powerful defensive power. Before everyone could look or think more, the black dragon scale armor directly penetrated into Ye Jingxuan's body, and just like the previous god-killing sword, it eventually disappeared. It was also at this moment that Ye Jingxuan's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. Little girl, it's time for you to go out. The voice of the gravekeeper rang out directly between heaven and earth. Call out. Without giving Ye Bufan and others a chance to react, Ye Jingxuan disappeared from everyone's sight. Depend on. Seeing this, Ye Bufan instinctively shouted angrily, Senior, can't you let me explain a few words? The gravekeeper chose to ignore Ye Bufan's words. After all, the inheritance of the immortal condensing fragrance was far beyond the previous golden-armored man of Hao Peng. Even if it was only for a second, Ye Jingxuan would probably devour a lot of the heavenly Dao soul crystals in the god and demon cemetery. The gravekeeper has to be on guard. Facing the gravekeeper's silence, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and he muttered, so you're also a bully who only cares about the weak and fears the strong. What was the gravekeeper like when he faced Xian Ningxiang before? He was more obedient than a puppy. But now, hearing Ye Bufan's muttering, everyone smiled calmly. Qian Rumong comforted him, don't worry, Xuaner will be fine. After all, she is now a powerful saint, and daddy should be outside now. I'm just worried that something might happen to others. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched slightly, and he spoke in a slightly messy manner. Everyone was stunned and felt a chill. This possibility is still very high. However, Ye Bufan was just a little messy and didn't think too much about it or cared too much. After all, even if he was unlucky, it was someone else, not Ye Jingxuan. What do we do now? After a moment, Ye Bufan looked at everyone and asked, should we continue, or wait for the god's tomb to open? Wait until the god's tomb opens. It's better not to continue. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qin Yao and others spoke up. Qian Rumeng also spoke up. There are only a few hours left before the god's tomb is opened. In such a short time, we can only kill one saint-level heroic spirit at most. We might as well take a break, adjust our state, and deal with the god's tomb with all our strength. After all, we don't know what's going on in the god's tomb, so it's definitely a good idea to be prepared. Then take a rest. Ye Bufan listened and said something. This time in the cemetery of gods and demons, Hao Peng and Ye Jingxuan both became saints one after another. For their side, it was already a heaven-defying gain. After all, these were two saints, and Hao Peng had directly reached the peak of becoming a saint. The most important thing is that these two people also inherit the cemetery of gods and demons. It is conceivable that their future must be limitless. At least the Shenwu continent alone cannot stop their steps or cover up their brilliance. The only regret is that Qian Rumeng did not obtain the inheritance and enter the Holy Realm. But it doesn't matter. Qian Duoduo leaves Shenwu continent. Is Qian Rumeng approaching crisis? After all, it's because of lack of strength. If one has the same strength as Qian Duoduo, who would dare to act rashly? Even though I didn't obtain the inheritance, can I not improve my strength? Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, Hao Peng, Ye Jingxuan. Now he has 4 saints in his hands, 3 of whom were saints at the peak of the sainthood, plus 30 divine warriors, more than 10,000 Zhodian, and the 81 war departments of the human race. This force cannot be underestimated. What's more, would Qian Duoduo not leave any backup plan? When the two are added together, the strength must be astonishing. With such strength, Ye Bufan doesn't believe that those saints dare to mess around. After arriving at the cemetery of gods and demons, he would directly exterminate the Sun family to establish his authority and intimidate the villains. See who dares to mess around. Of course, Ye Bufan knew that if it was just this, it would be far from enough. After all, external forces are just external forces, and oneself is the foundation. What's more, it is easy to dodge an open attack but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Simply defending will never solve the problem. If you want to truly resolve the crisis, you have to start from the root. What is the root? The first wisp of 9 yin qi from Qian Rumeng's 9 yin mysterious body. As long as he could combine with her and seize the first ray of 9 yin qi, all problems would be solved. After all, without this first ray of 9 yin qi, those saints would never set their sights on Qian Rumeng again. However, the prerequisite for doing so is that both of them must enter the realm of Shenwu, and their own cultivation must be higher than Qian Rumeng's. Otherwise, taking away Qian Rumeng's first ray of 9 yin qi will not only not bring her any benefits, but will also make her a wasteful person. Qin Heihuan has already said that once the seal in Qian Rumeng's body is lifted, she will directly step into the realm of Shenwu. In other words, Qian Rumeng has already met the requirements, and the only thing left is herself. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan suddenly realized that he was the one holding back. However, this trip to the God's Tomb Cemetery allowed Ye Bufan's cultivation to soar directly from 3-star Divine Essence to 7-turn Zhodian. It can be said that he is very close to becoming a divine warrior, and it should not be difficult for him to achieve divine martial arts before Qian Duoduo leaves Shenwu. Of course, being easy doesn't mean you will succeed. Therefore, the best choice is either for Qian Rumeng to become a saint and have the ability to protect himself, or for him to become a saint himself and surpass Qian Rumeng's cultivation level, and then get married. In this situation, the God's Tomb undoubtedly became the last hope for the two. Ye Bufan and his group were waiting quietly, while the others in the cemetery of gods and demons were still madly surrounding and killing the heroic spirits. After all, the inheritance of the cemetery of gods and demons is too tempting. Put all your chips and hopes in the final tomb of God. They are not that stupid. What's more, the stimulation of Hao Peng and Ye Jingxuan becoming saints one after another made everyone excited. In their opinion, if others can do it, why can't they? They will never give up until the last moment. It's a pity that reality is always so cruel. Just because others can inherit, it doesn't mean you can too. In the Shenwu area, heroic spirits in the Shenwu realm were constantly killed and tombs were opened one by one. However, the result was that all they opened was an empty tomb, and even the 5 attempts to refine the inheritance crystal ended in failure. Time passes by minute, one day ends and a new day begins. The 21st day of the opening of the cemetery of gods and demons. Between heaven and earth, the gravekeepers rose in a solemn voice. On the 21st day of the god and demon cemetery, the god's tomb is opened, and all spirits are silent. Attention all candidates, go to the center of the cemetery immediately. Anyone under the age of 50 can enter my lord's tomb and accept my lord's test. You have 3 hours to prepare. If you don't show up after 3 hours, you will be deemed to have forfeited. Start the countdown. Chapter 762, The First Level, An Impossible Test. As soon as the gravekeeper finished speaking, there was no response, and everyone in the cemetery of gods and demons was stunned. 3 hours is not a long time, but it is not a short time either. With their strength, it is not difficult to enter the central area of the cemetery of gods and demons and reach the tomb of the gods within 3 hours. However, even if it was not difficult, everyone in the cemetery of gods and demons did not stop for a moment and rushed towards the central area. After all, no one could guarantee that there would be no accidents before reaching the destination. What if an accident happens and we fail to reach the god's tomb after 3 hours and are directly regarded as having given up? What should we do then? By then, they won't even have anywhere to cry. Let's go. After hearing the announcement from the gravekeeper, Ye Bufan looked at everyone and said, and then the group set off directly. The tomb of the gods is opened, and all spirits fall silent. Now, all the guardian heroic spirits in the entire cemetery of gods and demons have fallen into a deep sleep. As we move forward, we don't have to worry about being intercepted or attacked by the guardian heroic spirits. Of course, this is understandable. After all, if these heroic spirits had not fallen into a deep sleep, who could enter the final tomb of the gods in the central area? The fact that Xian Ningxiang was only a heroic spirit at the soul fusion realm had already made Ye Bufan and the others helpless. If it were the 18 divine generals above the 72 concubines of the heavenly palace, or the 3 supreme beings, they would probably have been killed instantly before they even got close. Want to enter the tomb of the gods? Wishful thinking. Ye Bufan and his group were not moving very fast. They did not rush like the others, but just walked forward. After all, Ye Bufan and his party are already in the soul fusion area. After the flying and demigod areas is the central area, which is not far from the tomb of the gods. It will take 3 hours to get there even if you have to crawl. The magnificent palace and the 9-colored divine light. In the center of the cemetery of gods and demons, in front of Ye Bufan and others was a huge palace hundreds of meters high. Above the palace was a blood-red vortex. In front of the palace, everyone seemed so small. Moreover, the ancient and vicissitudes of life emanating from the palace made people want to worship it. In addition, at the entrance of the palace, an old man in plain clothes was sitting there quietly. The old man was none other than the only living being in the cemetery of gods and demons, the eternal gravekeeper. This. Looking at the palace in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded, and their eyes fell on Ye Bufan. Heaven Burial Palace. Ye Bufan exclaimed. He rubbed his eyes and found that he was not mistaken. He looked at the gravekeeper and asked in surprise, "Senior, what is going on?" "What's going on?" The gravekeeper glanced at Ye Bufan and smiled. "This." Ye Bufan hesitated slightly and asked in confusion, "Is this a god's tomb? Why is it exactly the same as my heaven burial palace?" "Your heaven burial palace?" The gravekeeper chuckled and said, "Where did you get your heaven burial palace?" Ye Bufan was stunned. The gravekeeper laughed and said, "The so-called heaven burial palace you mentioned is just a little gadget I made casually based on the god's tomb. It is exactly the same as the god's tomb, so what's so strange about it? Imitation of God's tomb, refining at will." Everyone was stunned, and Ye Bufan was even more shocked. "Senior, was it you who built the heaven burial palace? Besides this old man, do you think there is anyone in Shenwu continent who can refine space treasures?" The gravekeeper laughed. Ye Bufan was confused. He never thought that the heaven burial palace would come from the gravekeeper. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was startled and said, "Senior, since the heaven burial palace was built by you, then what is buried in the bronze coffin in the coffin chamber of the heaven burial palace?" Ye Bufan has always been curious about the bronze coffin, which even the spirit of the artifact cannot penetrate. You don't need to know what it is. You just need to remember that it is not something you can get your hands on. The gravekeeper said without hesitation. Ye Bufan was speechless. The burial heaven palace belongs to me, so naturally everything inside it also belongs to me. Why can't I get involved? As if seeing through Ye Bufan's thoughts, the gravekeeper shook his head and said, "Boy, don't disbelieve me. That thing doesn't belong to you. You'd better not touch it." Without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, the gravekeeper continued, "Also, if you leave the Shenwu continent someday, you should return it to the place where the burial heaven palace took it from." "Why?" Ye Bufan was stunned. "It would be fine if they didn't allow me to move the bronze coffin, but they actually asked me to put the heaven burial palace back. This is for your own good." The gravekeeper said without hesitation, "First of all, you can't take the heaven burial palace away from the Shenwu continent. Even if you take it out, it will automatically return. Secondly, if the contents of the bronze coffin are leaked, it will bring fatal disaster to you and the entire Shenwu continent. Do you understand?" The gravekeeper's words stunned and shocked Ye Bufan and others. Will the things in the heaven burial palace bring fatal disaster to the Shenwu continent? And will going to the heaven burial palace, far away from the Shenwu continent, automatically return? Could you please stop talking nonsense? But the gravekeeper looked like he wasn't joking. Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask again, "Senior, what is inside the bronze coffin?" "I have already said it. You don't need to know it, and it doesn't belong to you. That's all I have to say. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, and whether you listen to it or not." The gravekeeper said this and closed his eyes. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. "You're just leaving the conversation halfway. Aren't you really trying to keep me in suspense?" However, given the gravekeeper's current appearance, it would be impossible to get any information about the bronze coffin from him. Ye Bufan immediately changed the subject and asked again, "By the way, Senior, what exactly is the assessment of this god's tomb? Can you tell me more?" "Have no idea." The gravekeeper's three calm words rang out. "Have no idea." Ye Bufan was stunned and said with a smile, "Senior, please stop joking. You have been guarding this god's tomb for so long, how could you not know the content of this assessment?" The gravekeeper said, "The examination in the god's tomb was appointed by my lord. I am only responsible for guarding the god's tomb and have never entered it. I know nothing about the examination. Is there anything strange about it?" "Really? Have no idea? Then please tell me about the heavenly palace. You should be clear about this, right? Little guy, don't you think you have too many questions?" "No, I'm just sitting here doing nothing anyway. Besides, you've been alone in this cemetery of gods and demons for so many years, it must be so boring. I'll just treat it as a way to relieve your boredom." "Funny little guy." The gravekeeper chuckled and said, "In fact, no matter how much I tell you, it will be meaningless to you, so there is no need for you to get any information from me." "Why?" Ye Bufan was stunned and said, "Is it because we are too weak?" "Senior, No." Ye Bufan was interrupted by the gravekeeper just as he was about to say something. "When you leave the God and Demon Cemetery, all of your experiences and memories in the God and Demon Cemetery will be erased and replaced with another memory. In other words, when you are outside, you will forget everything that happened here. In this case, do you think it is necessary for you to explore the heavenly palace?" All memories have been cleared and replaced. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank in shock. "The same goes for others." "Certainly." The gravekeeper smiled and said, "Have you heard about the scene when the little fat man entered the holy realm?" "No." "Do you know about the existence of the heavenly palace?" "No." As the gravekeeper spoke, Ye Bufan and the others were all trembling in their hearts. How powerful must one be to modify everyone's memory invisibly? It's incredible. The gravekeeper ignored him and said, "Okay, little one, the tomb will be opened in a little while, you better get ready." "What are you preparing for?" Ye Bufan asked immediately, then looked at the gravekeeper and curled his lips and said, "You didn't even tell us the content of the assessment, how can we prepare?" The gravekeeper smiled and shook his head, and said nothing more. Ye Bufan did not ask any more questions. After all, it was useless to ask as the gravekeeper would not say anything. Time passed by minute. After Ye Bufan and his group, others also arrived one after another. 3 hours later, everyone arrived. The members of the 8 major family camps present looked at Ye Bufan and his group with strange expressions. It was not for any other reason, but because of what Ye Bufan and his party gained in the cemetery of gods and demons this time. 2 saints. It's just such good luck that just thinking about it makes people feel envious, jealous and hateful. However, they did not have the chance to think about it anymore. The time was up, and the gravekeeper spoke directly. All candidates under the age of 50 are now allowed to enter the god's tomb. Also, Please be reminded that anyone over the age of 50 who enters will be directly wiped out. Okay, go in. As he spoke, the gravekeeper waved his hand. Bang, bang. The gate of the god's tomb opened directly. Everyone hesitated slightly, and then they all looked at Ye Bufan. There was nothing they could do, because Ye Bufan's group had more people and more power. With him around, others didn't dare to rush in first. Let's go. Ye Bufan did not hesitate either. He said something and walked straight towards the god's tomb. Others followed suit. However, all the maniacs from the Demon Sealing Institute had been taken back to the Heaven Burial Palace by Ye Bufan. After all, these people were guilty of heinous crimes, and Ye Bufan did not dare to let them enter the god's tomb together. No one knows what's going on inside the god's tomb. If, by some mistake, these people obtain the inheritance and the power to defy the heavens, the entire Shenwu continent would be in complete chaos. Ye Bufan doesn't want this to happen. Moreover, if these people inherit the legacy, I'm afraid that the first person they will deal with will be me. Everyone entered the god's tomb one after another. Bang! As the last person entered the tomb of the gods, the gate of the tomb of the gods closed. The situation in the main hall of the god's tomb is almost exactly the same as that in the Heaven Burial Palace. If Ye Bufan had not been prepared, he would have suspected that he had entered the Heaven Burial Palace. Of course, compared to the Burial Heaven Palace, the space here is much larger, and it also carries a sense of antiquity. Everyone gathered in the hall and looked around. Is this the tomb of the gods? What is the assessment? What do we do now? Looking at the situation around them, everyone present let out a sound of surprise. Everyone was at a loss, including Ye Bufan and others. There are no hints at all. What kind of assessment is this? Welcome everyone to the god's tomb. But at this moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears out of nowhere. Who's talking? The sudden voice startled everyone, and some people couldn't help but ask in surprise. I am the Lord of the Heavenly Palace, and my Tao is boundless. The man's voice sounded again. The Lord of Heaven. The Tao has no boundaries. What the hell? Except for Ye Bufan and others who had heard of Tiangong several times, everyone else was stunned. Dao Wuya did not hesitate at all and said again, since you have come here, you are one of the candidates for my inheritance. As long as you pass the test, you can obtain my inheritance and become the second master of Tiangong. Now we will conduct the first round of assessment. The content is as follows. Each candidate will be sent to an independent inheritance space. The inheritance space will create an opponent for you based on your respective cultivation levels. This opponent's cultivation level will be 2 realms higher than your own. For example, if you are a 3-star return to the origin, then your opponent is a 3-turn Zhoutian. And so on. Ning Yuan pairs with Shen Yuan, Gui Yuan pairs with Zhou Tian, Shen Yuan pairs with Shen Wu, Zhou Tian pairs with Ru Sheng. Hiss. Dao Wuya said this and everyone couldn't help but gasp. 2 realms higher than oneself. Can this win the battle? Without waiting for the crowd to think, Dao Wuya continued, of course, you don't have to kill your opponent to pass the level. As long as you can survive for 30 minutes, you will pass the test and can enter the second level. If you can hold on for more than 5 minutes, but less than 30 minutes, you will be deemed to have failed the test and will be sent out of the god's tomb directly. Also, if you can't even hold on for 5 minutes, then there's no need for you to stay alive. I will personally wipe these people out. Remember, this is a true annihilation. Whether in the god's tomb, the god and demon cemetery, or anywhere else, you will no longer exist. Kill the soul and cut off the reincarnation. Chapter 763 Brother. Kill the soul and cut off the cycle of reincarnation. When Dao Tianya's 8 words were spoken, everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They had never heard of such a thing before, and it was definitely not easy to last 5 minutes facing an opponent who was 2 realms higher than them. If you can't hold on for 5 minutes, just kill him directly. This is not an assessment, it's clearly a suicide mission. Senior, can I give up the assessment? Someone in the crowd asked in a trembling voice. The others were startled. Can. The 2 words Dao Wuya were said. Call. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Some people even said directly, in that case, Senior, I give up. The person who was speaking was a 5th-turn Zhoutian warrior. According to the assessment rules, he had to face a saint. Zhou Tian fights the saint. Not to mention 5 minutes, he was confident that he couldn't even last 1 minute. Taking the test is like committing suicide, so it's better to just give up. Are you sure you want to give up? After the Jodian man finished speaking, Dao Wuya said, "My inheritance is far beyond the reach of anyone else in the God and Demon Cemetery. I don't know how many people want it but don't want it. Moreover, once you pass the test and accept my inheritance, you will be the master of the heavenly palace. The entire God and Demon Cemetery will also recognize you as the master. At that time, the inheritance of all the heroes will belong to you alone." This, Dao Wuya's words stunned everyone. The entire cemetery of gods and demons has recognized its master, and all inheritances belong to one person. This kind of is simply irresistible. Any piece of inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons is peerless. What would it be like if you could obtain all the inheritance here? You know, there are tens of thousands of guardian heroic spirits in the cemetery of gods and demons. People die for money, and birds die for food. For a moment, many people in the crowd who originally wanted to give up the assessment were shaken again. "Senior, I have a question." But at this moment, Ye Bufan frowned. The art of returning to oneness with the heavens, the Zudian harp, the burial palace of heaven, the soul of reincarnation, are you the descendant of the girl from the master's family? Dao Wuya revealed all about Ye Bufan in one sentence. Ye Bufan was shocked, but he did not deny it and said, "Yes." "You ask." After Dao Wuya said that, Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said, "Senior, for this first level of the test, all you need to do is survive. Are there any other restrictions?" "No." Dao Wuya had no choice but to say, "You can fight, you can run, you can even bribe your opponent. There is no limit to the means, as long as you can survive. Can it be bought?" Dao Wuya's words stunned everyone. The same is true for Ye Bufan. Then Ye Bufan thought for a moment and said, "What about the venue? What is the space environment we are in? Is it a mountain forest? A plain? Or something else? If it is just a small space, then even if we want to run, there is nowhere to run, right?" Dao Wuya did not hide this. The first level of the test is on a plane. The space is infinite. As long as you can run, you will never reach the end. This is the same for everyone. Is space infinite? Ye Bufan pondered for a moment, then asked, "What about the opponent's strength? Besides being 2 realms higher than us, what martial arts and weapons do they use? Are they simulating us, or are they randomly generated? Everyone's opponents are simulations of the originals. That is to say, the Jodian warriors you meet are the former originals, and the Shenwuan Jodian you meet are also the former originals. As for weapons, they are also used by the originals. Moreover, the original state of mind and situation are also the same as those in the corresponding period." Dao Wuya said softly. Everyone's heart sank. Does this mean they are asked to directly fight against Dao Wuya, the lord of the heavenly palace? Ye Bufan frowned, and Dao Wuya's words kept echoing in his mind. Zhou Tian battles against a saint. Theoretically, he is unbeatable. After all, the gap between the two is too big. But since it is an assessment, there must be a possibility of passing it. I just don't know what Dao Wuya's first level assessment is. Combat effectiveness? Absolutely not. If it is a simple combat power assessment, then one should not directly crush others with their realm. At the very least, one must have the strength to fight. If it's not a test of combat capability, then it can only be something else. But what it is, if Dao Wuya doesn't tell me, I'm afraid no one will know. The only key is time. If it takes more than 30 minutes, it will be considered as passing the test. If it takes more than 5 minutes and less than 30 minutes, it will be considered as a failure and the person will be sent out of the god's tomb. If it takes less than 5 minutes, the person will be killed. Whether you can succeed depends on the specific gap between yourself and Dao Tianya at that time. But no one knows how strong Dao Tianya was at each level back then. Was he incredibly strong, or was he just a piece of trash with a combat power of level 5? However, although he didn't know how strong Dao Tianya was in each period, facing the huge competition, Ye Bufan believed that among those who had entered the cemetery of gods and demons in the past, a vast majority of them would take the assessment. But Ye Bufan seemed to have never heard of anyone dying in the cemetery of gods and demons. There were no deaths, which meant that everyone who took the test persisted for at least 5 minutes. In this way, it would not be difficult to persist for 5 minutes. Of course, some things still need to be confirmed with Dao Tianya, so Ye Bufan asked again, "Senior, I would like to ask, has the assessment of the first level always been like this and has never changed?" "That's natural. What about the number of failures? I have never heard of anyone dying in the cemetery of gods and demons. Is it because the seniors used some magical power to cover up the deaths of these people? Or has it been that all the people who took the test lasted for at least 5 minutes without being wiped out? So far, there has been no candidate who can't last more than 5 minutes. Dao Wuya said without hiding anything. Everyone was stunned, and then overjoyed. How could they not understand the reasons and purposes behind Ye Bufan asking these questions? There has never been anyone who failed to last 5 minutes. What does this mean? Undoubtedly, this means that it is not difficult to persist for more than 5 minutes. Since it is not difficult, you will not be eliminated. Since you will not be eliminated, you can naturally give it a try. Ye Bufan did not ask any more questions, but looked at Qian Rumeng and the other girls and asked, "What do you think?" He's just a divine warrior. Not to mention holding on for 30 minutes, I can kill him directly. Qian Rumeng said with confidence. Even her group of holy soldiers at the divine warrior level might not be able to break her defense. Me too. Qin Yao also responded. Now she is also equipped with holy weapons and is not afraid of opponents in the divine martial realm at all. Ye Bufan was stunned when he heard this. He almost forgot about this. Qian Rumeng and Qin Yao were not afraid of opponents in the divine martial realm at all. So Ye Bufan looked at Luo Qinmo, Yi Jingyi, and Yi Jingru and asked, "What about you?" "I want to try it." Luo Qinmo said without hesitation. "Me too. I want to try it, too." Yi Jingyi and Yi Jingru also said that they, like Luo Qinmo, were both Guiyuan realm warriors and they were only facing Zhou Tian, who was not as terrifying as the gods and saints. Ye Bufan frowned, then took out 3 Zumi rings, handed them to the 3 people and said, "Take these." This is. Luo Qinmo and the other 2 girls were stunned. "Prime Stone," Ye Bufan said. "Prime Stone." Everyone was stunned again. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Didn't he just say that he could bribe his opponent? Then you can try it. Anyway, you won't lose anything if you fail to bribe him. Everyone was speechless. Ye Bufan looked at the members of the 7 killing army and said, "Everyone is the same. You decide whether to participate or not. After all, once this assessment begins, if you can't hold on for 5 minutes, you will be completely wiped out. But if you choose to participate, don't think about anything else. It's definitely not easy to kill someone who is 2 realms higher than you, and there's no need to kill him. So, if you can bribe him, bribe him. If you can't bribe him, think of other ways. In short, if you can talk nonsense with your opponent, don't do it. You can curse and beg for mercy, threaten and intimidate, and delay as much as you can. If it really doesn't work, you can only run." Ye Bufan's words left everyone present speechless again, and even the people from the other 8 major family camps were confused. This guy is so shameless. However, this is indeed a solution. After all, the success of the assessment ultimately depends on how long one persists. No matter what means are used, as long as one can delay for 1 point, it counts. "Is there anyone who wants to abstain at this time?" Dao Wuya's voice sounded again. Everyone was stunned, but no one spoke. It was obvious that no one chose to give up this time. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Everyone is going to take a gamble. In that case, let's get started. Dao Wuya spoke again. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone didn't even have the chance to react. They found themselves in front of a black screen and then appeared in another space. This is. Looking at the space in front of him, Ye Bufan was slightly distracted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself inexplicably appearing on a plane. Just as Dao Wuya had said before, the space here was indeed infinite, because Ye Bufan could not see the end at a glance, and he was the only one on this vast plane at the moment, and the others had disappeared. "Boy, make your move." But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was shocked. My opponent at this level. Without any hesitation, he turned around carefully and found a man in white standing in front of him and looking at him quietly. White clothes, long hair. The man in front of him gave people a gentle and elegant feeling, but Ye Bufan did not dare to be careless at all. After all, the man in front of him was a genuine saint. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace, the Tao is boundless. Can such a person be an ordinary person? However, for some reason, Dao Wuya's face was covered with a layer of white mist, so Ye Bufan could not see his face at all. Of course, Ye Bufan did not care about it. He always remembered that this was a test, and all he needed to do was to persist for more than 30 minutes. After Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan just looked at him without saying a word. Why? Of course, the longer you can delay, the better. Make a move. Let's talk about it later. Court death. Seeing that Ye Bufan was unmoved, Dao Wuya shouted angrily, then raised his right hand. Base. A long metallic sound was heard, and a long sword immediately appeared in Dao Wuya's hand. The next second, Dao Wuya prepared to strike with his sword. Seeing this, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank. He did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately shouted, "Brother." Chapter 764 Ye Bufan, dead. Elder brother. Ye Bufan's sudden exclamation made Dao Wuya stunned, and his original attack also stagnated. Looking at Ye Bufan, Dao Wuya's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. "What did you say?" "Elder brother." Ye Bufan called out again, secretly feeling relieved, and said, "Don't you remember me? I am Ye Bufan, your sworn brother." Ye Bufan. My sworn brother. Dao Wuya frowned. Yes, your sworn brother, do you remember him? Ye Bufan responded repeatedly, and then cried again, "After we parted, I have been looking for you for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet you here today. By the way, why are you here?" This. Dao Wuya hesitated slightly, frowned, and looked thoughtful. "Why am I here? It really works." Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was overjoyed, and then hurriedly said, "Brother. Shut up." Unfortunately, just as Ye Bufan opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Dao Wuya's angry voice. He looked at Ye Bufan with endless anger in his eyes, then pointed his sword and said coldly, "Shameless villain, you actually tried to deceive me. Let me tell you, I don't even know you, and I don't have any sworn brothers. My only mission here is to kill all invaders. No need to say more, just die." As soon as he finished speaking, Dao Wuya moved the sword in his hand. "Depend on." Seeing this, Ye Bufan cursed in his heart and said anxiously, "Dao Wuya, I am the messenger of the heavenly palace. I am here to take over this place under the order of the palace master. Don't be so presumptuous." "What heavenly palace, underground palace? I have never heard of such a thing. You shameless boy, prepare to die." As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, he slashed out with a sword. In an instant, a sword beam broke through the air and attacked Ye Bufan directly. The cold murderous intent seemed to shatter the heaven and earth. "Your sister." Ye Bufan cried out in his heart, but did not dare to stop for a moment. He turned around and ran away. The test has only been going on for about 1 minute and 20 seconds. If he were killed by Dao Wuya at this moment, his soul would be destroyed and his reincarnation would be severed. Ye Bufan doesn't want to die. At the moment of fleeing, he did not hesitate at all, directly took out the burial palace, and then threw it out. Dao Tianya's sword was so fast that it collided with the Zhangtian palace in the blink of an eye. Puff! A strange sound was heard, and the indestructible semi-artifact, the Heaven Burial Palace, was like tofu and was directly split into 2 halves by Dao Tianya's sword energy. The sword's power remains undiminished and the sword's energy remains. The cold murderous intent went straight towards Ye Bufan. Feeling something strange behind him, Ye Bufan dodged to the left without any hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The cold sword light slashed through the air, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. Gurgle. Ye Bufan fell to the side and couldn't help swallowing his saliva as he watched this scene. Most importantly, the Heaven Burial Palace that was split into 2 in the distance made him tremble with fear. Split a semi-divine weapon in half with 1 sword. Moreover, Ye Bufan also discovered that no matter how he communicated at this moment, he could no longer sense Zhangtian. Zhangtian is dead. The spirit of the semi-artifact was killed directly by a single sword. What kind of strength is this? A warrior who has entered the Holy Realm. Even if Ye Bufan were beaten to death, he would not believe that this was the combat power that a warrior who had entered the Saint Realm should have. But the fact is, Dao Wuya has only entered the Saint Realm, but his strength is too terrifying. Ye Bufan found that facing Dao Wuya like this, he simply couldn't hold on for 5 minutes. You know, only 2 minutes and 7 seconds had passed. If it weren't for the Zhangtian Palace's resistance, just now, buying me a little bit of time, I would not have been able to dodge this sword at all, and would have been split in half. Now the burial palace is gone, but there are still 2 minutes and 53 seconds left to reach the minimum requirement for the first level. How should I hold on for the rest of the time? Run. Don't be silly, you can't get away. Semi-artifact. Ye Bufan was thinking. Dao Wuya groaned, and then said, I didn't expect that you, a mere Zhou warrior, actually have a semi-divine weapon in your hand, but Dao Wuya paused, and shouted again, what about a semi-divine weapon? If you can block my sword once, can you block my second sword? What's more, your semi-divine weapon is now destroyed. Prepare to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Dao Wuya prepared to strike with his sword. Etc. Seeing this, Ye Bufan immediately raised his hand and said, "What are you going to do?" Dao Wuya asked in a cold voice, but did not attack directly. Ye Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. He had already seen Dao Tianya's strength and knew that he was no match for him. He could only try to delay time. So, Ye Bufan said with a stern look, "You are inferior to me in skills and you want to kill me. I have nothing to say. However, I still have a few questions in my mind, and I hope you can answer them for me." "Explain," Dao Wuya said in a deep voice. Ye Bufan thought about it and said without hesitation, "Are you really Dao Wuya? I will never change my name, I will never change my surname. The Taoist Wuya is my true self." "Are you sure? Sure. Are you sure?" "Nature." "How old are you?" "Boy, this is an irrelevant question that has nothing to do with you. Why are you asking?" "I am curious," Ye Bufan said with a smile, but he felt helpless in his heart. "Do you think I want to talk nonsense with you? If I don't talk nonsense with you to delay time, I will be killed by you directly." 20. Ye Bufan thought about it and Dao Wuya spoke. "So young." Ye Bufan pretended to be surprised and asked, "You are already a saint at the age of 20. Is it the initial, intermediate, advanced, or peak stage of sainthood?" "I am only at the initial stage of becoming a saint." "Only the initial stage of becoming a saint. I'm afraid your combat power can be compared to the soul fusion realm, right?" "Humph, it's just a mere fusion of souls. Even if he flies into the sky, I can kill him with just one sword." "Your sister." As Dao Wuya spoke, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse in his heart, and then the corner of his mouth twitched. "Dao Wuya can kill Fatian with just one sword. Can my 7 revolutions of Jodian last for 5 minutes in his hands? Don't be funny. This is simply an impossible test." Ye Bufan suddenly felt cheated, but now that things had come to this, he had no choice. "Great, great." Ye Bufan immediately clasped his fists and praised Dao Wuya, then said, "Senior, you have such strength at such a young age. This really makes me jealous. By the way, has the senior married yet?" "Why do you ask that?" "Curious." "No, no, no way, senior, you are handsome and powerful, and you are young. I think there should be many women who are attracted to you. Why haven't you married yet? Is it because you don't like her? You talk too much." Okay, let's not talk about this. By the way, senior, will you accept a disciple?" "Accepting a disciple? Yes, how can a master like you not have disciples? At least he should have 3,000 disciples, right?" Ye Bufan made small talk with Dao Wuya, and time passed by as he asked and answered questions. Seeing that the minimum requirement of 5 minutes was about to be reached, Ye Bufan was secretly rejoicing when Dao Wuya suddenly said, "Boy, you have dragged it out long enough. It's time to end this." "What's the meaning?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. "What's the meaning?" Dao Wuya sneered. "You said so much nonsense, aren't you just trying to delay time and last for 5 minutes? Unfortunately, that's impossible." "You." Ye Bufan's face changed instantly. Dao Wuya did not hesitate. "To kill you, one sword of mine is enough. So, the last 10 seconds, let's end it." "Your sister." Ye Bufan was confused and mad, and he cursed loudly. He was secretly glad that he could finally pass the test, but he didn't expect that Dao Wuya was like a mirror in his heart from beginning to end. He was talking nonsense to him, not because he wanted to let him go, but because he was absolutely confident that he could kill him with just one sword, even in less than 10 seconds. When Ye Bufan thought of this, he did not stop. "Run. There are only 10 seconds left. If you can hold on, you won't die even if you fail the test in the end. But if you can't hold on, there will be only one result, the soul will be destroyed and your reincarnation will be interrupted. Call out." In an instant, Ye Bufan performed the 9 steps of Tenglong, and his figure turned into a residual shadow, fleeing into the distance. Seeing this, Dao Wuya sneered. "Can you run away?" As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword. The cold sword light rushed out to kill. While running quickly, Ye Bufan kept calculating the final time in his mind. 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Last 2 seconds. Buzz. The space around Ye Bufan trembled violently. The next second, Dao Wuya's sword energy attacked, but it was multiplied by 10 million and surrounded Ye Bufan from all directions in an instant. Seeing this, Ye Bufan stopped and his heart trembled. He had no way of dodging this sword, and Ye Bufan believed that not only him, but any Jodian warrior would not be able to block it. Not only Jodian, but even the Shenwu warriors would not be able to block it. This was a test that was simply impossible to pass. Kill Fatian with one sword. Swish, swish, swish. Before Ye Bufan could think more, millions of sword energies, with him as the center, attacked from all directions. For a moment, the world was filled with murderous intent. Wherever the sword passed, the sword energy shattered the space. Dao Wuya, I protest. Ye Bufan roared angrily. Fuck you, this is not an assessment at all, this is premeditated murder. Puff, puff, puff. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, thousands of sword energies descended and chopped him into pieces in the blink of an eye. Ye Bufan, dead. Chapter 765, Illusion, Past Regrets. The breath of death, the pungent smell of medicine. In the hospital ward, Ye Bufan lay on the bed with his eyes closed, sleeping quietly. Snow-white bedding, snow-white world. A ray of sunlight from the window shone on his face, but his fair face looked pale. I don't accept it. Suddenly, Ye Bufan screamed. Brush. The next second, his eyes suddenly opened, and he sat up. His hostility made the surrounding space tremble. But at this moment, when he saw the ward in front of him, Ye Bufan was stunned. What is this place? Bang, bang. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the tightly closed door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and then three men came in one after another, directly into the ward and came in front of Ye Bufan. Boss, you finally woke up, that's great. Looking at Ye Bufan, one of the thin men said excitedly. The other two also looked excited. Monkey, monkey. Looking at the thin man in front of him, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. His eyes fell on the other two again, and his expression was even more surprised. Lynx. King Kong. Monkey, Mountain Cat, and King Kong are the three generals of Qi Sha and also his right-hand men. But that was on Earth, in China. What is this place? Hell! Ye Bufan's surprised voice rang out. Hell! The three people in front of him were all stunned. Then the monkey laughed and said, Boss, this is not hell. This is the ward of the People's Hospital of Province Z. You are not dead. You are still alive. Boom. The monkey's words made Ye Bufan's heart tremble. Ward of the People's Hospital of Province Z. I am not dead. How is that possible? Ye Bufan was in a state of disarray. He clearly remembered that he was poisoned by Zhang Kui, the deputy commander of the Seven Killers, and eventually died of poisoning. However, he was brought to the Shenwu continent by Qin Shin. After fight against Lu Yong of the City Lord's Mansion, enter the War Department, form the Seven Killing Army, enter the Martial Academy, and enter the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. We are making rapid progress along the way. Just now, he was still trying to pass the test in the God's Tomb and endure the test of Dao Wuya, the Lord of the Heavenly Palace. However, it was impossible for him to pass the so-called first level of the test by Dao Wuya. That's why he directly killed his opponent with one sword. Then, he saw the three monkeys, and they had returned to Earth. For a moment, Ye Bufan was a little confused about what was going on. Boss, are you okay? But at this moment, seeing Ye Bufan's strange expression, Monkey couldn't help but ask. Shanmao said, Boss, this is probably because you have been unconscious for too long. I believe you will be fine after you adapt. It's all because of that damn Zhang Kui. On the side, King Kong shouted angrily, his face full of anger. If he hadn't poisoned the boss would have been unconscious for so long. Damn it, we shouldn't have burned his body in the first place and kept it to whip him 1,000 times. Alright, King Kong. Facing King Kong's angry rebuke, Monkey said something, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, Boss, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Do you want to call a doctor? Ye Bufan was speechless for a moment. He really couldn't figure out what was going on. Ye Bufan heard Monkey's words clearly. According to what they said, he had been in a coma for half a year. But, if that was the case, what was going on with the Shenwu continent? Was it just a dream? But if it was a dream, it was too real, right? Etc. The next second, Ye Bufan was stunned, and then he immediately began to check his condition. The Heaven Burial Palace is gone. The Zutianshan is gone, and the heart of the Qin has disappeared. The cultivation is gone. Everything on the Shenwu continent disappeared, leaving only fragments of memories. Is it really just a dream? Wrong. But soon, Ye Bufan rejected this idea. Because although everything that Shenwu continent had disappeared, the memory was still there, and in these memories, the methods of practicing martial arts and martial arts techniques were also still there. If this is just a dream, how do you explain these things? Did he create these martial arts and techniques that should not appear on Earth out of thin air in a dream? Stop talking nonsense, it's impossible. And Ye Bufan would never believe that dreams could be so real. Then there is only one explanation: everything in front of you is fake, it is all illusory, this is an illusion. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan's heart trembled. In the Tomb of the Gods, Dao Tianya never said what the first level of the test was, but there was one thing Ye Bufan was willing to change. If everyone's test was the same as his, then no one would be able to last more than 5 minutes. If you can't hold on for 5 minutes, you'll die. However, there has never been a death caused by assessment in the history of the God's Tomb. At the beginning, Ye Bufan thought that it would not be difficult to persist in the first level test for more than 5 minutes, but after seeing the strength of his opponent, Ye Bufan felt that his idea was ridiculous. No one can last for 5 minutes without failing the test and being eliminated. Considering the current situation, there is only one explanation: the so-called challenge is fake. It is just a rhetoric to make people enter the illusion perfectly, and the illusion in front of them is the real test. What is the test? Get out of the illusion. Ye Bufan didn't know, but he was sure that if the martial arts techniques and skills in his memory were not so real, and if these things didn't happen to exist on Earth, he would never have had such an idea so quickly. The soul of the Earth, the body of divine power. This represents two different worlds. If it were people from the Shenwu continent, even if they could see through this illusion, they would never do it so quickly. The more Ye Bufan thought about it, the more he believed in his own thoughts. It was fake. Everything before him was fake. As soon as he thought of this, he cursed in his heart. Dao Wuya, sister, do you have to be so insidious? But at this moment, the monkey spoke again. Boss, please say something, don't scare me. Looking at the three people in front of him, Ye Bufan fell into endless silence. People always have regrets. There are always things that people cannot give up. Monkey, Mountain Cat, King Kong, like Zhang Kui, were all brothers who had accompanied him to conquer the world from the very beginning. It was a pity that he was poisoned by Zhang Kui and did not even have the chance to say goodbye to them when he passed away. They are Ye Bufan's biggest regret and also his biggest worry. How are you guys now? How is Qisha doing? Although he knew that the people in front of him were fake, Ye Bufan just didn't want to expose them. He didn't dare, couldn't bear it, and didn't want to give up. Even if it was fake, Ye Bufan wanted to see them and talk to them, even if it was just for a minute. Doctor, get the hell over here. Didn't you say that my boss would be fine once he woke up? What the hell is going on now? Seeing that Ye Bufan had no response, King Kong, who had the most violent personality, roared angrily. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. King Kong is still the King Kong he is familiar with. Even if he is fake, he is still so real. Then, Ye Bufan waved his hand and said softly, King Kong, stop shouting, I'm fine. King Kong was stunned. The three were overjoyed. The monkey said, Boss, you finally spoke. You almost scared me to death. You know, you have been in a coma for half a year. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, I'm really sorry for making you worry. Boss, what are you saying? We are brothers, do we need to be so polite? King Kong immediately said with a slight dissatisfaction. Although it is fake, Ye Bufan still likes this feeling, or rather misses it. Yes, we are brothers. Let's not talk about this. Ye Bufan said with a smile, and added at the end, half a year has it been. How is Qisha now? Boss, is there any need to say that? With us here, there will be no problems with the 7 kills. Patting his chest, King Kong vowed, and then spoke again. Not only will there be no problems, but in the past 6 months, our 7 kills disciples have expanded from 100,000 to 300,000, and they are all top-notch fighters. The number of peripheral members has exceeded 3 million. The current 7 killers is definitely strong and powerful. Everything is ready. We are just waiting for you to lead us out of the country and conquer the world. As King Kong spoke, Ye Bufan's heart trembled. Go abroad and conquer the world. This is definitely Ye Bufan's biggest regret, and it still remains the same even now. Chapter 766 I will defeat you today. Illusions are created by the mind. The so-called illusion is nothing more than an illusory world evolved according to the obsession in one's heart. Leading the 7 killers, going abroad and conquering the world, This was Ye Bufan's biggest goal, his lifelong ideal and his biggest regret now. If possible, Ye Bufan really wanted to make up for this regret completely. It's just that everything in front of me is fake. If I really do this, even if I know it is an illusion, I will slowly lose control and sink until I am immersed in it and unable to extricate myself. Although he didn't know what Dao Wuya's assessment was about, Ye Bufan knew that he must not get lost in this false illusion no matter what. Therefore, he would not lead Qi Sha out of the country and conquer the world, but he still wanted to spend some time with Monkey and others, even if it was all fake. As for how to break the illusion, Ye Bufan has already thought about it. Just like the illusion in the Burial Heaven Palace, he will use death to break all illusions. In one word, kill. It's a pity that Ye Bufan underestimated the power of the illusion, or rather, underestimated Dao Tianya's power. Almost at the moment when he had this thought, Dao Wuya's voice sounded in his mind. Candidate Ye Bufan, due to special reasons, has seen through the illusion, and the first round of assessment has been changed. The changes are as follows: integrate into the illusion and make up for your regrets in the illusion. If you get lost during the period, it will be considered a failure in the assessment. Dao Wuya's sudden voice startled Ye Bufan. The next second, Ye Bufan suddenly stood up from his sick bed. He raised his right hand and could not help pointing to the sky and cursing. Dao Wuya, sister, do you have to be so shameless? You have to integrate into the illusion and make up for your regrets in the illusion, and you can't get lost. If he wants to make up for his regrets, he must let Qi Sha unify the underground world. You know, this is not just China, but the whole world. To achieve this, it is definitely not something that can be accomplished in 1 or 2 days. It is definitely a long process. Humans are not plants. During this period, people, things, and everything around us will inevitably affect us all the time. In such a situation, how can we stay awake and not be corrupted by illusions and lose ourselves? Maybe it could be possible for 1 or 2 days, but what if it is 1 or 2 years, or even longer? Ye Bufan was certain that Dao Wuya's original assessment should have been just about breaking through the illusion. But now, damn, the difficulty has increased by more than 1 level. It's simply being deliberately targeted and making things difficult for people. Boss, are you okay? Seeing Ye Bufan suddenly yelling angrily, Monkey and the other 2 were stunned, and Monkey couldn't help but ask. I'm fine, Ye Bufan responded casually. But I feel aggrieved in my heart. Is it my fault that I saw through the illusion? I can only say that I am blessed by the gods, and your illusion is too weak. Are you really okay? Looking at Ye Bufan, the 3 monkeys looked at each other in surprise. Then, the monkey asked carefully, Boss, who is Dao Wuya? Did he offend you? As soon as the monkey finished speaking, King Kong immediately flew into a rage. Damn it, he even dared to offend the boss, he must be tired of living. Boss, tell me where this guy is hiding, I will take my brothers to kill him right now. Faced with King Kong's words, Ye Bufan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Then he said, Dao Wuya is a dead man who cannot die anymore. Dead. The 3 King Kongs were stunned and speechless. Why was the boss arguing with a dead man? Ye Bufan did not stop, but jumped off the bed and said angrily, let's go home and recruit soldiers. We will leave the country tomorrow. Isn't it just about conquering the world? Who is afraid of whom? If I hadn't been framed by that beast Zhang Kui and gone to the Shenwu continent in a daze, I would have been fighting fiercely with those foreign gangs by now. So what if it's an illusion? I can rule the world in the real world, so why should I be afraid of your mere illusion? In one word, do it. In response to Ye Bufan's words, the 3 monkeys were overjoyed and followed him immediately. Go abroad and conquer the world. They have been waiting for this day for a long time. At the hospital entrance, Ye Bufan suddenly stopped as he looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar metropolis before him. Behind him, the monkey couldn't help but ask, Boss, what's wrong? Ye Bufan ignored him and just looked up at the sky. Then he frowned and said as if no one was around, if it's just an illusion, then why can it seal my cultivation? Illusions arise from the mind. Everything in the illusion evolved from what one thinks in one's mind, so it shouldn't be difficult to possess everything that one originally possessed again, right? When Ye Bufan thought of this, his mind was shaken, and he roared to the sky. Dao Wuya, I don't care whether you are an illusion or reality, damn it, give me back my cultivation. Call out. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, his cultivation level was restored out of thin air, and he reached the 7th level of Jodian realm in Shenwu continent. Fuck, really? The sudden scene made Ye Bufan stunned, and then overjoyed. What does the 7 revolutions mean? This may not mean anything in the Shenwu continent, but it is different on Earth. With such cultivation and strength, let alone unifying the underground world, Ye Bufan was confident that if he was given 3 days, he could conquer the entire world. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan laughed. Dao Wuya, you want to play, right? Then I will play with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan raised his right hand. Heaven Burial Palace, come. Call out. In an instant, a cold light shot out from the air, and the Burial Heaven Palace fell directly into Ye Bufan's hands. 7 revolutions of the heavens, the holy weapons bury the heavens, the way has no boundaries, just wait and see how I will wipe out this illusion. Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. Behind him, Monkey and the other 2 looked at each other, confused as to what had gone wrong with Ye Bufan. Old. Just as the monkey was about to speak, a muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the air. Then, the whole sky suddenly darkened, and instantly became terrifyingly gloomy. Huff, huff, huff. Between heaven and earth, strong winds blew up. Boom 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 boom. There was constant thunder in the clouds. The whole world seemed to be coming to an end, and the pedestrians around them stopped and looked up at the sky. The 3 monkeys also looked stunned. Ye Bufan frowned. Boom. The next second, a purple golden lightning struck from the 9 sky clouds and headed straight for Ye Bufan. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan exclaimed. The next second, he sneered, you are playing big enough. Then, Ye Bufan roared, my fate is in my own hands, since you want to play, then I will accompany you to the end. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan flashed and appeared in the air. Facing the purple golden thunder that was rushing towards him, he threw out the Burial Heaven Palace in an instant. In midair, the Heaven Burial Palace directly transformed into a huge palace, the barrier opened, and collided with the purple golden thunder. Boom! With a loud bang, the whole world trembled. The purple golden thunder collapsed. But at this moment, from above the sky and within the clouds, endless pressure suddenly came towards him and fell on Ye Bufan, causing his whole mind to tremble, as if he was carrying a huge mountain on his back, making it hard for him to breathe. The pressure seemed to force him to kneel down. The pressure seemed to force him to surrender. Heaven, it is irreversible. Between heaven and earth, above the 9-day cloud layer, a majestic, solemn, and cold voice sounded at the same time. You do not belong to this world, leave now quickly, otherwise, the 9-day divine punishment will befall you, and I will definitely destroy your soul and spirit. I'll destroy your soul. Ye Bufan gritted his teeth, cursed in a deep voice, and then roared, this is my world, and I have the final say. Is it impossible to reverse the fate? I will defy you today. Chapter 767, Since you dare to claim to be the god, I will destroy you. Is fate irreversible? I will defy you today. Ye Bufan's cold voice rang out, and the murderous intent of 2 lives surged out. He stood proudly in the air, like an unparalleled killing god, causing the temperature of the entire space to drop sharply. Go abroad and conquer the world. That was once my ideal and pursuit. Even if there are regrets, the past should be let go. Illusions arise from the mind. I am not confused in my heart, nor trapped in my emotions. I am not afraid of the future, nor do I think about the past. I just seize the day. This is my world, and I have the final say. Presumptuous. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, an angry voice from the 9 heavens instantly came. You lowly ants, lowly creatures, dare to challenge the might of heaven, then you will not be allowed to stay. He should be executed. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder sounded above the 9 heavens. The next second, a purple golden lightning as thick as an arm fell from the sky, carrying endless divine power and cold murderous intent, and struck Ye Bufan directly. Bring it on. Ye Bufan roared angrily and faced the purple golden thunder directly. No matter who you are, if you want to fight, I will fight. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan threw the Heaven Burial Palace in his hand out again, and the huge palace attacked the purple golden thunder directly. In an instant, the 2 collided again. Boom! Thunder roared and the heaven and earth shook. Bang, bang, bang. With the collision point between the Burial Heaven Palace and the purple golden thunder as the center, the surrounding space collapsed inch by inch. A strong gust of wind swept in all directions. Bang! Ye Bufan's body was hit by the air wave in midair and fell dozens of meters directly. The storm dissipated and everything returned to calm. Ha ha ha. Ye Bufan's long hair fluttered as he looked up to the sky and laughed, kill me. You are not worthy of it. Presumptuous. The wrath of heaven sounded again. Boom 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 boom. The next second, 7 purple golden thunders fell from the sky at the same time, heading straight for Ye Bufan. For a moment, the wind rose, the clouds surged, the vast power of heaven, and endless murderous intent raged. Wherever the 7 purple golden thunders passed, the space shattered, as if the end of the world was coming. You are the one who is presumptuous. Ye Bufan roared angrily, my fate is in my own hands, and my world is my own. I have the final say. Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the burial heaven palace collided with 7 purple golden thunders. A roar was heard, shaking the heaven and earth. The terrifying impact force swept and raged. Bang! Puff! The impact of the force caused Ye Bufan to spit out a mouthful of blood. Between heaven and earth, a disdainful voice rose up. Ants are just ants after all, so vulnerable. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, and I'll spare your life. This is what I want to say to you. Submit to me, otherwise, I will destroy your destiny. Ye Bufan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his head and glared at the sky. You are still stubborn. You are the one who is stubborn. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, 18 purple golden thunders fell one after another, rushing towards Ye Bufan one after another. The sky is angry, the earth is roaring, and murderous intent is destroying the world. Those who rebel against me shall be killed. Ye Bufan shouted sternly, and the holy weapon, the sky-slaying bow, suddenly appeared in his hand, and the Tianyan Gai Ju was put into operation. Hold the bow, pull the string, and focus the arrow. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp arrow left the bow, and 18 cold arrows were shot out one after another, and the sound of phoenixes raged between heaven and earth. 18 martial arts, Phoenix sings in the 9 heavens. In an instant, the sharp arrow collided with the purple golden thunder. Boom boom boom, 18 loud noises shook the sky. Everything disappeared in an instant. You are nothing but that. Ye Bufan glared at the sky and uttered a disdainful voice. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that this was a test. He only knew that today, he was going to defy heaven. Asshole. Within 9 days, the sky roared angrily, humble ant, don't force me. What if I force you? Then I will destroy this world. I'll wait and see. Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the sound of thunder rang out in the sky. The next second, the whole world went dark. Then endless strong winds raged, the space shook, and doomsday came. Call out. In the clouds, a man in golden armor was looming, and he was surrounded by purple and golden lightning. Ant, I will do as you wish. Bring it on. Ye Bufan roared angrily. Boom. In the clouds, the man in golden armor waved his right hand, and a purple golden thunder fell. Then, at 1 minute and 18 seconds, 18 purple golden thunders rushed in 18 different directions. Boom boom boom. The golden thunder struck the ground, and 18 loud noises were heard. In an instant, houses collapsed and the earth shattered. The wind blew violently. Fire roared into the sky. Save me. No, I don't want to die. There were cries of grief everywhere on the earth, countless lives were lost, corpses were scattered all over the ground, it was a horrific scene. Ye Bufan frowned coldly and sneered, you can't do anything to me, so you take this way to vent your anger. Heaven's way. You are no better than this. But at this moment, Dao Wuya's image suddenly appeared in the air. He looked at Ye Bufan and said calmly, Candidate Ye Bufan has violated the rules for special reasons, so the first round of assessment has been changed. The changes are as follows. You must protect Monkey, Mountain Cat, and King Kong for 24 hours under the heavenly Dao's destruction of the world. If anyone is killed during this period, or cannot hold out for 24 hours, it will be considered a failure in the assessment. Fuck your assessment. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan roared angrily, what a crap inheritance, it's better not to have it. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan turned towards Dao Wuya, grasped the bow, pulled the string, focused the arrow, and then shot out with one arrow. Chew. Between heaven and earth, the sound of a phoenix was heard, and a blood-red arrow instantly hit Dao Wuya's image. Bang! With a muffled sound, Dao Wuya's image exploded instantly and disappeared. Ye Bufan said in a cold voice, my world, I have the final say, all the rules should be set by me. No matter if you are Wuya or Tiandao, you all have to submit to me. After saying this, Ye Bufan looked at the man in golden armor in the clouds again. Come on, use whatever means you have, I will accompany you to the end today. You. In the 9-day cloud layer, the golden armored man stared at Ye Bufan with eyes like copper bells, furious and angry. The purple lightning flashed around him, as if he was roaring continuously. Why, is there nothing you can do? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan sneered. You deserve to die. The man in golden armor roared angrily. Then come and kill me. Ye Bufan said with cold disdain. Destroy the world. The man in golden armor said these two words in a cold voice, and then thunder roared in the clouds in the sky. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The next second, purple golden lightning as thick as arms fell from the sky, covering the entire world. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan did not get angry but laughed. My heart is strong, what can God do to me? Heaven's way. Nothing more than that. After saying this, Ye Bufan looked directly at the man in golden armor, his expression stern, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and said, since you have no other options, it's my turn now. My world, I have the final say. Heavenly way. Without my permission, who dares to destroy the world? Even if it is the law of heaven, it is not allowed. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan's figure flashed and disappeared directly in the air. When he appeared again, he was already in the 9th sky cloud layer, in front of the man in golden armor. Looking at Ye Bufan for a moment, the man in golden armor was slightly stunned and asked, what do you want to do? Those who rebel against me shall be killed. Ye Bufan said these two words without any hesitation, and aimed the sky-slaying bow in his hand directly at the man in golden armor. Hold the bow, pull the string, and shoot the arrow. The action was done in one go, and the arrow was shot out instantly. Martial arts, Phoenix sings in the sky. Seeing this, the man in golden armor flew into a rage. How dare you, a lowly ant, punish the heavens? Why not? Ye Bufan shouted coldly. Those who go against me, I will kill and destroy them. Just you. The man in golden armor sneered. Heaven cannot be reversed, and even more so cannot be punished. Bang! As soon as the man in golden armor finished speaking, Ye Bufan's cold arrow exploded and disappeared instantly. If one arrow doesn't work, then use 2 arrows, 3 arrows, countless arrows. I won't stop until you die. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, an arrow was shot out, and after one arrow, another arrow was shot out. Swish, swish, swish. The sounds of phoenixes rang out one after another, and arrows from the sky flew straight towards the man in golden armor. Endless murderous intent. Ye Bufan's cold and resolute voice followed. In my world, I am the sky, I am the earth, I am the master, who else dares to be the master? Since you dare to claim to be the god, I will destroy you. Chapter 768, the second level, Tongtianwu Tower. Since you dare to claim to be the god, I will destroy you. Ye Bufan had just finished speaking when the 18 sharp arrows had not yet hit the man in golden armor when his body exploded with a bang, and he disappeared. The sudden scene stunned Ye Bufan, and the 18 sharp arrows missed. Between heaven and earth, Dao Wuya's solemn voice rang out. The first level, the power of the mind, candidate Ye Bufan took 37 minutes and 18 seconds, an excellent result. The full score is 100, and the final score is 91. Dao Wuya's sudden voice made Ye Bufan startled, his expression confused. Past. What is the power of the mind? Still 91 points. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, everything around him disappeared in an instant, and Ye Bufan found that he was still in the god's tomb hall where he was before. Not only him, but everyone else was still in the hall. Except Ye Bufan, everyone else closed their eyes and sat cross-legged on the ground. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Dao Wuya's voice sounded again. Little guy, congratulations on being the second one to pass the first level of the assessment. Now you can go to the second level of the god's tomb for the next round of assessment. The second one. Dao Wuya's words stunned Ye Bufan. Yes, the second one. Dao Wuya responded. Who's the first one? Ye Bufan frowned and asked instinctively. He stayed in the illusion for only 37 minutes and 18 seconds, which was considered fast, but he didn't expect that someone could be faster than him. Dao Wuya did not hide this and said directly, the first one, Ji Qingyan, took 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Is it her? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned and even shocked. He originally thought that even if the first person who passed the level was faster than him, he would not be much faster. But what is the result? 3 minutes and 6 seconds. It took me 37 minutes and 18 seconds, which was more than 12 times the time taken by the other party. This gap. What Ye Bufan had not expected was that the first sound that passed the test was the pure Gukan sound as white as a sheet of paper. Ye Bufan immediately asked again, "Senior, what is her final score?" 81. How many? Ye Bufan thought he had heard it wrong, so he repeated, 81 points. Gu Qingyan. Yes. Senior, are you mistaken? It took me 37 minutes and 18 seconds, and my final score was 91. She was the first to pass the test, and it only took her 3 minutes and 6 seconds. How come her final score was so much lower than mine, only 81 points? The first concern is the power of the soul. The test is not about how long it takes to break through the illusion. Psychic power. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment and did not continue to ask what this mental power was. After all, even if Dao Wuya told him, he might not understand it, and the first level had already ended. Then he continued to ask, "Senior, what is this score? What is its use? You will know after you pass through the god's tomb. Your sister." Dao Wuya's answer made Ye Bufan curse in his heart, and then he asked, "Senior, what is the second level of the test? How do I enter?" Dao Wuya did not hide it. The second level, the 18-story Tongtianwu Tower, the combat power test. 18-story Tongtianwu Tower. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, then asked, "Senior, are you sure the second level is really a combat strength assessment?" Nature. Didn't you also say it was a test of combat power during the first stage? But what was the result? This level is really just a test of combat power. If not, then what? No ifs. But what if there is? Nothing will happen. Okay, you win. Ye Bufan curled his lips and said helplessly. But at this moment, Dao Wuya reminded him, "Little guy, instead of having time to chat with me here, you might as well enter the second level, the 18th floor Tongtianwu Tower, for the assessment as soon as possible. After all, you only have 10 days. After 10 days, no matter what the result is, the God's Tomb assessment will end. By then, if you still stay in Tongtianwu Tower and don't take the subsequent assessments, then even if you get a high score in the first and second levels, it will be useless. Of course, if you are not strong enough and are killed by your opponent before you reach the 10th floor of Tongtianwu Tower, that is another matter. At that time, you will be eliminated directly and the inheritance assessment of the God's Tomb will end early." Dao Wuya's words made Ye Bufan stunned, but he was not in a hurry. After all, he only spent 37 minutes on the first level, and there was still a lot of time left, so he couldn't make a difference with 1 or 2 minutes. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. It would definitely not be wrong to understand the situation of the Tongtianwu Tower. Ye Bufan immediately walked towards the depths of the God's Tomb and asked, "Senior, why do you say that if you are killed by your opponent before reaching the 10th level, you will be eliminated early? Does it mean that after entering the 10th level, even if you are killed by your opponent, you will not be eliminated?" Nature. Dao Wuya responded. Ye Bufan asked, "Then what is the strength of the opponents we encounter on each level of the Tongtianwu Tower?" Dao Wuya did not hide anything. Based on your own situation, Tongtianwu Tower will simulate a demon with the same strength as you as your opponent. There will be 1 on the first floor, 2 on the second floor, and so on, 10 on the 10th floor. And starting from the 11th floor, the number of demons will increase exponentially, that is to say, there will be 20 on the 11th floor, 30 on the 12th floor, 40 on the 13th floor. By the 18th floor, you will need to challenge 90 demons of the same level. Demon. What is that? After Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. It's just a creature of another race. There's no need to worry about it. Dao Wuya said with a smile. Ye Bufan frowned. What do you mean by these demons are as powerful as us? Except that you are a human and he is a demon, everything else, including martial arts tactics, and weapons, are the same. What the hell? As soon as Dao Tianya finished speaking, Ye Bufan exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean I'm fighting myself?" Pretty much. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "Senior, are you sure that anyone can pass this kind of test? Not to mention the first level, from the second level onwards it's 1 against 2, 1 against 3, 1 against 4, and at the 18th level it's 1 against 90, and it's a group of people beating themselves up, and everyone has the same strength, how can they win? Why not? Ye Bufan is in a mess, it would be strange if he could win." Dao Wuya said, "This second level is a test of combat power, but it is actually also a test of combat awareness. As long as the combat awareness is strong enough, it doesn't matter if one fights 90. All 108 flag masters of my heavenly palace have the power to open up the 18 Tongtianwu towers. Of course, for you, this is just a test, so you don't have to clear all the 18 levels of the Tongtianwu tower. After all, you can't do it. So, as long as you can clear the first 10 levels, you can pass it. Moreover, the scoring of Tongtianwu tower is different from that of the first level, which is the spiritual power. As long as you pass this level, you will get full marks. Of course, if you can clear the last 8 levels, you can get extra points, 2 points for each level. In other words, the actual total score of Tongtianwu tower is 116 points. In addition, candidates who have reached 80 points in the first level spiritual power assessment can become my Tiangong disciples and obtain the heavenly evolution return to oneness technique, as long as they pass the 8th level of the Tongtian martial tower. After passing the 9th level, they can choose any secret technique or magical power of my Tiangong. After passing the 10th level, not only can they pass the test, but if they fail the final assessment, they can also choose the one with the highest martial arts compatibility among the 108 flag masters and directly inherit the throne. Dao Tianya's words made Ye Bufan freeze in place, and his mind went blank for a moment. Ye Bufan had already learned from the gravekeeper that Tianyan Gai Ju was a heavenly palace martial arts technique, but he did not know that this was actually the reward given to Shi Feishuan for passing the 8th level of Tongtian martial tower during the assessment in the God's Tomb. What's more, clearing the 9th level will actually reward you with another secret technique or magical power. Ye Bufan has already witnessed the power of Tianyan Gai Ju. As a reward for the 9th level, the Heavenly Palace secret technique or magical power must be more powerful than Tianyan Gai Ju. As for passing the 10th level, you can actually directly choose the one with the highest martial arts compatibility among the 108 flag masters to inherit the throne. Ye Bufan had already seen the chance of successfully refining the inheritance crystal, and it was simply impossible. But it's different now. As long as one could score over 80 in the first level and pass the 10th level of Tongtianwu Tower, then even if one failed the final assessment, the inheritance of the Lord of the Tiangong banner would definitely not be lost. This reward cannot be described as generous. As if seeing through Ye Bufan's thoughts, Dao Wuya smiled and said, "Little guy, don't stand there like an idiot. No matter how generous the reward is, you can't get it if you can't pass the level. Let me tell you, it's not that easy to pass the first 10 levels." The girl from the Shi family only persisted for 7 days. After passing the 9th level, she stopped at the 10th level. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Shi Feishuan has only cleared the first 9 floors. In Ye Bufan's opinion, Shi Feishuan was an omnipotent being. After all, in the past 1 million years, Shi Feishuan had persisted the longest in the God's Tomb. But he didn't expect that even she could only get through the 9th floor. It was conceivable how difficult it would be to get through the 10th floor. Yes, Dao Wuya responded. Ye Bufan asked, so what secret technique or magical power did she gain after passing the 9th level? The Tianyan Gai Ju is already so powerful, not to mention the Tiangong's secret techniques or magical powers. But unfortunately, there was no powerful secret technique in the inheritance he received from Master Feishuan. That can only be a magical power. After all, with Ye Bufan's current level of cultivation, he is not able to display magical powers. It is possible that Shi Feishuan placed it in the later inheritance. However, Dao Wuya hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, when you pass the 9th floor of Tongtianwu Tower, you will naturally know what secret technique she obtained. Depend on. Ye Bufan exclaimed, isn't it just a secret technique? Why is it kept secret? Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again. You said that what Shi Feishuan obtained was not a magical power, but a secret technique. Chapter 769, Heavenly Demon, Fight. The 8th level of Tongtianwu Tower rewards the Heavenly Palaces, Tianyan Gai Ju. The 9th level rewards one of the Heavenly Palace's secret techniques or magical powers of your choice, and as for the 10th level, if you pass it, you will pass the Tongtianwu Tower assessment and can enter the next round of assessments. Even if you fail the final assessment, you can still obtain the direct inheritance from the one with the highest martial arts compatibility among the 108 flag masters of the God's Tomb. This reward is quite generous. Of course, all of this has a prerequisite, that is, the assessment of the first level spiritual power must reach more than 80 points, otherwise there is no point in discussing it. Ye Bufan scored 91 points in the first round of assessment, and Ji Yu Qingyan scored 81 points. Both of them met the basic requirements for the Tongtianwu Tower reward. Of course, if they want to get the reward, they also need to make achievements in the Tongtianwu Tower. At least they have to get through the 8th floor of the Tongtianwu Tower. 1 against 8. Ye Bufan believed that it was definitely not easy to get through the 8th floor of Tongtianwu Tower, otherwise, there would not be only one Shi Feishuan who had passed the 8th floor in nearly a million years. After the 8th floor, there is the 9th floor of the Wu Tower. Shi Feishuan passed the 9th level and stopped at the 10th level, obtaining the Heavenly Evolution Return to Oneness technique, and a secret technique. However, for some reason, Dao Wuya never said what the Heavenly Palace secret technique Shi Feishuan obtained was and what was so special about it. Dao Wuya didn't say anything, and Ye Bufan didn't ask any more questions. The burial palace was built in the style of the god's tomb. However, in terms of internal space, the burial palace is not even 1/10 the size of the god's tomb. It took Ye Bufan a full half-hour to walk through just the main hall of the god's tomb. What he saw before him was a huge square with no end in sight. In the center of the square is a huge black tower. The tower is about 200 meters high, reaching into the sky, and has a total of 18 floors. The black tower is the Tongtianwu Tower. Standing in front of the Tongtianwu Tower, Ye Bufan felt so insignificant. He even felt like worshipping it. There was no sign of Jiyu Qingyan around, so he thought that she had already entered the Tongtianwu Tower. Ye Bufan did not stop and stepped into the tower door on the first floor. Buzz. The next second, a white light flashed around him, and he appeared again. Ye Bufan found himself in an independent and enclosed space. The black wall, in front of Ye Bufan, is a square space of about 1,000 meters in length, width and height, which is completely enclosed. However, there is a golden vortex on the wall behind Ye Bufan, and similarly, there is a golden vortex on the opposite wall in front. The vortex behind him was undoubtedly the tower gate he had come in from. As for the vortex in front of him, it must be the passage leading to the 2nd floor of the Tongtianwu Tower. Although there is only one Tongtianwu Tower, according to Dao Wuya, Tongtianwu Tower is a world of its own with countless internal spaces. Everyone who enters Tongtianwu Tower will enter an independent space. That is why Ye Bufan can't see Jiyu Qingyan in Tongtianwu Tower and they will never meet. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, an inexplicable memory suddenly and uncontrollably flooded into his mind, and a large amount of information was directly instilled into him. Depend on. A moment later, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, and this memory transmitted everything related to Tongtianwu Tower, including everything Ye Bufan had learned from Dao Wuya before. In other words, Ye Bufan's previous investigation was completely unnecessary. Not only that, among the information that was directly instilled, in addition to what Dao Wuya had already mentioned, there were also many things that Dao Wuya had not mentioned. For example, this Tongtianwu Tower itself is a divine weapon on Earth, and it is an ownerless divine weapon at that. As long as one is the first to pass the 18th floor of the Tongtianwu Tower, then he can completely own the Tongtianwu Tower and make the divine weapon on Earth recognize him as his master. Ye Bufan didn't know what the Earth divine weapon was. But Ye Bufan was clear and certain that whether it was the Tongtianwu Tower or the divine weapon, they were definitely extraordinary things, at least not inferior to divine weapons. But thinking of the conditions for recognizing the master, Ye Bufan decisively gave up. Clear all 18 floors of Tongtianwu Tower. Don't be ridiculous. The 18 floors of the Tongtianwu Tower are more terrifying than the last one. If you enter the last floor, you will have to face a group attack by 90 of yourself. 1 against 90. Ye Bufan is not arrogant to this extent. Moreover, Dao Wuya had said before that with the vision and strength of Ye Bufan and others, they could not pass through the entire Tongtian Martial Tower. That is why one of the conditions for his inheritance is to clear the first 10 levels of the Tongtianwu Tower. After the 10th level, he can get extra points on top of the full score. Buzz. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the entire space suddenly trembled inexplicably. Then, a black figure appeared out of thin air in front of Ye Bufan, in the center of the space. The 2-meter-tall body is somewhat similar in shape to humans, except that it is covered with black scales the size of a thumbnail. The scales sparkle with a cold metallic light, as if it were wearing a close-fitting battle armor. He has a bald head, a pair of blood-red eyes, and a short, thick horn on his forehead, like a rhinoceros. And on those seemingly strong hands and feet, there are claws as long as fingers. Those claws are like sharp blades, flashing with cold metallic light. especially the sharp claws on the soles of the feet, which are directly embedded in the ground. Not only that, there is a 3-meter-long black tail behind the black creature's butt. Its tail is like a whip, and at the end of the tail there is a diamond-shaped blade, as long as a palm. The blade flashes with cold light, as if it can break everything. 2-meter body, black scales, a whip-like tail, short horns on the forehead, blood-red eyes, and sharp claws. Looking at the creature that suddenly appeared in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Demon. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the black vortex on the wall behind Tianmo that led to the second floor of Tongtianwu Tower suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly dazed. There is no doubt that if one wants to open the passage again and enter the second level of Tongtianwu Tower, the only way is to kill the opponent in front of him, this celestial demon. If not, the channel will not be opened. Of course, if Ye Bufan was killed by the devil, he would disappear directly in the Tongtian Martial Tower, fail the second level, and end the assessment of the god's tomb. Roar. The demon did not hesitate at all. He roared angrily at Ye Bufan. The next second, a longbow appeared in the hands of the demon. What the hell? Seeing this scene in the longbow in the hands of the demon, Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and he exclaimed, "Sacred weapon, the slaughtering heaven bow." Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the demon had already taken action. Hold the bow, pull the string, and focus the arrow. The demon's movements were smooth and seamless, and a blood-red arrow took shape. Its left hand, which was holding the end of the arrow, released it instantly. Call out. In an instant, the sharp arrow flew out from the bow and killed. Chew. Between heaven and earth, as the sky demon shot out an arrow, the sound of a phoenix followed. Martial arts, phoenix sings in the sky. Your sister. Seeing the blood-red arrow carrying the phoenix's shadow coming towards him, Ye Bufan was suddenly confused, but he did not hesitate at all. He also took out the holy weapon, the sky-slaying bow. Hold the bow, pull the string, concentrate the arrow, shoot the arrow, and the phoenix will cry in the sky. Boom. At the center of Ye Bufan and the demon, two blood-red arrows collided, a huge roar sounded, and powerful energy swept wildly in all directions. Chew. But at this moment, as soon as an arrow fell, the sound of the phoenix rang out again. The devil's killing move strikes again. Ye Bufan was also shot out by the Fengming arrow. Boom 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 boom. On the first floor of Tongtianwu Tower, Ye Bufan fought against the heavenly demon. He also used the slaughtering heaven bow and performed the phoenix crying in the 9 days. They fought 18 times in a single breath. But no one can do anything to anyone. Boom. Another arrow collided. The demon did not stop and rushed out with Fengming Judian in the same way. Fuck you. Ye Bufan cursed angrily, but did not continue to use Fengming Judian like a demon. Instead, he directly used the Shenwu Bawangjian. Triple strength increased by 150%. Brush. The next second, Ye Bufan took out the Heaven Burial Palace without any hesitation and smashed it towards the demon in the distance with a magnificent momentum. Boom. The Heaven Burial Palace collides with the Fengming arrow. The Fengming arrow dissipated. The Heaven Burial Palace continued to move forward, heading straight for the heavenly demon. But at this moment, the demon swung his right hand. Burial Palace, go. Boom. In the blink of an eye, two identical Heaven Burial Palaces collided with each other. There was a thunderous sound and a terrifying energy force swept through. Ye Bufan and Tianmo were knocked away by the energy force at the same time. Puff. Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood. The same is true for the devil. Your sister. Ye Bufan spat and cursed. The same strength, the same equipment, the same martial arts. It hurts just thinking about it. Call out. But at this moment, the devil suddenly stood up, and without any hesitation, he shot an arrow directly, but this time it was not the cry of a phoenix in the sky, but a rain of arrows. For a moment, a rain of arrows came towards Ye Bufan, and the murderous intent was overwhelming from all directions, leaving no place to hide. Ye Bufan was messy. Storm arrow rain, you can do it, but I can't do it, right? As soon as the voice fell, Ye Bufan did not stop, and shot out the same storm of arrows. For a moment, the rain of arrows in the sky instantly collided with the storm of arrows of the demon. Boom 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 boom. There were continuous loud noises in the space. The terrifying air waves swept and spread in all directions. The devil does not stop. He took a step forward, using the momentum of the arrow to rush directly towards Ye Bufan. Martial arts, 9 steps of the soaring dragon. The figure flashed away. During the attack, the sky-slaying bow in the demon's hand suddenly disappeared. Brush. The next second, a long sword of the Earth Soldier appeared in his hand, with a sharp blade and a cold light. The heavenly demon came forward, facing Ye Bufan, and slashed him with the sword. Martial Arts, Sword Energy. Chapter 770, First Level, Victory. Martial Arts, Sword Energy. The rain of arrows from the sky collided, and the 3-meter-long sword of the heavenly demon rushed out, rushing straight towards Ye Bufan in the rain of arrows. Ye Bufan did not stop, and his figure flashed after taking 9 steps of Tanglong. Boom! The demon's sword missed. The rain of arrows dissipated. Ye Bufan rushed in front of the demon in an instant. At the same time, he took out the 9-dragon soul-snatching spear, a holy weapon in his hand, and stabbed it out without any hesitation. The demon slashed with the long sword in his hand. When the sound of metal clashing rang out, and a gap instantly appeared on the long sword in the demon's hand. However, he also took advantage of the moment when the long sword blocked Ye Bufan's spear and retreated rapidly. Then, 3 meters away, the long sword in Tianmo's hand was replaced by the 9-dragon soul-snatching spear. Taking a step forward, the demon rushed straight towards Ye Bufan. The same is true for Ye Bufan. Madness. The gun body shook, and Ye Bufan fired a shot at an extremely fast speed. Madness. However, he didn't expect that Tianmo also used his martial arts in an instant, causing his shooting speed to increase instantly. Dang dang dang. On the first floor of Tongtianwu Tower, Ye Bufan and Tianmo kept changing positions, and the 9-dragon soul-grabbing spears in their hands were colliding crazily. Within 1 second, they clashed dozens of times. With terrifying speed and fierce murderous intent, no one could do anything to anyone for a moment. Same strength, same martial arts, same equipment, the two men's combat power is exactly the same. When another gunshot collided, and Tianmo's figure suddenly retreated violently. 10 meters away, his 9-dragon soul-grabbing spear was suddenly replaced by the sky-slaying bow, and then an arrow was shot out at an extremely fast speed. The sound of a phoenix was heard, and a blood-red arrow flew straight towards Ye Bufan. Can you please stop being so shameless? Seeing the demon retreating violently and changing from close combat to long-range attack, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse angrily. However, his own figure also retreated violently, and at the same time, an arrow was shot out from the Lutian bow. The devil phoenix sings in the sky. Ye Bufan's was a rain of arrows. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp arrows were attacking from the sky. Ye Bufan used the 9 steps of Tenglong to instantly dodge an arrow from the sky demon. However, facing Ye Bufan's violent rain of arrows, the sky demon had nowhere to hide. The next second, he shot out another arrow, the same storm of arrows, meeting the arrows with arrows. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows collided and a sonic boom was heard. But at this moment, Ye Bufan attacked with a hail of arrows again. 1 step ahead, all steps ahead. When you are sick, I will naturally kill you. Unfortunately, although the initiative had been lost, the storm of arrows alone could not do anything to the demon. Seeing that there was no time to dodge, the demon did not hesitate at all and directly took out the Heaven Burial Palace and threw it out. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the sky full of sharp arrows scattered. But at this moment, Ye Bufan had taken the opportunity to come behind Tianmo, looked at Tianmo and sneered, "This time, let me see how you can block it." Before he finished speaking, the Burial Heaven Palace in Ye Bufan's hand had already smashed out, and attacked Tianmo with unstoppable force. The demon was shocked. He retreated quickly and turned to face the Burial Heaven Palace that was attacking him. He took out the Killing Heaven bow, replaced it with the Earth Soldier's long sword and slashed out with a 3-meter-long sword light. Martial arts, the sword energy is sweeping. Boom. With a loud bang, the sword energy dissipated. The Burial Heaven Palace continued to attack the demon without slowing down. 9 steps of the Soaring Dragon. The demon's figure flashed, and combined with his previous experience, he had fled hundreds of meters away. With a loud bang, the attack from the Burial Heaven Palace missed. However, although the Burial Heaven Palace's attack missed, before the heavenly demon could breathe a sigh of relief, a blood-red arrow had already struck him. It was Ye Bufan's Fengming Judian. There is no place to hide, no place to retreat. Seeing that time was running out, Tianmo made a move and directly swung his long sword across to block in front of himself. Bang! The blood-red arrow collides with the blade, and the holy soldiers clash with the earthly soldiers. Kachaka. On the blade, cracks instantly spread wildly around from the point of attack like bloody arrows. Seeing this scene, the demon's pupils shrank. Da da da. He used his long sword to block Feng Ming's arrow, and at the same time he kept retreating to weaken the power of Feng Ming's arrow. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Bang! The ground soldier's long sword shattered instantly, and the blade turned into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Without the obstruction of the ground soldiers, the blood-red arrow instantly struck the chest of the demon. Brush! The demon moved to the side as a blood-red arrow flew past his chest. Puff! The sharp arrow pierced his chest, leaving a scar and a trace of blood spurting out. Call! Tianmo felt pain but was relieved. If he was hit by this arrow, he would be seriously injured if not killed. It's a pity that Ye Bufan had finally gained the upper hand, so he naturally wouldn't let the demon go easily. As the saying goes, strike while you are ill, so the moment Ye Bufan shot the arrow, he had already retracted the longbow, recalled the burial heaven palace, and at the same time attacked the demon again. Now the demon narrowly dodged an arrow, but the heaven burial palace had already arrived in front of him. This time, Tianmo had no power to dodge at all. The moment he saw the burial heaven palace coming, his eyes widened. The next second, boom! The heaven burial palace fell directly on the body of the demon, impacting with terrifying force. Puff! The demon spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Boom! 100 meters away, the demon fell heavily to the ground, and then spurted out another mouthful of blood. His internal organs were shaking and Tianmo was seriously injured, but he still struggled to get up. Unfortunately, in the distance, Ye Bufan was under a hail of arrows, and thousands of sharp arrows were already attacking him. Ye Bufan also rushed over following the rain of arrows, giving the demon no chance to breathe. Seeing the rain of arrows coming, Tianmo was seriously injured. He knew that he could not dodge at all, or it was too late to dodge, so he directly threw the burial palace out. Use the power of the holy soldiers to counter the sharp arrows in the sky. In an instant, the burial palace collided with thousands of sharp arrows, and thousands of arrows disappeared instantly. Oh! In the distance, Ye Bufan sneered when he saw Tianmo taking out the burial heaven palace. You have the heaven burial palace, don't I have one? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan threw the burial heaven palace out without any hesitation. Boom! In an instant, the burial palace collided with the burial palace, and a huge roar was heard as the holy soldiers clashed. A similar scene had happened before, but Ye Bufan and Tianmo were evenly matched. But it is different now. Tianmo is seriously injured, and the force he uses to throw the burial palace is definitely not as strong as Ye Bufan's. Moreover, there is a violent rain of arrows that can offset the impact of the burial palace. Now, after one collision, Tianmo's burial palace is directly knocked away. Flying backwards towards the demon. Seeing this scene, the demon's pupils shrank. But it all happened too fast, too suddenly, and in the lightning-fast confrontation, he had no time to dodge. Boom! In an instant, Tianmo's own burial heaven palace smashed down on him mercilessly. Puff! Under the impact of the terrifying force, the demon spat out a mouthful of blood again and flew backwards. 20 meters away. Bang! The demon fell heavily to the ground. After being hit by the burial heaven palace twice in a row, the demon never stood up again this time. He supported half of his body with his right arm, and then spat out a mouthful of blood with a puff sound. Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of him. Same strength, same martial arts, same equipment, but so what? I will still beat you up. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan infused his divine martial 8 desolate power into his kick and kicked directly towards the demon. Bang! Ye Bufan kicked Tianmo on the head. A dull sound was heard and a violent force impacted the demon. Tianmo's body spun on the ground and flew backwards. Then, his body hit the wall heavily with a loud bang. Puff! The demon spat out a mouthful of blood and his body twitched. Call! Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous attacks and high-intensity performance of martial arts, although only for a short time, almost made his whole body fall apart and he was extremely tired. Now Ye Bufan finally understood what Dao Wuya's second level of assessment on combat awareness was. Same strength, same martial arts, same equipment. Although everything seems to be exactly the same, there is one difference, and that is the display of martial arts. At the same time, in the same situation, using different martial arts, the effects and power will definitely be different. The so-called combat awareness is an instinct, a perfect combination and effective use of martial arts in order to exert the greatest power in battle. Tianmo was not as skilled as Ye Bufan in the use of martial arts, so he was defeated after losing just one step ahead. But this is a one-on-one situation. What would happen if it was one-on-two? The situation is completely different. It would be impossible to win so easily. In fact, in Ye Bufan's opinion, it was simply invincible. But these are all matters of the second level. What Ye Bufan has to do now is to kill the demon in front of him. Only after destroying it can you enter the second level. Chapter 771, Cheating on the Master's Order. Although he had won the one-on-one battle, Ye Bufan had no confidence in the second level of one-on-two battles, let alone one-on-three or one-on-four. The same strength, the same everything. Ye Bufan really couldn't understand how Shi Feishuan broke through the 9th level and entered the 10th level. However, things will work out when the time comes. Ye Bufan believes that if Shi Feishuan can do it, he can do it too. Of course, Ye Bufan would not enter the second level so quickly. Now that he has the experience of the first level, Ye Bufan naturally needs to recover his own consumption first, and at the same time think about how to deal with the second level. After all, entering rashly would just be suicide, so it is always better to be prepared. In addition, when entering the Tongtianwu Tower, Ye Bufan's Tianyan Gai Ju's restrictions had been lifted, which should be the credit of Dao Wuya. Ye Bufan walked towards the demon step by step. The demon's blood-red eyes stared at Ye Bufan with endless murderous intent and anger. Unfortunately, he was so seriously injured that he couldn't even get up, let alone continue to attack Ye Bufan. "What are you staring at?" Standing in front of the demon, Ye Bufan shouted angrily. "Roar!" The demon immediately roared angrily. Bang! Ye Bufan kicked him directly and said, "Why, you still don't accept it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took out the Earth Soldier's longsword and slashed at the Sky Demon. "Go and deliver it." Buzz. However, just when Ye Bufan was about to chop off the demon's head with a knife, his movements paused. Ye Bufan then put away his sword, looked up and down at the demon, and murmured, You shouldn't be considered a human, right? In that case, can I control your soul? After controlling your soul, can I bring you to the second level? If possible. As he spoke, Ye Bufan's eyes lit up. It won't hurt anyway, let's give it a try. Immediately, Ye Bufan squatted down and controlled the soul of the demon in front of him. In the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan relied on the heavenly Dao soul crystal to soar from 3-star divine essence to the current 7-turn Jodian. Every time his cultivation level advances, one more soul controlling quota is added. Now Ye Bufan still has 13 soul controlling quotas, which is more than enough to control the soul of a celestial demon. Roar! Unfortunately, as soon as Ye Bufan used his soul control technique, he was resisted by the heavenly demon. The heavenly demon roared, murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and he suddenly stood up and pounced on Ye Bufan. Depend on. Ye Bufan cursed angrily, then kicked out directly. With a bang, the demon that pounced on him was kicked away by Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan took a quick step and chased after him. Bang! 10 meters away, the demon fell heavily to the ground, but Ye Bufan showed no mercy and kicked him away. Bang! The demon flew backwards again. Ye Bufan chased closely and continued to attack. Aren't you very fierce? Try being more fierce to me and see how I do it. You still dare to resist. Why don't you shout? I think highly of you because I control your soul. You are still resisting. Keep resisting. Bang, bang, bang. Ye Bufan cursed again and again, and at the same time continued to attack. If Ye Bufan had not wanted to control the soul of the demon, he would have been killed by now. 10 minutes later. Bang! Ye Bufan kicked the demon away, and the demon hit the wall, then slid to the ground, with its body twitching unnaturally. This time, let's see how you resist. Ye Bufan came in front of Tianmo and scolded him harshly. Then Ye Bufan squatted down without any hesitation and started to control the soul of the demon. This time, the demon did not resist, or it could be said that he was unable to resist at all. Buzz. After a moment, the demon's body trembled. Soul control is successful. Master, Master. Tianmo was lying on the ground, opening his eyes with difficulty, looking at Ye Bufan with great difficulty. Ye Bufan ignored the demon and looked towards the passage leading to the second floor. He had observed it when he defeated the heavenly demon just now, and the passage was not opened. Although the heavenly demon's soul was controlled now, if the passage was still not opened, then all this would be meaningless. If you want to enter the second level, you can only kill the demon. However, when Ye Bufan saw the entrance to the second floor of Tongtianwu Tower, he was overjoyed. The channel opened. This means that in order to pass the level, one does not necessarily have to kill the heavenly demon. Now that he has controlled the soul of the heavenly demon, he can be considered to have passed the level and can enter the second level. If you bring the demon into the second level, then inside the second level, it will not be 1 on 2, but 2 on 2. At that time, Ye Bufan could let the demons hold back one of the demons, and then he could do the same as in the first level, directly deal with one of them, and then join forces to kill the other one. In this way, it is not difficult to clear the second level. Not only that, by then he could control the souls of the 2 demons on the second floor as well, so when he entered the third floor, his side would be 4 against 3. After fourth level, 7 versus 4. Fifth floor, 11 versus 5. Sixth floor, 16 to 6. No, the sixth level should be 14 to 6. After all, Ye Bufan only has 13 soul controlling spots now, and with himself, the maximum number can reach 14. But this is enough. There are only 10 demons on the 10th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. 14 against 10. This is basically a game of abuse. It is not difficult to pass the 10th floor at all. As for the 20 demons on the 11th floor, 14 against 20. Even if we lose, it doesn't matter. After all, we can pass the level with full marks if we clear 10 floors. This is simply cheating. Not only is it cheating, but it is also about making huge profits. Think about the rewards of Tongtianwu Tower. Although Ye Bufan already has the Tianyan Gai Ju, there are still magical powers and secret techniques on the 9th floor, and on the 10th floor, you can choose the inheritance of the flag owner. This is definitely a step towards sainthood. Although Ye Bufan did not refine the inheritance crystal outside the god's tomb before, if he fails the assessment in the god's tomb in the end, then this inheritance would naturally not be wasted. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan was overjoyed. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Ye Bufan looked stunned by the whispering sound. Bang! After a moment, Ye Bufan slapped his head and said, yes, it is the soul control technique. Damn, this thing is tailor-made for cheating in Tongtianwu Tower. I understand. No wonder Dao Wuya refused to tell me what secret technique Shi Feishuan chose on the 9th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. It must be this soul controlling technique. He is worried that I might cheat, so he doesn't tell me, in order to prevent me from being reminded. In this way, all the problems can be explained, including the origin of the soul control technique, why Dao Wuya refused to talk about it, and why Shi Feishuan chose the soul control technique in the first place. As expected, the older you are, the wiser you are. This cheap master of mine is so awesome. He has been planning and plotting the inheritance of the god's tomb 100,000 years ago. Not bad, not bad. This young master is cheating on the orders of the master. Ha ha ha. Chapter 772, Advancing at a Rapid Pace. The secret art of controlling souls, one control at each level. Ye Bufan is now in the 7th level of the Jodian realm, and he still has 13 soul controlling slots, which means he can control the souls of 13 heavenly demons. In other words, the first 10 floors of the Tongtian Martial Tower no longer pose any threat to Ye Bufan, and it will be easy for him to pass them. In fact, it was not Tongtianwu Tower that was testing Ye Bufan, but Ye Bufan who was making things difficult for Tongtianwu Tower. Of course, this is only the first 10 floors of the Tongtianwu Tower. After all, starting from the 11th floor of the Tongtianwu Tower, the opponents Ye Bufan will face will increase exponentially. There are 20 celestial demons on the 11th floor. Ye Bufan's side needs to fight 14 against 20. It's scary just thinking about it. But that is all a matter for the future. For Ye Bufan, even if it is only the 10th floor, it is still a huge gain. The 8th level of the Tianyan Gai secret. 9 levels of magical powers and secret techniques. The 10th level inheritance of the 108 flag masters. I believe no one can resist such a generous reward, including Ye Bufan. Clear all 10 levels and earn rewards. With this thought, Ye Bufan looked at the seriously injured demon at his feet, and then without any hesitation, he threw out a few essence pills and said to the demon, "Eat it." Essence pills can not only restore lost energy and improve cultivation, but also nourish the body and recover from injuries. Although the recovery speed is far slower than those high-level healing pills, Ye Bufan only has essence pills and no other pills. Now that Tianmo is seriously injured, Ye Bufan doesn't want him to enter the second level like this. After all, that would be tantamount to seeking death. However, after this battle, Ye Bufan has made up his mind that he must prepare some other elixirs with him in the future. After all, it is always better to be prepared. Of course, that all happened after we left the cemetery of gods and demons. Looking at the several essence pills in front of him, Tianmo grabbed them and swallowed them without any hesitation. His soul has been controlled by Ye Bufan. Not to mention just asking him to eat a few pills, even if Ye Bufan asked him to commit suicide, he would do it without hesitation. After Tianmo took the essence pill, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to him. Instead, he began to recover his energy and adjust his state, preparing to deal with the second level of Tongtian Martial Tower with all his strength. So is Ye Bufan, and so is the demon. Time passed slowly as the two of them recovered and recuperated. Half an hour later, the demon's injuries have recovered. It must be said that the demon clan's recovery ability is absolutely amazing. And Ye Bufan's own condition has also been adjusted to the best condition. Walk. Ye Bufan walked directly towards the entrance to the second floor without any hesitation, and Tianmo followed closely behind him. At the entrance, Ye Bufan frowned slightly, then looked at Tianmo and said, "Go in." The reason why Tianmo was allowed to enter first was because Ye Bufan suddenly thought of a question: what if Tianmo could not enter the second floor of Tongtianwu Tower? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tianmo walked directly towards the black vortex in front of him without any hesitation. Call. The next second, a suction force came from the black vortex and swept away the heavenly demon directly. The heavenly demon instantly disappeared from Ye Bufan's sight, as if he had never appeared. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the demon could enter the second level, it would be fine. Then he did not stop and walked directly towards the black vortex leading to the second level. The suction force came and Ye Bufan disappeared into thin air. The second floor of Tongtianwu Tower. Everything here is the same as on the first floor, the same square space, the same black walls, but the space here is much larger than on the first floor. When Ye Bufan arrived, the demons from the first level were already waiting there. Swish. A moment later, two demons appeared out of thin air in the center of the space. Looking at the two demons in front of him, Ye Bufan curled up his lips into a smile. If it was 1-on-2, he might still have some concerns, but now it was 2-on-2, Ye Bufan was not afraid at all. Kill. As soon as Ye Bufan's word was uttered, the Lutian bow suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he grasped the bow, took a step forward, pulled the string, and concentrated the arrow. Ye Bufan was like this, and the demons around him were no exception. Similarly, the blood-colored arrows in the hands of the two demons on the opposite side have also taken shape. On the second floor of Tongtianwu Tower, Ye Bufan and the three great demons started with phoenix singing in the 9 heavens. Chirp, 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 chirp. 4 phoenix calls were heard in the space, and then both sides shot bloody arrows at each other. Bang, bang. In a brief moment, the sharp arrows collided and 2 sonic booms were heard. At the same time, both sides committed suicide. Ye Bufan's sky demon directly intercepted one of the sky demons, while Ye Bufan killed the other one. 2-on-2, fight to the death. Bang, bang, bang. In the second level of the Tongtianwu Tower, the two sides were fighting, and sonic booms sounded one after another. Phoenix's cry in the sky, violent storms and rain of arrows, crazy martial arts, sweeping swords, and a sword that kills the sky. The same martial arts were constantly performed, and the chaotic atmosphere was dizzying. With the experience of the first level, facing another celestial demon on the second level was no problem at all for Ye Bufan. Bang! 2 minutes later, Ye Bufan succeeded in his attack, knocking the demon away, and at the same time took the opportunity to attack wildly. After a while, the demon was defeated. Ye Bufan didn't stop and went straight to kill the other demon. 2 against 1, the second demon lasted less than a minute before being defeated. Ye Bufan cleared the second level of Tongtianwu Tower in just 3 minutes. His speed was absolutely outrageous. Of course, this was entirely because Ye Bufan cheated. However, it is difficult to disobey the master's orders. Since the master asked the apprentice to cheat, there is no reason for the apprentice to disobey. After defeating the two celestial demons, Ye Bufan directly controlled their souls and then helped them heal their wounds. At the same time, he and the other celestial demon also began to adjust their status. Half an hour later, Ye Bufan set out again. This time, he already had 3 demons in his hands, plus himself, which meant there were 4 people. The third floor of Tongtianwu Tower. After the 3-headed demon appeared here, Ye Bufan and his 4 companions rushed forward to kill it. 4-3. Ye Bufan's group defeated the enemies one by one, first 2 against 1, 2 against 2, then 3 against 1, 1 against 1, and finally 4 of them directly surrounded and beat up the last demon. In less than 5 minutes, all 3 demons on the 3rd level were defeated, and finally their souls were ruthlessly controlled by Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan now has 6 demons under his command, which makes 7 including himself. Another half hour later, Ye Bufan led the 6 demons into the 4th floor of Tongtian Martial Tower. This time, it was 7 against 4, and the 4 enemy demons had no chance to resist at all. In less than 3 minutes, it was a complete defeat. Ye Bufan successfully had 10 celestial demons in his hands, and with himself, there were 11 of them in total. On the 5th floor, 11 versus 5, Ye Bufan's team won. At this point, Ye Bufan had used up all of his 13 soul controlling quotas. After successfully controlling the souls of 13 demons, with Ye Bufan himself included, his party now had 14 people. Absolutely strength in numbers. The remaining demons were ruthlessly killed by Ye Bufan. On the 6th level, Ye Bufan's team fought 14 against 6, and with the numerical superiority, they almost completely defeated the other side's 6 celestial demons. 7th level, group fight, victory. 8th floor. Bang! As the last of the 8 demons fell, an old voice suddenly sounded in the 8th level space, but it was not Dao Wuya. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 8th level of Tongtian Martial Tower. The reward is the martial arts technique Tianyan Gai Ju. Call out. As soon as the old voice died, a jade slip appeared out of thin air in the center of the 8th layer of space, suspended in midair. Ye Bufan took a look and found that it was the Tianyan Gai Ju. However, he had already practiced the Tianyan Gai Ju, so this thing was naturally of no use to him. Originally, Ye Bufan wanted to take the jade slip away. After all, in Shi Feishuan's inheritance, the Tianyan Gui Ju could not be passed on to other people. But if he took the jade slip in front of him, then Ye Bufan could let others practice the Tianyan Gui Ju together. It's a pity that Ye Bufan underestimated the Tongtian Martial Tower, or rather, underestimated the Heavenly Palace's supervision of inheritance. The jade slip in front of him could only be read directly and could not be taken away. Ye Bufan thought about asking the people in the Burial Heaven Palace to come out and read the martial arts manuals. Unfortunately, although the Burial Heaven Palace could be used, the door of the palace could not be opened, and the people inside could not come to the Tongtian Martial Arts Tower where Ye Bufan was. Helplessly, Ye Bufan could only give up and lead the 13 demons directly into the 9th floor. On the 9th floor, Ye Bufan and his team were outnumbered by 14-9. The final result was self-evident, a complete victory. Congratulations to the challenger for passing the 9th level of Tongtianwu Tower. You will receive a reward, which is one of the 108 magical powers and secret arts of the Heavenly Palace. You can choose any one of them. Almost at the moment when the last demon fell to the ground, the old voice from before sounded again. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the old man finished speaking, jade slips appeared out of thin air in the 9th level of space. There are not many jade slips, but there are quite a few too. 108 jade slips, 108 kinds of magical powers and secret techniques of the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 773, Phoenix Nirvana, Devouring Souls and Controlling Souls. 108 jade slips, containing 108 kinds of magical powers and secret techniques of the Heavenly Palace. The moment Ye Bufan saw these jade slips appear out of thin air, he was slightly dazed. Then, without any hesitation, he took a few steps forward and grabbed one of the jade slips. Read. Buzz. The moment Ye Bufan read the jade slip, some information flooded into his mind. Avatar. Shadow Walking, Level 3. Auxiliary magical powers. After using them, the physical body can disappear into the void and hide between heaven and earth. Use your magical powers and consume your divine energy. The divine power is endless and the supernatural powers are endless. If you attack, you will reveal your figure directly. In addition, anyone with the same level of divine eye ability can see through it, and anyone with a cultivation level 3 levels higher than the caster can also see through it. The conditions for cultivation are to reach the peak of demigod status. Note: this magical power is one of the 108 magical powers and secret techniques that can be selected when passing the 9th level of Tongtianwu Tower. Once selected, it will be directly inherited and the rest of the magical powers and secret techniques will all disappear. This simple introduction made Ye Bufan's heart tremble, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Shadow Walking. 3rd level magical power. After using it, one can disappear into the void and hide in the world. The difference in cultivation level cannot be detected unless one is at level 3 or above. Although he didn't know what the 3rd grade magical power was, Ye Bufan knew that this magical power called Shadow Walking was definitely the best choice for running away and escaping. Just imagine, if you were being chased and had no way to escape and suddenly used this magical power, what kind of situation would it be and what would be the result? Disappeared without a trace. Once the opponent loses his target, you can take the opportunity to escape, which is equivalent to saving your life for free. Of course, in addition to running away and saving one's life, this magical power is also a powerful weapon for sneak attacks and assassinations. The means of hiding and not being discovered can definitely catch the enemy by surprise, making it difficult for people to defend themselves, and even kill them with one blow. Take Ye Bufan for example. Once he mastered the Shadow Walk, with his 7-turn circulation of Qi, he would dare to directly launch a sneak attack or assassinate a saint. After all, the opponent can't find me at all. If I'm strong enough, I can attack suddenly and kill him with one strike. Of course, if I fail to kill him with one strike, I can only run away. And if the opponent directly launches a group attack, the chances of being left behind or even killed are still very high. But none of that matters. The ability to approach a powerful saint by using the 7 revolutions of the heavenly Qi without being discovered was already incredible. It's a pity that the conditions for practicing this magical power made Ye Bufan feel helpless and even more frustrated. The peak of demigod. Ye Bufan has only completed the 7th cycle of cultivation and is still a long way from reaching the peak of demigodhood. It can be said that for Ye Bufan now, this shadow walk can only be viewed but not used. What does that feel like? Fuck it. Out of sight, out of mind. Ye Bufan let go of the jade slip and grabbed another one. Supernatural power, Nirvana and Reincarnation, level 3. When using offensive magical powers, one will consume all of the body's divine power and unleash an attack that is 1 to 3 levels beyond one's own cultivation level, indiscriminately strangling anyone within 1,000 meters around. The specific power varies from person to person. Remember, once this magical power is used, the user will fall into a weak state for the next 3 hours. If you don't destroy the enemy, you will perish yourself. Of course, if one is able to escape while in a weakened state, that is another matter. Cultivation conditions, peak demigod status. Note: this magical power is one of the 108 magical powers and secret techniques that can be selected when passing the 9th level of Tongtianwu Tower. Once selected, it will be directly inherited and the rest of the magical powers and secret techniques will all disappear. Unleash an attack power that is 1 to 3 realms beyond your own, and indiscriminately strangle everyone within a kilometer around you. This magical power was so powerful that it was outrageous. With Ye Bufan's cultivation level of 7 revolutions of the heavenly realm, if he could unleash a power that surpassed his own 3 realms, it would be equivalent to a full-strength attack from a high-level saint, or at the very least a mid-level saint. Wouldn't this kill a saint realm beginner warrior instantly? And it was a group attack within a kilometer. Kill the saint in one strike. Not only that, if used properly, it might be able to kill a group of warriors who have entered the saint realm in seconds. However, when Ye Bufan saw the conditions for practicing this magical power, he became confused and even more upset. Fuck you, why can only the demigods at the peak level practice this? Dao Wuya, you are really using these magical powers to irritate people, right? No matter how powerful your magical powers are, if you cannot practice and display them, they are just trash and useless. The peak of demigod. Ye Bufan decisively gave up this magical power. By the time he reached the peak of demigod, it would be too late and this magical power would have been forgotten. Then, Ye Bufan picked up another jade slip, which contained both magical powers and the peak of demigodhood. When Ye Bufan saw the word divine power, on the 4th one, he decisively stopped looking at it, because he had already discovered that the minimum requirement for practicing any magical power was to be at the peak of demigod status. Since it is impossible to practice, it is better not to look at it. After all, these magical powers are too tempting. Out of sight, out of mind. Ye Bufan read 7 jade slips in a row, and all of them were magical powers. He was so angry that he cursed Dao Wuya's whole family. Fortunately, the 8th jade slip was no longer a magical power. Secret technique, Phoenix Nirvana. The divine Phoenix Nirvana, reborn from the ashes. By practicing this secret technique, one can condense the divine Phoenix's will, and his soul will not disperse, and his body will not die. Once someone kills them, if their spirit is still there, they can burn their spirit and reunite their body. Moreover, after rebirth, there is a certain chance that their cultivation can be improved and they can break through their previous realm. Remember, although the divine Phoenix Nirvana technique has the power of rebirth after death, if one commits suicide blindly or allows oneself to be slaughtered in an attempt to improve one's cultivation in this way, then one is courting death. The divine Phoenix is noble, and even its will cannot be desecrated. Only an unyielding soul can nurture the divine Phoenix's will, causing the Phoenix Nirvana technique to become stronger and stronger. On the contrary, if the divine Phoenix's will dissipates, the divine Phoenix Nirvana technique will no longer exist. Conditions for cultivation: divine Phoenix blood essence. If you don't have that, Phoenix blood essence will also do. Introduction to cultivation: use the divine Phoenix, or the Phoenix's blood essence to condense the divine Phoenix's will. Once the will is formed, it can be gradually improved. Note: this secret technique is one of the 108 magical powers and secret techniques that can be selected when passing the 9th level of Tongtianwu Tower. Once selected, it will be directly inherited and the rest of the magical powers and secret techniques will all disappear. Quiet, deathly quiet. Looking at the secret technique in front of him, Ye Bufan was stunned and his mind was blank. Divine Phoenix Nirvana technique. The Phoenix is reborn from the ashes. Practicing this secret art is almost like having an immortal body. Seeing the divine Phoenix Nirvana technique, Ye Bufan couldn't help but think of the Ning family's heavenly demon 9 lives secret technique. The celestial demon has 9 lives and cannot be extinguished after 9 deaths. The Ning family's secret technique allows every practitioner to have 9 chances to die, which is equivalent to having 10 lives. However, practicing this secret technique will also cost a lot after death. Not only will the cultivation level drop, but it will also weaken the martial arts talent and cut off the practitioner's martial arts path. But what about the divine Phoenix Nirvana technique in front of us? Practicing this secret technique not only has no limitations, and allows unlimited resurrection, but also gives you the opportunity to improve your cultivation after rebirth and break through your previous realm. Compared to the divine Phoenix Nirvana technique, the Ning family's heavenly demon 9 lives secret technique is simply rubbish. Ye Bufan held the jade slip tightly in his hand. At this moment, he was really moved. The soul is immortal and the body is immortal. Who wouldn't want Xiaoqiang's invincible ability? But what is this divine Phoenix Essence Blood and Phoenix Essence Blood? Is there a divine Phoenix in Shenwu continent? Ye Bufan has never heard of it. As for the Phoenix, it seems that there is one in Wangyao mountain range, but he has only seen the Nether Blood Phoenix, the descendant of the Phoenix. After all, Xiaohuor in his Zhangtian Palace is the Nether Blood Phoenix. But is the Netherworld Blood Phoenix considered a phoenix? Ye Bufan didn't know. He immediately couldn't help but ask, "Senior, may I ask, is the Netherworld Blood Phoenix considered a phoenix?" Do you want to choose the divine Phoenix Nirvana technique? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya's voice sounded directly. I have this idea. Ye Bufan had no choice but to deny it. Dao Wuya did not hide anything. There are no phoenixes in Shenwu continent. The Nether Blood Phoenix you mentioned is not even a descendant of the phoenix. Even if you kill all the Nether Blood Phoenixes, you cannot condense a drop of phoenix blood. The real phoenix is born as a divine beast, and it can kill all the creatures in Shenwu continent with a single thought. Dao Wuya's words made Ye Bufan's heart tremble and his breathing stagnated. A newly born phoenix can destroy the entire Shenwu continent. Then what kind of strength does it have? Ye Bufan simply didn't dare to imagine it. But at this time, Dao Wuya spoke again. However, the so-called phoenix, on this Shenwu continent can actually be considered as the descendants of the phoenix. They have phoenix blood, although it is not much and not pure. But if you can take all the blood of 5 phoenixes, you should be able to condense a drop of phoenix blood essence to help you practice the Shenwang Nirvana technique. Your sister. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan said in confusion, 5 phoenixes are equivalent to 5 saints. If you want to practice the Divine Phoenix Nirvana technique, you have to kill 5 saints. Moreover, according to Dao Wuya, this method may not succeed. Ye Bufan was drunk. However, compared to those magical powers, the practice of the Divine Phoenix Nirvana technique seems to be much simpler. At least 5 phoenixes are needed to try to practice it. Moreover, just because I cannot destroy the phoenix for the time being, it doesn't mean that others cannot. At the beginning, I led my troops into the Wangyao Mountains under the pseudonym Yintianu, so why can't I do it again? However, Ye Bufan did not directly choose the Divine Phoenix Nirvana technique. After all, this was only the 8th magical technique he had examined, and there were still a full 100 left. Although Ye Bufan only looked at 8 of them, he already had an understanding in his mind. It's produced in Tiangong and is not a high-quality product. Among the 100 and hundreds of magical powers and secret techniques before us, none of them is simple. Now, he has reached the 9th floor of Tongtianwu Tower in less than a day. There is still plenty of time. He can slowly choose from the 108 magical powers and secret techniques. After all, the right one is the best. Immediately, Ye Bufan put down the jade slip of the Divine Phoenix Nirvana technique, and then picked up the 9th jade slip. Secret technique. Soul devouring and soul control. This secret technique can devour the mind and control the soul. Humans, demons, monsters, all races and things in the world can be controlled by me, become my puppets, and fight for me. In addition, from the day of practicing this secret technique, every time you advance a small realm, you can add 1 soul controlling quota. The lower your cultivation level when practicing, the more soul controlling quotas you will have in the future. Remember, when performing this secret technique, you must not control the soul of a spirit that has soul power far beyond your own. If you control the soul by force, you will inevitably suffer backlash. In the best case, your soul will be severely damaged, and in the worst case, your soul will be annihilated. Practice conditions. The soul has been formed, or the person who practices soul control can use his own soul power to infuse others. In this way, even if the controlled soul has not condensed the soul, as long as the soul is strong enough, he can practice soul-devouring soul control, but the soul of the infuser will be annihilated and die. Note: this secret technique is one of the 108 magical powers and secret techniques that can be selected when passing the 9th level of Tongtianwu Tower. Once selected, it will be directly inherited and the rest of the magical powers and secret techniques will all disappear. The conditions for cultivation are that the spirit and soul must have been formed, or is it that someone who has already practiced the art of controlling the soul can directly instill it into others? After the infusion, the person being infused masters the secret art of controlling the soul, and the soul of the person being infused dissipates. For some reason, Ye Bufan's heart trembled violently. Shock. Chapter 774 Dao Wuya, you come out here. Soul devouring and soul controlling technique. Isn't this my soul controlling technique? However, one of the training conditions made Ye Bufan more and more frightened the more he looked at it. According to the instructions above, if you want to practice the soul control technique, you must at least condense your soul, that is, reach the level of divine martial arts. When I first learned the soul control technique, I had just entered the Guiyuan realm. Obviously, Shi Feishuan chose the second way. She used her own soul power to infuse Ye Bufan. The result was beyond doubt. Shi Feishuan's soul was eventually destroyed and she completely disappeared. Ye Bufan never thought that the practice of soul-controlling technique would have such requirements. But she soon felt relieved. After all, she knew very well that Shi Feishuan had sealed her inheritance before she died, so even if she didn't do so, she would eventually die. In addition, there is one thing that Ye Bufan can never figure out. That is, no matter what Qin Shin said or the explanation of the soul control technique in front of her, all signs indicate that Shi Feishuan is dead and no longer exists. But when she was in the artifact space, she told herself that she was still alive. Ye Bufan was puzzled, but he didn't care too much. No matter what the reason, Ye Bufan had already mastered the soul-devouring and soul-controlling secret technique, so it was impossible for him to read the information in the jade slip. So he put the jade slip back and grabbed another jade slip, which was also the 9th one. Magical power. Seeing the word divine power, Ye Bufan ignored it directly. After all, only demigods at the peak could practice it. After the 10th jade slip, supernatural power. The 11th jade slip, supernatural power. The 12th jade slip, supernatural power. The 37th jade slip, supernatural power. The 38th Jade Slip, Supernatural Power. The 92nd Jade Slip, Supernatural Power. The 93rd Jade Slip, Supernatural Power. Fuck you, are you kidding me? Why are they all magical powers among the 93 Jade Slips, except for 2 which were secret techniques, the others were all magical powers. Moreover, among these only 2 secret techniques, one was one he had already learned. This situation made Ye Bufan very angry. If these magical powers were just ordinary magical powers, it would be fine, but they were so powerful that they were outrageous. Although Ye Bufan had the mentality of out of sight out of mind, and ignored the word magic power, as soon as he saw it, he still couldn't help but read the information of several of the Jade Slips during this period. As a result, Ye Bufan now has the urge to move all these magical powers away. He remembered that among the magical powers he had read, there was one called tens of millions of incarnations. The record he saw at that time was as follows. Magical power, tens of thousands of incarnations, incomplete, 3rd level. This magical power evolved from the 1st grade magical power, so its grade can only be considered as the 3rd grade. When practicing this magical power, at the beginning, you can use the divine power to condense an avatar to help fight, whose strength is equivalent to half of the original body. With continuous practice of this magical power, the number and strength of the clones will continue to increase. When practiced to perfection, one can condense 18 clones at the same time, and each of them will possess 80% of the strength of the original body. The conditions for cultivation are to reach the peak of demigod status. Note, this magical power is one of the 108 magical powers and secret techniques that can be selected when passing the 9th level of Tongtianwu Tower. Once selected, it will be directly inherited and the rest of the magical powers and secret techniques will all disappear. 18 clones, each of which possesses 80% of the strength of the original. What does this mean? Once this magical power is used in battle, it will be equivalent to being the first in the 19, an absolute group fight. But the damn training conditions made Ye Bufan feel like his balls were about to break. The peak of demigod, it's the peak of demigod again. There is not even a demigod in the entire Shenwu continent, let alone a peak demigod. This magical power is of no use. After seeing such magical power, Ye Bufan regretted it so much. In his opinion, he should not have looked at it at all. Now, he was completely making things uncomfortable for himself. Ye Bufan read the last 15 Jade Slips one by one, and miraculously 2 secret techniques appeared. Secret technique, Seal of the Law of Life. Performing this secret technique consumes 20% of one's total divine power energy, instantly recovering all damage except for the soul, and restoring one's condition to its peak. This secret technique can only be performed 3 times a day. Cultivation conditions. Use the secret technique as a guide and the essence of life as a supplement to reshape the body. Note, this secret technique is one of the 108 magical powers and secret techniques that can be selected when passing the 9th level of Tongtianwu Tower. Once selected, it will be directly inherited and the rest of the magical powers and secret techniques will all disappear. The moment Ye Bufan saw this secret technique, his blood began to boil. What would be the result if the secret art of Seal of the Law of Life was combined with the art of returning to oneness of heaven? He is simply an invincible cockroach. But what is this life essence? Ye Bufan had never seen it, let alone heard of it. Of course, although this secret technique is powerful, it only makes Ye Bufan excited. The remaining 4th secret technique, which is also the last secret technique among the 108 secret techniques and magical powers, makes Ye Bufan afraid just by looking at it. Mysticism, Death Curse. This secret technique requires one to curse other living beings at the cost of oneself, causing equal damage to other living beings. For example, if one curses at the cost of one's own 3rd order cultivation, then the cursed person's cultivation will also drop by 3 levels. If one curses the other person at the cost of one's own life, then one can also exchange one's life for another's, and perish together with the other person. The curse cannot be avoided. Within the same continent, there is no distance limit. In addition, a person who has surpassed one's own cultivation by 1 major realm or more cannot curse him. It can be used by anyone whose cultivation level differs by a certain major realm, and can be used to curse those whose cultivation level is lower than one's own, without any restrictions. This secret technique can only be performed once a month. Remember, this is a secret technique and even a forbidden technique. Never use it lightly. Once used, all traces must be erased. Otherwise, all people related to the caster will be hunted down by the temple and various forces. The cycle of martial arts never ends until death. Cultivation conditions. None. Note: this secret technique is one of the 108 magical powers and secret techniques that can be selected when passing the 9th level of Tongtianwu Tower. Once selected, it will be directly inherited and the rest of the magical powers and secret techniques will all disappear. Exchange cultivation for cultivation. Life for life. In short, it means paying the same price for the same damage. This secret technique is so powerful that it is terrifying. No, it should be said that it is so powerful that it is terrifying. Take Ye Bufan for example. Although he has only completed the 7th cycle of the Qigong, if he uses this secret technique, he can exchange his life with that of any other Shenwu venerable in the Shenwu continent, and die together in the end, and he can kill the other party without the other party's knowledge. Moreover, this curse cannot be avoided, which means that the opponent cannot resist it at all. Once it is used, the person will die. The most important thing is that this secret technique has no training conditions, which means that anyone can practice it. The only drawback is that this is a forbidden technique. According to Dao Wuya, if it is practiced or used, once discovered by others, then both the practitioner himself and those who are familiar with him will suffer endless hunting until their final death. Although Ye Bufan didn't know what the temple mentioned in this information was, nor did he know who these major forces were referring to, but Ye Bufan was sure that the price of using forbidden techniques was definitely not something that everyone could afford. One person's mistake can lead to the death of the entire family. Use forbidden techniques to wipe out everyone related to the user. Even so, the horror of this secret technique, the death curse, cannot be denied. However, Ye Bufan directly excluded this secret technique. After all, no one would exchange life for life unless it was an unavoidable blood feud or a furious counterattack before death. As for weakening the other party's cultivation, that is meaningless unless Ye Bufan can take this secret technique away and let others practice it. But unfortunately, he obviously couldn't take this secret technique away. Therefore, there are only two choices before Ye Bufan now, which are also two secret techniques among the 108 magical powers and secret techniques: Phoenix Nirvana Technique and Seal of the Law of Life. In comparison, Ye Bufan should choose the Phoenix Nirvana Technique. After all, he still has the opportunity to practice this secret technique. However, if he wants to practice the Seal of the Law of Life, he needs the essence of life. Ye Bufan has never heard of this thing, let alone seen or obtained it. But if he had to choose the Phoenix Nirvana Technique, Ye Bufan would be unwilling to do so. After all, these secret techniques were too tempting, and I believe no one could refuse them. This is true not only for secret techniques, but also for supernatural powers. Although Ye Bufan is unable to cultivate supernatural powers now, what about in the future? As long as one reaches the peak of demigod, one can practice these magical powers. And, with any one of these magical powers, Ye Bufan believes that he can definitely become invincible as a demigod. Because of this, Ye Bufan found it difficult to make a choice for a while. He wants both the secret arts and the supernatural powers. The best thing would be to pack up all the 108 supernatural powers and secret techniques and take them all away. But obviously, this is impossible. You can only choose one out of the 108 magical powers and secret techniques. The divine phoenix is reborn, and its body remains immortal. Shadows walk, hiding the world. The law of life is endless. Tens of millions of incarnations, 18 avatars. Death curse: if you dare to mess with me, we will die together. It would have been fine if I hadn't seen all these supernatural powers and secret techniques, but I saw them now. Ah! Faced with a difficult decision, Ye Bufan let out a long roar and shouted, "Dao Wuya, come out here." Chapter 775 Entering the 11th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. "Dao Wuya, come out here." Ye Bufan shouted loudly, and his voice echoed in the 9th floor of Tongtianwu Tower and did not dissipate for a long time. After a moment, Dao Wuya's voice slowly rose. "Little guy, what's the matter with you?" There was a hint of impatience in his voice. Although Dao Wuya no longer exists and his soul and body have completely perished, his will is eternal in the cemetery of gods and demons, and he also has his own independent thinking. He could swear that in all the time that the cemetery of gods and demons had existed, Ye Bufan was definitely the most annoying and nagging person, without a doubt, in millions of years. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be too lazy to continue paying attention to Ye Bufan. This kid is simply a problem teenager. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan said without hesitation, I just want to ask you, as long as I obtain your inheritance, everything in this god and demon cemetery will belong to me alone. Yes. Dao Wuya did not deny this. Ye Bufan did not stop and asked, are the 108 magical powers and secret techniques also included in this? These magical powers and secret techniques are so tempting that I believe no one can resist them. One is too little, I want them all. Yes. Dao Wuya still did not deny it. After all, magical powers and secret techniques were part of his inheritance. That would be best. Ye Bufan responded and said, one last question, is there no limit to the assessment of Tongtianwu Tower? Can any method be used? Dao Wuya was speechless. Little guy, do you think there is a method more extreme than soul control? After a pause, Dao Wuya continued, there are no restrictions in Tongtianwu Tower, and all methods are allowed. Just like the soul-controlling technique you performed, this is an opportunity that belongs to you, and naturally it is also a part of your strength. As long as you have the ability, even if you skip the middle 16 floors and go directly from the first floor to the 18th floor, that is also possible. That's best. After responding, Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, okay, it's okay, you can go. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya was speechless. He even had the urge to beat Ye Bufan up. After all, I was once the Palace Master of Heaven, a powerful person who dominated a region. Now you can call me when you want and send me away when you want. Is that really okay? Despite this, Dao Wuya still did not react. Ye Bufan ignored Dao Wuya and looked at the 108 magical powers and secret techniques in front of him. These secret techniques and magical powers are what I want, as well as the Heavenly Palace inheritance. I will take them all away. With 91 points in the first level and at least 100 points in the second level, Ye Bufan believed that such results were absolutely outstanding and he would definitely have a chance to seize Dao Wuya's inheritance. But now among the 108 magical powers and mysteries, he must choose one first. It's you. As the sound rang out, Ye Bufan directly chose the Divine Phoenix Nirvana technique among the 4 great secret techniques. In comparison, the Divine Phoenix Nirvana technique is more suitable for him. After Ye Bufan read the cultivation method of the Divine Phoenix Nirvana technique, the other 107 jade slips all disappeared. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. The Divine Phoenix Nirvana technique is already in hand, and all that's left is the Phoenix essence and blood to begin practicing. But that was all later. What he had to consider now was how to pass all 18 floors of the Tongtianwu Tower. Clear the second level, enter the third level, and try every possible means to seize the Dao Wuya inheritance. Walk. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan did not stop and directly brought the 13 heavenly demons into the 10th floor. 14 vs 10. The result was beyond doubt, Ye Bufan's side still won easily. At this point, Ye Bufan has already passed the Tongtian Martial Tower. Even if he quits now, he will have scored a full 100 points in this level, and he can also obtain the inheritance of any one of the 108 flag masters and become a saint directly. But this is clearly not enough. The inheritance of the 108 flag masters is no match for the inheritance of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace. What's more, obtaining the inheritance of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace is equivalent to obtaining the entire cemetery of gods and demons. At that time, not to mention the inheritance of the 108 flag masters, even the inheritance of the 72 concubines of the Heavenly Palace, the 18 divine generals, and the 3 supreme beings will all be yours. Therefore, just clearing the 10th level is far from enough. After all, after the 10th level, starting from the 11th level, each level cleared will increase 2 points. There are 6 floors from the 11th to the 18th floor, with a total of 12 points. Although 12 points are not a lot, it will make a difference if they are added to the total score. Take Ye Bufan for example, he now has 91 points in the first level and 100 in the second level. If he adds 12 points, it means he has passed both the first and second levels with full marks, and he will have 3 more points, which can completely make up for the next level. Although Ye Bufan didn't know what the scores at each level were for, it would definitely not be wrong to get a high score. However, after clearing the 10th floor, Ye Bufan did not directly enter the 11th floor. After all, the situation on the 11th floor would change, and he would face 20 opponents at that time. 14 versus 20. At that time, not only will our side no longer have any advantages, but we will also be besieged and beaten up. Just like when our group beat up the opponents on the 10th floor before, that feeling was definitely not pleasant. The numerical suppression no longer exists, so we can only think of other ways. But how to deal with this becomes a problem. Brainstorm. If the Heaven Burial Palace could be opened, the more than 10,000 fanatics in the Demon Sealing Institute inside could still help Ye Bufan with advice, but it was a pity that the Heaven Burial Palace could not be opened now. In addition, although the 13 heavenly demons have surrendered to Ye Bufan, they are merely opponents created by the Tongtian Martial Tower. It is obviously impossible to ask them to help with strategy. Therefore, Ye Bufan still has to rely on himself. So, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the 13 heavenly demons, but began to think alone about how to deal with the 20 heavenly demons of the same strength on the 11th floor of Tongtian Martial Tower. In the 10 days in the God's Tomb, Ye Bufan passed the first level of spiritual power and the second level of combat power assessment in less than a day, and there were still 9 days left, which was more than enough time. Ye Bufan is like this, but others are different. Why am I here? Why did I get out? What happened just now? Didn't I enter the God's Tomb? What's going on? Senior Gravekeeper, what's going on? Outside the main hall of the God's Tomb, one after another, the assessment members exited the tomb. They were confused and stunned. No one knew what had happened to them, because they had completely forgotten everything that had happened inside the tomb. You have failed the assessment and can leave the cemetery of gods and demons now. Looking at the people in front of him, the Gravekeeper said calmly, and then he waved his hand. What? You failed the test? Are you kidding me? Senior, how did we fail? In response to the Gravekeeper's words, the people in front of him started asking questions one after another. They seemed unable to accept the inexplicable failure. Unfortunately, the Gravekeeper didn't make any response at all. They disappeared before their eyes and were directly expelled from the cemetery of gods and demons by the Gravekeeper. In the next 2 days, people dropped out of the cemetery of gods and demons one after another. Without exception, all of these people failed the first level of the assessment in advance and were eliminated directly. Of course, this is not because the first level of assessment has ended, but because these people failed the assessment directly due to various mistakes. Nowadays, most people still remain at the first level, and naturally, many people have entered the second level. It's just that each person gets a different score. Compared to the mental power assessment in the first level, the combat power assessment in the second level is obviously much more difficult. Many people failed as soon as they entered the first level. Of course, there were a few people who successfully entered the second level, but they could only stop there. The third day in the God's Tomb. The 10th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. Walk. Ye Bufan glanced at the 13 heavenly demons behind him, and then walked directly towards the black vortex in front. Today, we entered the 11th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. 14 verses 20, Fight. Chapter 776, Boy, you cheated. The 11th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. Having experienced the first 10 floors, Ye Bufan now has a clear understanding of the situation in Tongtianwu Tower. As soon as he entered the 11th floor, before the 20 heavenly demons appeared, Ye Bufan had already retreated to the wall, and at the same time, 8 heavenly demons blocked his way. Bang, bang, bang. Afterwards, the 8 celestial demons took out the Heaven Burial Palace and lined up in a row 50 meters in front of them. The huge palace was tightly surrounded to form a metal defense line. At the same time, the remaining 5 demons did not hesitate at all, they rushed out one by one. In the center of the space, 4 celestial demons are located in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, northeast and southwest. Each celestial demon is about 100 meters apart, and the 5th celestial demon stands proudly in the center. This strange formation was the way of fighting that Ye Bufan had painstakingly thought out over the past 2 days. If you are unable to defeat the enemy and do not have absolute numerical superiority, then you should weaken the opponent as much as possible. It took only 2 seconds for Ye Bufan and his group to form their battle formation. Swish, swish, swish. A moment later, 20 celestial demons appeared out of nowhere. As soon as they appeared, they roared in unison. Not surprising. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He just shouted, self-destruct. Call. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the space around the 5 celestial demons who were in the same position as the 20 celestial demons in the center began to twist, and then their bodies expanded rapidly. Everything seemed long, but in fact it was just a moment. In less than a second, the bodies of the 5 demons had turned into a sphere, and were still expanding rapidly. Run! Seeing this scene, the 20 demons that had just appeared had almost no hesitation, let alone any blockage, they directly rushed in all directions. The speed is extremely fast. Unfortunately, the 20 heavenly demons were obviously not as fast as the 5 heavenly demons on Ye Bufan's side. Rapidly expanding body. A crazy surge of energy. The next second, 5 demons at the 7th level of the Jodian realm mobilized all their abilities and collectively exposed themselves. Boom, 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 boom. 5 thunderous noises shook the space, and terrifying energy impacted in all directions. Although the 20 celestial demons had already fled, they had limited time. Almost the moment they took a step, the terrifying energy had enveloped them. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, all 20 demons were knocked away without exception, although they were in different positions. 20 figures flew backwards in midair. Puff, puff, puff. The terrifying energy impact caused all 20 demons to spit out blood. At the same time, the demon that was closer to the 5 demons on Ye Bufan's side was even more shattered by the terrifying energy impact. For a moment, blood was flowing, broken limbs and flesh were everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. A terrifying shock came. Bang bang bang. The 8 burial heaven palaces in front of Ye Bufan and his group were hit by the energy of the self-destruction and made a loud noise. Without exception, all 8 burial heaven palaces were repelled and flew back towards Ye Bufan and his group. However, before the 8 burial heaven palaces arrived, they were blocked by the 8 heavenly demons in front of Ye Bufan. The arms of the 8 heavenly demons trembled slightly, but the flying burial heaven palace was also blocked by them. Far away. Bang, bang, bang. 20 demons fell to the ground one after another. They struggled in pain and screamed and wailed. In just a few seconds, the 5 elements of the 7 revolutions self-destructed. The energy was so terrifying that just a momentary impact made the 20 demons collectively lose their ability to fight. As for the 5 demons who self-destructed, they had already disappeared without a trace, not even a bone was left. Everything disappeared, leaving only the faint smell of blood in the air. The 8 demons in front of Ye Bufan put away the heaven burial palace at the same time, and everything was revealed before his eyes. Looking at the demon lying on the ground, seriously injured and struggling in pain, Ye Bufan smiled. This was the countermeasure he had spent 2 days thinking of. These demons were simply unable to resist and could not withstand the impact of the self-detonation of the same strength. This is also true. The 5 great demons self-destructed. Although the 20 demons were not killed instantly, they had lost their ability to fight. Now Ye Bufan can kill them just like killing chickens. Of course, this kind of countermeasure can only be done by Ye Bufan, who has the soul control technique in Tongtianwu Tower. After all, without the soul control technique, Ye Bufan cannot control the soul demon, and without the soul control demon, Ye Bufan cannot self-destruct. Is he going to blow himself up? Ye Bufan is not so stupid. Although he will not really die in the Tongtianwu Tower even if he self-destructs, the self-destruction is equivalent to death, and death means the end of the assessment. However, the demons will not perish collectively because of his self-destruction. In other words, he will eventually end in failure at this level. In this case, self-destruction would have no meaning at all. Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan stepped forward and selected a less injured demon from the 20 demons to control his soul, in order to complete his 13 demons. As for the remaining demons, they were all naturally killed. The moment Ye Bufan controlled the souls of the 5 demons and killed the remaining demon, the old voice in the space also sounded at the same time. Congratulations to the candidate for passing the 11th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. The combat awareness has reached the 1st level, and the assessment score has increased by 2. First level of combat awareness. The old voice made Ye Bufan slightly stunned. It was obvious that he had no idea what the so-called 1st level combat awareness meant. But it doesn't matter anymore, as long as I have successfully passed the 11th level. Not only that, if the 11th floor can be cleared in this way, then the remaining 7 floors can naturally be cleared as well. Clearing the 18th level is easy. But at this moment, Dao Wuya's slightly dissatisfied voice suddenly sounded, "Boy, you are cheating." Forehead. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Afterwards, Ye Bufan said with a smile, "Senior, where did I cheat?" Without waiting for Dao Wuya to speak, Ye Bufan continued, Senior, you said it yourself, soul control is also a part of my own strength. In this case, as my puppets, why can't I let these demons self-destruct? As Ye Bufan spoke, Dao Wuya immediately lost his temper. This kid is so shameless. The Tongtian Martial Tower is clearly used to test the combat awareness of candidates, but what has it become for him? It would have been fine if the soul-controlling demon had helped in the battle, but now they were actually asking the demon to self-destruct. In this way, it is entirely possible for Ye Bufan to clear all 18 floors of the Tongtianwu Tower. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that each level after the 10th level has a 2-point bonus, which adds up to 16 points, which can completely affect the assessment of the entire Tomb of the Gods. If you just clear the 10th level and get full marks on this level, that's fine. But now, originally, Dao Wuya was going to use these 12 points to reward those candidates with incredible combat awareness. In this way, even if it affects the entire assessment, it doesn't matter. But Ye Bufan didn't rely on combat awareness. It's just so disgusting that it has no limits. However, it would be meaningless even if Tianya was dissatisfied. After all, the assessment of the god's tomb was set by him before his death, and now he only had his immortal will left and he couldn't change it at all. If anyone is to be blamed, it can only be blamed on him for not including the soul-controlling technique in the rewards for the 8th floor. If there was no soul-controlling technique, the sudden change would not have happened. But this cannot be blamed on Dao Wuya. After all, he just randomly chose 108 magical powers and secret techniques. Now it's okay, we can only let it go. Senior. Seeing that Dao Wuya had lost his voice, Ye Bufan couldn't help but call out, but unfortunately Dao Wuya ignored him. Senior. Are you okay? Then may I continue? Seeing Dao Wuya didn't respond, Ye Bufan called out several times but nothing happened, so he stopped hesitating and waved his hand, saying, let's go, start from the 12th floor. Today, I must break through all 18 floors of the Tongtianwu Tower. I will do it with 12 points. Chapter 777, the last level, defending the city. Tongtianwu Tower, 12 floors. Ye Bufan and his party had just entered here, and before the 30 heavenly demons appeared, a group of heavenly demon puppets had already formed a formation and were ready to fight. To be on the safe side, the number of the 5 self-destructing demons increased to 7. At the same time, after the 7 demons were distributed in the center of the space, the Heaven Burial Palace in their hands was transformed into the largest state, with a distance of 200 meters, blocking Ye Bufan in front of him with a surrounding force. 150 meters behind the 7 Heaven Burial Palaces are the remaining 6 heavenly demon puppets, and 50 meters behind these 6 heavenly demon puppets is Ye Bufan. It is obvious that after the 11th level of testing, Ye Bufan changed his tactics. The power of the 7-headed, 7-turned Jodian realm demon puppets that self-destructed at the same time would surely be astonishing, and the energy generated by the self-destruction would inevitably impact the burial heaven palace that they were using for defense. Once the burial palace is knocked away, the remaining 6 demon puppets in front of Ye Bufan will throw out the burial palace in their hands. Use the burial palace to impact the burial palace. In this way, the energy impact generated after the self-explosion will be weakened to the greatest extent. Even if it cannot be completely offset, there are still 6 demons to resist it. In this way, Ye Bufan is absolutely safe. The strongest attack after the self-destruction, the strongest defense under the burial heaven palace, facing the last 7 floors of the Tongtianwu Tower with the most high-profile attitude. This is Ye Bufan's tactic. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Almost at the moment when Ye Bufan's side had just deployed their battle formation, the 30 celestial demons on the 12th floor of the Tongtian Martial Tower had already appeared. Burst. The 30 celestial demons had not yet figured out what was going on, but Ye Bufan's men, who were at the center of the space and the 7 celestial demon puppets among the 30 celestial demons, did not hesitate at all. Their bodies expanded rapidly, and terrifying energy leaked out. Boom. 7 loud noises merged into one. Thunder roared. The space vibrates. The earth trembled. Bang, bang, bang. Without exception, all the 30 demons were instantly enveloped and impacted by the terrifying energy generated by the self-explosion of the 7 demon puppets. In a flash, 30 demons flew backwards. Broken limbs and pieces of flesh. A bloody mess. Bang, bang, bang. A few seconds later, 30 demons landed on the ground at the same time. They are dying. During this period, Ye Bufan's side also successfully blocked and offset the terrifying impact force generated by the self-detonation of the 7 demon puppets. The battle had just begun, but it ended early. Ye Bufan did not stop, and directly selected 7 of the least injured demons from among the seriously injured demons to supplement his puppet army. The rest of the demons will be killed. After the last demon was killed, the old voice from inside the Tongtianwu Tower rang out. Congratulations to the candidate for successfully passing the 12th floor of the Tongtianwu Tower. His combat awareness has reached the 2nd level, and he will be awarded an extra score of 2. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. After expanding the number of heavenly demon puppets to 13, Ye Bufan began to help them heal their injuries. When their injuries were almost recovered, they went directly to the next level. On the 13th floor of Tongtianwu Tower, there are 40 celestial demons. The 7 great demon puppets exploded. Without a doubt, the battle was resolved within seconds, achieving complete victory. The combat awareness reached the 3rd level, and an extra score of 2 was awarded. On the 14th floor of Tongtianwu Tower, there are 50 celestial demons. The 8 demon puppets exploded. There was still no suspense, the battle was resolved within seconds, a complete victory, and the combat awareness reached the 4th level, with an additional score of 2 awarded. After explode, 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 Ye Bufan led the 13 demon puppets and advanced rapidly all the way. As long as the opponent demons showed up, the demons under Ye Bufan would directly self-destruct, giving them no chance to think, escape or dodge, and would all perish together with the force of thunder. Bloody and violent. I've been self-destructing all the way. Absolute madness. The 18th floor of the Tongtianwu Tower is also the last floor of the entire Tongtianwu Tower. The space here has expanded many times compared to the first floor. Even compared to the previous 17 floors, it has expanded twice as much. At first glance, there is no end in sight. But think about it, if the space on each of the 18 floors of the Tongtianwu Tower remained the same size as the space on the first floor, then fighting would be impossible. Let's take the 18th floor for example. If the space here was the same as the first floor, there would be no need to fight in a 1-to-90 situation, and they would just be beaten up. The space is infinite just to allow the challenger to maximize his or her full combat power, but obviously this has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. After entering the 18th floor, Ye Bufan did not move, and the 13 demon puppets under his command rushed towards the center after leaving behind 13 burial palaces. This time, 13 celestial demons exploded at the same time. In fact, on the previous 17 floors, the 13 demons had already collectively self-destructed. After all, on the 17th floor, they had to face 80 demons. If the self-destruction was not powerful enough and could not make all the demons lose their combat effectiveness in one blow, it would definitely not be a good thing for Ye Bufan's side. If you want to win by self-destruction, you must defeat the enemy in one blow and make all the demons lose their ability to fight. A moment later, 90 celestial demons appeared at the same time, their black bodies flashing with cold metallic light. There were 90 celestial demons, and just looking at them made people's scalp tingle. Burst. On Ye Bufan's side, the 13 demon puppets exploded at the same time without any hesitation. Boom. The deafening sound and thunder shook the 8 directions. Even though Ye Bufan was far away, his ears were buzzing. Temporary hearing loss. Bang, bang, bang. Under the impact of the violent force, all 90 demons flew backwards without exception. Blood, minced meat. The space was filled with the smell of blood. Bang. The terrifying force hit the Burial Heaven Palace in front of Ye Bufan, causing all 13 Burial Heaven Palaces to fly backwards, and attacked Ye Bufan with unstoppable force. Shenwu 8 Desolations, triple strength. Ye Bufan did not stop. He used his martial arts, his strength increased rapidly, then he threw the Burial Heaven Palace out and attacked the Burial Heaven Palace directly in front of him. Boom. The 2 burial palaces collided, a thunderous sound was heard, and the terrifying force was so strong that the other burial palaces around them deviated from their original positions and flew backwards. At the same time, a huge air wave swept towards Ye Bufan. With a bang, Ye Bufan's body was knocked flying to a place more than 100 meters away. Then Ye Bufan landed on the ground with a bang, and then slid for dozens of meters before finally stopping. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Ye Bufan's mouth, and the entire space fell into deathly silence. Everything returned to calm. In the center of the space, 90 demons lay on the ground, struggling and wailing. Call. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There is no doubt that after this explosion, the 90 demons on the 18th floor have lost their ability to fight. After a moment, Ye Bufan did not stop, but stepped forward and killed the 90 demons one by one. Now that it is the last level of Tongtian Martial Tower, there is no need for Ye Bufan to keep Tianmo as his puppet. After all, Tianmo cannot be taken out of Tongtian Martial Tower, and a puppet at the 7th level of Zhoutian Realm is too weak for Ye Bufan. Bang! The last demon was killed by Ye Bufan and collapsed to the ground. At this time, the old and familiar voice sounded at the same time. Congratulations to the candidate for passing the 18th floor of Tongtian Martial Tower. The combat awareness has reached the 8th level, and the score has been increased by 2. Call. Hearing this voice, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He finally passed the test. But at this moment, the old voice sounded again. Congratulations to the candidate for passing all 18 levels of Tongtianwu Tower. Your score has been increased by 12 points. The final score of this round of assessment is 112 points. Successfully passed. Congratulations to the candidate for clearing all 18 levels of Tongtianwu Tower and obtaining the opportunity to claim the Lord's divine weapon. Well, when the old voice fell, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, he remembered that after clearing all 18 levels of Tongtianwu Tower, he could also recognize the magic weapon of the master. Although Ye Bufan had no information or concepts related to the Earth Divine Weapon in his mind, he was still inexplicably excited, happy and thrilled. There is no doubt about the power of Tongtianwu Tower, from now on it is his. In this case, how could Ye Bufan not be excited? Boy, you think too much. But at this moment, Dao Wuya suddenly said, you just get the opportunity to get the Earth God weapon to recognize you as its master, it doesn't mean that Tongtianwu Tower will be yours from now on. What's the meaning? Dao Wuya's sudden voice startled Ye Bufan. Dao Wuya smiled and said, it's very simple. Tongtianwu Tower belongs to Tiangong. If you want to get Tongtianwu Tower, you must pass all the tests of the deity, obtain the final inheritance, and become the master of my Tiangong. Otherwise, forget about Tongtianwu Tower. And even if you become the palace master of the heavenly palace, you only have one chance to claim the Tongtianwu Tower as your master. Once you fail, from now on, you will never be able to claim the Tongtianwu Tower as your master again. This is the same for everyone. Your sister. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately started cursing. To put it bluntly, if I want this Tongtianwu Tower, not only do I have to pass all the tests, but I also have to recognize the master myself. And I may not be able to succeed in recognizing the master. Yes. Ye Bufan didn't even bother to pay attention to Dao Wuya, and said directly, stop talking nonsense, I have already passed the Tongtianwu Tower, what is the next level? How many levels of your assessment are left? The inheritance of the heavenly palace is determined by this young master. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya did not pause and said slowly, there are 3 levels in this assessment, and now there is only the 3rd level left, which is also the last level of the entire assessment. As for what the last level is, after hesitating for a while, Dao Wuya said, the last level, defend the city. P.S. I helped my brother move 3,000 kilograms of apples this afternoon. I am completely exhausted. I will only update once today. Sorry. Chapter 778 I give up the 3rd level assessment. Defending the city. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, Dao Wuya, are you mistaken? The 1st level is about spiritual power, the 1st level is about combat awareness, I can understand all of these, but what is this about defending the city? What is the assessment? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya explained, the 3rd level, defending the city, tests the candidate's command ability. Commander ability. Ye Bufan groaned. Dao Wuya continued, that's right, the ability to command. My heavenly palace has 108 flags in the 3 halls and tens of millions of disciples. As the master of the heavenly palace, if I don't have enough power to command, how can I lead the heavenly palace to return to its former peak in the future, or even surpass it? Boy, my tomb has existed for tens of millions of years. During this period, you are the 2nd candidate to enter the final level. I hope you will not disappoint me. Also, I have to remind you that the 3rd level is not as difficult as the 1st level. The 3rd level of the test is not in the God's tomb. I will use the power of inheritance to send you to the endless wasteland. You don't need to know where the endless wasteland is. You only need to know that your mission is to defend the city you are in for 24 hours. 24 hours later, my inherited power will lead you back to the God's tomb. At that time, the God's tomb will give you a score for this level based on your performance in the Endless Wasteland city defense battle, including the number of enemies killed, casualties on your side, and the degree to which the city was captured. The 3 levels of the Divine Tomb examination are all over. Add up the scores of the 3 levels. If the total score reaches the minimum requirement of this deity, then you can enter the Hall of Inheritance to receive the inheritance of this deity. From now on, you are the master of my heavenly palace, and the entire cemetery of gods and demons belongs to you alone. The 18 generals and 3 supreme beings you saw earlier are only part of the inheritance in the god and demon cemetery. In this god cemetery, there is also the treasure house of my heavenly palace. Inside the treasure house is stored all the wealth that my heavenly palace has accumulated over the past 1.37 million years. This includes divine pills, divine crystals, divine stones, divine powers, secret techniques. In short, there are countless treasures. The 108 magical skills you saw on the 9th floor of Tongtianwu Tower are just a small part of them, and they are the lowest grade among all the magical skills. A treasure trove of wealth accumulated over millions of years. Divine elixirs, divine crystals, divine stones, magical powers. The 108 magical powers and secret techniques rewarded on the 9th level are only the lowest and worst quality ones. Gurgle. Thinking of the heavenly palace treasure house described by Dao Wuya, Ye Bufan couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and then said, "Do we only need to hold on for 24 hours?" Yes. Dao Wuya responded and said, "But, this is not what I want to remind you of." What is that? Ye Bufan was stunned. Dao Wuya said slowly, "I have said before that this 3rd level is different from the 1st level. In this level, you will leave the God's tomb, and once you leave the God's tomb, everything becomes uncontrollable. All I, or the God's tomb, can do is leave a guiding light on you and lead you back to the God's tomb in 24 hours. Before that, I cannot give you any help, and you cannot exit early. This is the first point I need to remind you. The second point is that if you die in the Endless Wasteland, it is true death and you cannot be resurrected again. And your body will remain in the Endless Wasteland forever, unable to be taken back to the God's tomb." Boom. Never stop until your words shock people. As Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan's body trembled violently and his pupils dilated instantly. Real death. Ye Bufan's horrified voice rang out. Yes. Dao Wuya responded. Dao Wuya, you are not trying to fool me again, are you? Ye Bufan swallowed and said. It's no joke. The 4 words Dao Wuya were said in a deep and solemn voice. Gurgle. Ye Bufan swallowed his saliva again. Then you should tell me about the situation between the enemy and us, right? Since it was a matter of life and death, Ye Bu did not dare to make a decision lightly. Naturally, he had to understand as much as possible about this so-called Endless Wasteland defense war. Dao Wuya did not hide anything when he heard this. According to the tradition of the Endless Wasteland, each siege will last for 24 hours, during which 12 sieges will be carried out. Each siege lasts for an hour. As for the enemy's strength, the strongest cultivator will not surpass the commander, which is your cultivation level. So, in this siege, the enemy's highest level of cultivation is only at the 9th level of the Jodian realm, and there will definitely not be any divine warriors. As for the number of enemies, I can't guarantee that either. The only thing that is certain is that after 12 rounds of sieges, the number and strength of the enemy participating in the siege will gradually increase. How many people do I have? Ye Bufan frowned after hearing this. Dao Wuya did not hide it. The God's Tomb will use the power of inheritance to select 300,000 people for you on the Shenwu continent to enter the Endless Wasteland together and participate in the battle to defend the city. And these people will be people you are familiar with, and those who are chosen will not have cultivation levels higher than yours. In addition, once they enter the Endless Wasteland, they will be like you. They will only be taken back to the Shenwu continent if they hold out for 24 hours. Before that, if they die halfway, they will stay in the Endless Wasteland forever. Besides, as the leader, you can stay away from the city, but they can't. 1,000 meters outside the city is their maximum range of activity. If they leave this distance, without the protection of the God's Tomb, they will be directly wiped out by the whirlpool of the Endless Wasteland. That is to say, once the battle to defend the city begins, they will have no choice but to fight to the death. One more thing, if the candidate for the god's tomb dies, all auxiliary participants will be wiped out. Boom. He never stops talking until his words shock people. After Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan's soul was shocked again. His mind went blank for a moment. 300,000 people will accompany him into the endless wasteland to fight a battle to defend the city. And these 300,000 people are the people around him. The most important thing is, if these people die in the endless wasteland, they will never be able to return to the Shenwu continent. Since it is a battle to defend the city, there will inevitably be casualties. Since there are casualties, there will definitely be people who will stay in the so-called endless wasteland forever. This is not an assessment at all, it's murder. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, Dao Wuya, this is my assessment. Why do you want to involve other people? I refuse this type of assessment. I can't refuse. After responding, Dao Wuya said, the people around you are also a manifestation of yourself. Sometimes you can understand you more clearly from them. In addition, all of this was set by me before I died, and it cannot be changed. Ye Bufan became furious instantly. In that case, I will give up the third level of the assessment. After a moment, Ye Bufan gritted his teeth and said coldly. Ye Bufan could not do such a thing as using the lives of 300,000 people to help him seize Dao Wuya's inheritance. It would be fine if these 300,000 people were other people, but Dao Wuya was talking about the people around him. Endless wasteland. 12 battles to defend the city. Who knows what the third level will be like? If 300,000 people all die in the endless wasteland, what good will it be even if I can hold on for 24 hours? Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? It is better not to have the inheritance obtained in this way. I'm sorry, you can't refuse or give up the third level assessment. Dao Wuya said in a deep voice. What? Ye Bufan's pupils shrank, and he was immediately shocked. No, we can't give up. Yes. Why? One general's success is built on the sacrifice of thousands of men. After a pause, Dao Wuya slowly said, according to the setting before me, those who can pass the first and second levels of the assessment must be outstanding. Even if such a person resents me and hates my heavenly palace in the future, I will give him a chance to seize the inheritance, even if it means forcing him. The inheritance of the heavenly palace cannot be broken. In the God's Tomb test, those who pass 2 levels will either die or inherit my legacy. There is no other choice. Your uncle. Ye Bufan immediately burst into curses. Dao Wuya, are you still being unreasonable? Time's up. Dao Wuya didn't care about Ye Bufan's dissatisfaction. He said in a deep voice, candidate Ye Bufan has successfully passed the first level of spiritual power and the second level of combat awareness during the God's Tomb assessment, and has opened the third level. The power of inheritance is infused into the endless wasteland. Space Gate, open. Chapter 779 We are the 7 killers, why should we fear a battle? Space Gate, open. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, a 3-meter-long black crack appeared out of thin air in front of Ye Bufan on the 18th floor of Tongtian Martial Tower. Then the black crack spread directly and finally turned into a black door of nothingness. In an instant, a huge suction force surged out from the gate. Before Ye Bufan could react, he was pulled into the space gate in front by this huge suction force. Dao Wuya, I'm gonna fuck your sister. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan disappeared into the space gate. At the same time, the void gate also disappeared. Everything on the 18th floor of Tongtianwu Tower returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Endless wasteland, Tongtian City. This is an ancient and old city. Although it is not as good as Kangchongwu City, it is definitely far superior to any other city Ye Bufan has seen so far. The huge city looks like a giant crawling on the ground. Majestic and spectacular. The city has 4 major gates in the east, south, west and north, and the thick outer city walls are 300 meters high. The city walls were in ruins, with traces of defeat bearing witness to the countless battles that had taken place there. Outside the city is an endless plain. With the city as the center, one cannot see the end at a glance. The huge city is like an isolated island in the ocean. The whole space was dead silent. Suddenly, a black space gate appeared out of thin air in the space above the east gate of the city. Call out. The next second, a figure fell from the space gate. This person was none other than Ye Bufan. Falling rapidly from a high altitude, with a bang, Ye Bufan landed on the city wall in the blink of an eye. The Tao has no boundaries. I will fuck your entire 18th generation of ancestors. In an instant, Ye Bufan cursed angrily, and then stood up immediately. Can't refuse, can't give up. Dao Wuya's third-level assessment is simply too much. However, Ye Bufan knew that at this point, he had no room for retreat and could only continue the assessment. For this reason, Ye Bufan stopped talking and complaining, and instead began to look around. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. Since we have to defend the city and hold on for 24 hours, we naturally have to understand the situation in the city. A huge city with towering city walls. Before Ye Bufan could take a closer look, a figure suddenly fell from the air. Bang! In an instant, there was a muffled sound, and a figure appeared in front of Ye Bufan. Xiaobao. Seeing the person in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Master Yi. When Long Xiaobao saw Ye Bufan, a look of surprise and confusion appeared on his face. Ye Bufan grabbed Long Xiaobao's hand, pulled him up, and said, Xiaobao, was it Dao Wuya who brought you here? The Dao is endless. Long Xiaobao was stunned, then shook his head and said, I don't know, Master Yi, who is Dao Wuya? Then why did you come here? Ye Bufan did not answer Long Xiaobao, but asked again. Long Xiaobao was stunned and said, Young Master Yi, didn't you ask a senior to bring me here? I asked a senior to bring you here. Ye Bufan was confused. Yes. Long Xiaobao responded, and then continued, I discovered an ancient relic some time ago, and I have been exploring it these days. Just now, a voice told me that Master Yi needs my help to defend the city. He asked me if I was willing, and I said yes, and ended up here. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. I need someone to help defend the city. Are you still willing? The Dao has no end, damn it. Ye Bufan immediately cursed Dao Wuya's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. Long Xiaobao ignored him and said, Young Master Yi, what is this place? As he spoke, Long Xiaobao looked around and asked, is this the city young Master Yi needs to protect? Ye Bufan was in disarray again. Dao Wuya, you dead liar. However, Ye Bufan stopped complaining and looked at Long Xiaobao. In Ye Bufan's opinion, there were some things he had to tell Long Xiaobao, and Long Xiaobao also had the right to know. Xiaobao. Unfortunately, just as Ye Bufan opened his mouth, several figures fell from the sky above his head. Yi Fu, Yi Wang, Yi Shuang, Yi Ru. Familiar faces kept appearing in front of Ye Bufan, including the 13 members of the Yi family, the current lord of the 7 Kills Fortress, Leng Feng, and the peripheral members of the 7 Kills in the Sky Fortress. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 people gathered densely on the city wall where Ye Bufan was. Without exception, these 300,000 people are all close to Ye Bufan, and their cultivation level is below the 7th level. Ye Bufan made a preliminary statistics and found that these people, in addition to the 13 members of the Yi family, Long Xiaobao, and Leng Feng, were the peripheral members of the 7 Kills in the 7 Kills Fortress. Dao Wuya directly brought all the 7 Killings garrison troops to this endless wasteland. As for Tang Yuan and other divine warriors, they were not summoned at all, and Hao Peng and Yi Jingxuan did not come either. It was obvious that the two of them had already entered the realm of saints and did not meet the requirements. As for the more than 2,007 killing army soldiers and Qin Yao, Qian Rumeng and others, they did not come either, perhaps because they were still undergoing assessment in the God's tomb. The Dao is endless. I'll fuck your ancestors. Looking at the 300,000 people in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse angrily. Dao Wuya brought these people here to help him defend the city. Ye Bufan could not refuse nor stop it. However, among the 300,000 people, there was not a single one of the more than 10,007 killing maniacs in his Burial Heaven Palace. Although the Burial Heaven Palace was still there and could be used by Ye Bufan, it could not be opened. There are more than 10,000 Jodian warriors, and their fighting power is undoubtedly strong. But unfortunately, these people, Rendao Wuya, did not choose any of them, and now only brought the peripheral members of Qi Sha. This is clearly selecting those with weak strength to come to help. Their intentions are so sinister that they are simply intolerable to heaven and earth. Ye Bufan was furious. Everyone was stunned and confused. Call. After taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated and began to tell everyone the cause of the incident, their current situation, and the worst possible scenario. After all, it's come to this, there's no point in complaining. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. God's Tomb Assessment. Endless Wasteland, City Defense Battle, the last level. If you die here, you will die completely. The large amount of information made the 300,000 people in front of them a little overwhelmed for a while, but everyone understood one thing, that is, if they failed to defend the city, they would die, and if they died in the process of defending the city, they would also die completely. But if the defense of the city was successful, Ye Bufan might obtain the supreme and strongest inheritance in the tomb of God. After roughly understanding what happened, everyone started to speak. Young Master Yi, isn't it just defending the city? We are not afraid. The worst that can happen is death. Yes, we are just defending the city. We defend the city every day in the 7 Killings Fortress. We are used to it. Why should we be afraid now? Don't worry, Master Yi. We will defend this city and help you seize this inheritance. We are the 7 killers, so why should we fear a fight? That's right. When the 7 killers come out, the gods and demons will avoid them and fight. War, war, war. The 300,000-man 7-killer army was filled with tremendous fighting spirit and united as one. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly moved. Just as he was about to speak, something strange happened. Call out. Above the huge Tongtian ancient city, a colorful barrier suddenly appeared, covering the entire city. The sudden scene stunned everyone present. The same is true for Ye Bufan. But at this moment, in the endless wasteland, between heaven and earth, Dao Wuya's voice suddenly rang out. Endless wasteland, the third level of the God's Tomb assessment, the battle to defend the city, begins. Dao Wuya, I'll fuck your sister. As soon as Dao Wuya's voice sounded, Ye Bufan cursed angrily. Unfortunately, Dao Wuya ignored him and said, Tongtian ancient city, the 7-color barrier. Candidates and 300,000 helpers can enter and exit the barrier at will. Other than that, all other creatures, no matter what level, will die immediately once they touch the barrier. This round of assessment is a city defense battle, which will last for 24 hours and will be divided into 12 rounds of attack. If the candidate is unable to kill all the enemies in the first round, the survivors from the first round will be accumulated to the second round. Similarly, if the candidate fails to kill any enemy, all the enemies that come will be accumulated to the final round of attack. Remember, the first round of attack will begin in an hour. Candidates, please be prepared. Chapter 780, Hold on, Survive. The first round of attack will begin in an hour. Candidates, please be prepared. After Dao Wuya finished speaking, the 300,000 people around Ye Bufan looked at each other in bewilderment. The first round of attack will start in an hour. In an instant, everyone looked at Ye Bufan. The anger on Ye Bufan's face had disappeared, replaced by a deep, solemn look, and a thoughtful look between his brows. Now everything is a foregone conclusion. Since it cannot be changed, we can only go ahead with it. 24 hours is not long, but it is not short either. Moreover, as the last stage of Dao Wuya's assessment, in Ye Bufan's opinion, this battle to defend the city is definitely not easy. What he wants now is not only to hold on for 24 hours, but also to reduce the casualties on his side. It would be best if there were no casualties. But this is unrealistic. In a war, people will inevitably get hurt and die. Fortunately, there is a barrier above the city, and Dao Wuya said that except for his side, anyone else who touches the barrier will die immediately. This is definitely a big advantage for his side. At least with this barrier protecting the city, it will be impossible for the attacking enemies to directly break into the city. If they want to enter the city, they must pass through the city gate and break it down. In this way, the casualties on our side will inevitably be reduced a lot. I just don't know which city gate the enemy army that Dao Wuya mentioned will attack, or whether they will attack all 4 city gates at the same time. There was still an hour left before the first round of the city defense battle. Ye Bufan looked directly at the 300,000 people in front of him and said, everyone is clear about the situation. Now we need to hold on to this city for 24 hours and endure 12 rounds of attacks. During this period, we don't know how many enemies there will be in each round of attack, but one thing is certain, that is no matter how many people come, the highest level of cultivation among them is only the 9th level of the Jodian, and there will be no divine martial venerables. There are 12 rounds of attacks. The first round won't be too difficult. And according to what Dao Wuya said before, except for us, anyone else who touches the barrier will die immediately. So, this time we only need to defend the 4 main city gates. But defense alone is obviously not enough. After all, Dao Wuya has just said that if we don't kill all the enemies in the first round, they will accumulate to the second round. If this continues, by the time of the last round, or even before the last round, we will have to face countless enemies, and we will definitely be unable to resist. So, we have to not only defend, but also attack. There are 2 hours between each round of attack. That is to say, within 2 hours, we must wipe out all the invading enemies. Even if we cannot kill them all, we must kill as many as possible. There is still 1 hour before the first round of attack. So, everyone will be divided into 4 teams evenly. As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at Ye Fu, Ye Wang, Ye Shuang, and Leng Feng in front of the team and said, Team 1, Leng Feng, you lead the East Gate. Team 2, Ah Fu, you will lead the South Gate. The third team, Ah Wang, you will lead it and be in charge of the West Gate. Team 4, Xuanzhi, you will lead the North Gate. Yes, 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 yes. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ye Fu and the other 3 responded in unison. There was a look of determination on their young faces. Ye Bufan continued to make arrangements. In addition, Ye Long, Ye Hu, Ye Ru, Ye Qin, the 10 of you will stay in the center of the city. The enemy will attack in an hour. No matter what the situation is, the 4 city gates must send people to inform Ye Long and his 10 men of their respective situations, and then Ye Long and his 10 men will report back to the other 3 gates. The battle hasn't started yet, and we don't know the specific situation. No one knows which gate the enemy will attack. It's possible that they will attack all 4 gates at the same time. So we must keep in touch with each other. If only one gate is attacked, the other 3 gates will send a few people to guard it and immediately reinforce the gate that is under attack. If the 4 major city gates are attacked at the same time, then they will naturally take care of themselves. Do you understand everything? When Ye Bufan finished speaking, 300,000 people responded in unison, understood. Very good. Ye Bufan responded, then frowned and said in a deep voice, remember, once the war starts, everyone must remember not to rush down the city to fight the enemy in close combat. If they want to attack the city, they must get close to the city, so our first round of counterattack is to rely on the city wall and attack the enemy from a high position. Everyone in the 7 killing army is equipped with a bow and arrow, so this is not difficult to do. In the first round of counterattack, shoot all the arrows and kill as many as you can. Then there will be a second round of attacks. The second round of attack will be completed by all the Divine Yuan warriors, but they are still not allowed to fight head-on. I think with our strength, most of the enemies we encounter should be Guiyuan and Shenyuan, so what you have to do is to charge and kill at will in the enemy camp. It's the same as the first round of attack. Kill as many as you can. In addition, the city is our biggest support and reliance. With the city protection barrier, we are relatively safe. So during the second round of counterattack, no matter who is seriously injured, they will immediately return to the city to heal. If someone around them is seriously injured and cannot return to the city by themselves, then the others around him, if conditions permit, will immediately take him back to the city. In this round, the mission of all Shenyuan warriors is to harass and kill the enemy. Each battle is 2 hours apart. We will surely be able to kill a lot of the enemy using this method. This is the third and final round of counterattack. Everyone should go down to the city and kill all the enemy troops in one fell swoop. Clear, clear. Everyone responded in unison. Ye Bufan's countermeasure was very simple, which was to weaken the enemies attacking the city one by one, and then attack with all his strength and kill them with one strike of thunder. It can be said that this way of fighting is very conservative, but it can minimize casualties on one's side. Without the slightest hesitation, Ye Bufan continued, of course, this is only a temporary response. The battlefield situation is ever-changing, and no one knows what we will face. So, treat it according to the specific situation, and you can decide for yourself. But there is one thing. After a pause, Ye Bufan looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, or it can be said that this is my only requirement for this battle, and it is also my requirement for each of you. Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan said, what peerless inheritance? What is the Lord of the Heavenly Palace? What is the boundless way? Fuck it, I don't care, I don't have to. As he spoke, Ye Bufan's expression became stern, and he said in a resounding voice, but, for 24 hours, I hope that every one of you can hold on and survive. Chapter 781. The first round of city defense battle was won easily. Hang on, live on. Ye Bufan's words made everyone present tremble, followed by endless silence. At this moment, everyone is aware of their current situation, and they all understand that they may die in this battle, and their lives will come to an end from then on. But they had no choice. In just a moment, a look of determination and resoluteness appeared on everyone's face. Since there is no way to retreat, we must fight to the death. The 300,000 people in the audience were looking at Ye Bufan, their eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Action! Ye Bufan didn't stop and shouted. Everyone no longer hesitated. Set off. 300,000 people were evenly divided into 4 teams, led by Leng Feng, Yi Fu, Yi Shuang and Yi Wang, and rushed towards the 4 major gates of Tongtian City respectively. In the next 24 hours, there is only one thing they have to do: defend the city and fight to the death. Watching the crowd go away in 4 directions, Ye Bufan's heart trembled slightly and his fists clenched. Casualties were inevitable in this battle. If Ye Bufan had known that Dao Wuya's test would be so cruel, he would rather give up directly. He was even unwilling to enter the tomb of the gods. But now there is no choice. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. Call. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then Ye Bufan looked at Yi Long and the other 10 and said, "You guys just stay here and pass on the message." Yes. Yi Long and his 10 companions responded. Yi Zi didn't stop, but took off into the air and flew out of the city. He wanted to go outside the city to check the situation. After all, among the 300,000 people in front of him, except for himself who had reached the 7th level of the Zhoutian realm, the others were all at the Guiyuan or Shenyuan level, and there were no Zhoutian warriors at all. In Ye Bufan's opinion, this task can only be completed by himself. Master. Seeing Ye Bufan leaving the city alone, Yi Long and others were all shocked. However, it was too late for them to stop him. In just a moment, Ye Bufan disappeared. Vast space and endless plains. After a quick check, Ye Bufan discovered that there was nothing around Tongtian City except an infinite plain. Most importantly, Ye Bufan searched around Tongtian City for a full half hour, and the search area reached as far as 50,000 meters away from Tongtian City, but he did not see a single person. Not only that, Ye Bufan felt that in this endless wasteland, apart from them, there seemed to be no other life. This situation made Ye Bufan very confused. Without any living creatures, who would attack the city? If you can't figure it out, stop thinking about it. After searching for nearly an hour, Ye Bufan returned directly to Tongtian Ancient City. The north gate of the ancient city. Yi Shuang is the one in charge of this place. At the moment, tens of thousands of people are gathered on the city wall. They are waiting in a serious manner, and each of them is staring at the space ahead with cold eyes. The atmosphere was a bit depressing and everyone was on edge. Seeing that an hour was about to end, the first wave of siege troops in the 12 rounds of attack within 24 hours was about to arrive. Everyone was inexplicably nervous. After all, they didn't even know what opponent they were going to face. Xiaobao, did you know that just now, Xiaopeng has become a saint in the cemetery of gods and demons? Feeling the tension of the people around him, Ye Bufan suddenly looked at Long Xiaobao beside him and said with a smile. Although his voice was not loud, everyone present could hear it clearly. Xiaopeng has become a saint. Long Xiaobao was stunned when he heard this, and looked at Ye Bufan suddenly with a look of horror. The same goes for others. As peripheral members of the 7 kills, they may not know Hao Peng very well, but they all know him and are not strangers to him. He is definitely a fat man who is extremely wretched. A few months ago, when Fat Hao was taken away from the Qixia base by Ye Bufan, he was just a divine yuan. Is he a saint now? For a moment, everyone was a little overwhelmed. Yes, Ye Bufan responded and said with a smile, I don't know what good fortune this kid has. He actually became a saint in the God and Demon Cemetery, and directly entered the peak of the sainthood. Now he is a top existence even in the entire Shenwu continent, and his combat power can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Shenwu continent, ranked 5th in combat power. Everyone was stunned and then burst into laughter. Just imagine, given how despicable Hao Peng is, if he were to become a saint, who knows how many people he would have cheated. And just as Ye Bufan said, Fat Hao was indeed very lucky. Feeling the atmosphere in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. The reason why he suddenly mentioned Hao Peng was just to divert everyone's attention and make everyone relax a little. But at this moment, Dao Wuya's voice suddenly rang in the ears of everyone in the city. The 3rd level of the God's Tomb assessment, a 24-hour city defense battle, the first round of attack will begin in 30 seconds, everyone please be prepared. 29, 28. The sudden voice startled everyone, and the originally relaxed atmosphere became tense again. Ye Bufan was quite helpless about this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 30 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, and Dao Wuya's stern voice resounded through the heavens and the earth. The first round of attack begins. In an instant, everyone was shocked and looked forward, with bows and sharp arrows in their hands ready. Ye Bufan was no exception. However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, but there was no movement outside the north gate of Tongtian Ancient City. Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan said, "Someone go to the center of the city and report the situation here. Call out." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a man rushed out and headed straight for the center of the city. 7 minutes later, there was still no movement outside the city. At this moment, a figure rushed out from the city and reached the top of the city wall in the blink of an eye. The person who came was none other than Yehu, who was responsible for delivering the message. Looking at Ye Bufan, Yehu gasped and said, "Master, the east gate was attacked by the enemy, with a force of 300,000. Yehu's words startled everyone. Ye Bufan asked, "What about the west gate and the south gate?" "No abnormalities have been found so far. Nothing unusual." Ye Bufan could not help but frown, and then said, "Leave 5 Shen Yuan and 50 Gui Yuan to continue guarding the north gate, and the others will quickly reinforce the east gate." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took the lead and took off into the air, heading straight for the east city gate. Others also came out one after another. In addition, people from the south gate and west gate also rushed to the east gate to provide reinforcements. Tongtian Ancient City, East Gate. Ye Bufan came rushing over from a distance, but when he arrived 200 meters away from the city wall, he was shocked to see that there was no one on the city wall. However, when Ye Bufan arrived on the city wall, he was completely dumbfounded. He was the only one on the city wall at the moment, while outside the city, standing under the city wall were the members of the 7 killing army holding swords, and there were black corpses of demons on the ground. Bloody and hideous. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and Ye Bufan's mind went blank. After a moment, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, "Who can tell me what's going on?" From the start of the siege to the time he received the news and rushed here, it took less than 10 minutes. But the battle before his eyes had actually ended, and 300,000 demons were completely wiped out. In Ye Bufan's opinion, this is simply unbelievable. Not only Ye Bufan, but all the people who came to reinforce from the other 3 gates after him were dumbfounded when they saw the scene before them. The battle ended so quickly that it seemed a little unreal to them. Ye Bufan asked, and everyone under the city wall instinctively looked up at him. Leng Feng raised his head and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, these guys attacking the city are not only ugly, but also weak. Is your strength a scumbag?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. "Yes." Leng Feng responded and said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, you know what? When these 300,000 monsters came, they were so aggressive that they really scared us. But in the end, these guys were all in the condensation realm, and the highest was only a 9-star condensation realm, so we rushed down to the city and destroyed them. Or all 300,000 heavenly demons condensed yuan. The highest is only 9-star condensed yuan." Ye Bufan was stunned again. "Yes." Leng Feng responded. Ye Bufan frowned. As Dao Wuya's last test, this battle to defend the city might not be that simple. 300,000 condensed essence. I'm afraid this is only the first round of attack, and it will definitely not be that simple afterwards. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He immediately looked at everyone and said, "Gather all these corpses," and everyone returned to the city quickly. Chapter 782. If you want to attack a city, you must first break the gate. The first round of attackers turned out to be 300,000 demons in the condensation realm. No one had expected this. After all, such strength was nothing to their side. It is only natural to annihilate them directly. Although everyone was delighted by the easy victory, they, like Ye Bufan, did not slack off. After all, everyone present knew that this 24-hour, 12-round siege would definitely not be that easy. The first round of 300,000 Nang Yuan realm demons is probably just an appetizer. The remaining 11 rounds of attacks by the attackers will definitely be stronger than the previous one. "Master, why are you collecting the corpses of these monsters?" Inside the east gate of Tongtian Ancient City, Ye Wang faced Ye Bufan, looked at the corpses of the 300,000 demons, and asked with a look of surprise and confusion. The same goes for others. In response to this, Ye Bufan did not answer, but directly grabbed the corpse of a demon and then performed the Tianyan Gai Ju in front of everyone. In an instant, the corpse of the demon in Ye Bufan's hand shrank rapidly, until it completely disappeared, turning into Yuanli and flowing into Ye Bufan's meridians. Everyone was shocked when seeing this strange scene. Ye Bufan did not stop. 1, 2, 3. In front of everyone, Ye Bufan successively refined the corpses of 10 demons in the condensation realm, and then reversed the Tianyan Gai Ju to refine the Jingyuan pill. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened and their expressions were horrified. Essence pill. Long Xiaobao even screamed in surprise. All along, Ye Fu and others have relied on taking essence pills to improve their cultivation, but they did not expect that the essence pills were actually refined in this way. This is true for Long Xiaobao and others, and members of the 7 Killing Army are no exception. Although they have never taken the essence pill, everyone in the entire Shenwu continent knows about the effects and value of the essence pill. They never imagined that this essence pill was actually refined by Ye Bufan, and they never imagined that the material for refining the essence pill was actually a corpse. At this moment, they finally understood why Ye Bufan had been buying up abused monsters in large numbers, because Ye Bufan needed the corpses of monsters to refine essence pills. As soon as they thought of this, everyone's breathing became abnormally rapid. Looking at the shocked and horrified people in front of him, Ye Bufan did not hide anything, but smiled and said directly, "Yes, this is the essence pill." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "The reason why the essence pill can directly restore your energy and even improve your cultivation without any side effects after taking it is because the essence pill is condensed from my energy. It is a pill, but it is also energy. Never stop until your words shock people. Is the essence pill an elixir and also essence?" Ignoring everyone's shock, Ye Bufan spoke again. "This time, I have caused trouble for everyone, but it is meaningless to say sorry. I can only do my best to reduce your casualties. So in the next period of time, I will refine a large number of essence pills to ensure that you will not be seriously injured or even die due to exhaustion of essence during the battle. 24 hours, 12 rounds of siege, now only the first round has passed, there are still 11 rounds, and there will definitely be a tough battle after that. Ye Bufan's idea is very simple. As long as he has enough essence pills, his 300,000 people can always maintain their peak combat power. If the combat effectiveness can always be maintained at its peak, casualties will naturally decrease. As for the secret that the essence pill came from himself, from the moment Ye Bufan made this decision, he no longer intended to hide it. After all, if he couldn't hold out for 24 hours in this endless wasteland, not only would all 300,000 7 Killing Army soldiers die, but he himself would not survive either. What's the point of keeping secrets after a person dies? Even if he doesn't die, even if the secret is leaked after he finally passes the test, Ye Bufan no longer cares about the exposure of the secret, and is not afraid of it. Now he has Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei and Hao Peng, 3 powerful men who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm. If anyone dares to covet the essence pill, he will have to see if he has the ability to do so. What's more, after the God's Tomb Cemetery, if he was still alive, Ye Bufan had no intention of keeping a low profile. After all, after the God's Tomb Cemetery, Ye Bufan would have a chance to go to war with the Sun family. Once the war started, even if Ye Bufan wanted to keep a low profile, it would no longer be realistic. Since you can't keep a low profile, then keep a high profile to the end. It's just a essence pill, so what if it's exposed? Ye Bufan's words made everyone stunned and dazed. Ye Bufan didn't say anything more, but continued to refine the essence pill on his own. Time passes by every second. 2 hours was neither long nor short. During this period, the 300,000 7 Killing Army soldiers meditated and rested, while Ye Bufan was frantically refining the essence pill. 2 hours later, the East Gate is under attack. The South Gate is at peace. Examen is doing well. The North Gate is at peace. Information was transmitted and fed back one after another. Just like the first round of attack, the demons seemed to have set their sights on the East Gate. 300,000 demon troops gathered outside the East Gate. Naturally, Ye Bufan's 300,000 troops all rushed to the East Gate, but this time the 300,000 demons outside the city were no longer in the condensation realm, but all of them were in the Guiyuan realm. The lowest is 1 star, the highest is 9 stars. Where did these guys come from? Looking at the black mass of 300,000 demon army outside the city, Ye Bufan frowned, glanced at Lang Feng who was in charge of the East Gate beside him and asked. When the first round of siege ended, Ye Bufan was refining the corpse of the heavenly demon in the Eastgate city to refine the essence pill. Just now, after he heard someone shouting that the heavenly demon army had arrived, he immediately gave up refining the essence pill and came to the city wall. When Ye Bufan arrived at the city wall, the demons had already gathered 100 meters away from the city wall, but Ye Bufan didn't hear any movement during this period. "Where did you come from?" Ye Bufan's words startled Leng Feng, and then Leng Feng replied, "Young Master Yi, it's still the same as the first round of attack, 300,000 monsters all appeared out of thin air." Appearing out of thin air? Ye Bufan was stunned. "Yes," Leng Feng responded. Ye Bufan was speechless for a moment. He had rushed over from the North Gate during the first round of siege, and by that time the demon army had been completely wiped out, so he didn't ask any more questions. After all, in Ye Bufan's opinion, these demons must have been rushing over from afar. But what about now? Appearing out of thin air? This answer seemed unacceptable to Ye Bufan. There is no doubt that it must have been done by Dao Wuya. However, now is obviously not the time to consider these things. During the first round of siege, the 300,000 demon army were all at the condensation yuan level, while the second round of siege was replaced by 300,000 Wei Yuan realm demons, and their overall cultivation level has been improved by a whole realm. If we follow this algorithm, then the 300,000 demons attacking the city in the third round will all be at the Shenyuan level, and in the fourth round, they will all be at the Zhoutian level. What about the fifth, sixth, and seventh rounds? Although Dao Wuya said that the highest level of cultivation of the demons that appeared in this siege was only at the 9th level, he did not say how many there were. At this rate, if all the 300,000 demons in the fourth round of attack reach the Zhoutian level, they will not be able to continue improving their cultivation after the 5th round, but will instead increase in numbers. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan felt his scalp tingling, but fortunately this was just his guess, and the truth was still unknown. At this moment, Ye Bufan could only hope silently in his heart, hoping that the change in the strength of the siege demon would not be what he thought, otherwise there would be no need to defend the city at all, because there was no hope of success at all, not even a miracle would happen. Roar! While Ye Bufan was in a confused state of mind, a 9-star Guiyuan realm demon among the 300,000 demon army in front of him let out a long roar. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, the demon army rushed out. The space vibrated and the earth trembled. 300,000 demons came with great force and arrived at the city in a breath. Bang! The demon in the front didn't hesitate at all, and his sharp claws slapped down on the city gate in an instant. Unfortunately, the power of Guiyuan realm was too weak, and the demon's attack was only a muffled sound, without causing any damage to the heavy and solid city gate at all. However, although ants are small, they can still bite elephants to death. If there are more people returning to the origin, it may not be impossible to break the door. Boom 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 boom. Hundreds of demons were frantically attacking the city gate, while other demons were also frantically attacking the walls on both sides of the gate. If you want to attack a city, you must first break the gate. On the 300-meter-high city wall, Ye Bufan's 300,000 men could clearly feel the shaking of the city wall beneath their feet. Attack! Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Now, 300,000 Guiyuan realm demon soldiers are at the gate of the city. It is completely impossible for everyone to rush down the city wall and annihilate the enemy like in the first round of attack. After all, Guiyuan realm is far from being comparable to Ningyuan, not to mention that Ye Bufan's side also has many Guiyuan warriors. If they confront each other head-on, Ye Bufan cannot afford the casualties. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took out the Heaven Burial Palace without any hesitation, and then smashed it towards the army of demons outside the city wall below. The huge burial palace descended from the sky. The momentum is like an unstoppable force. Boom! The Heaven Burial Palace fell to the ground with a loud bang. Puff, puff, puff. Countless demons were directly crushed into pieces of flesh, blood was flowing everywhere, the pieces of flesh were blurred, and the smell of blood filled the air. The Burial Heaven Palace killed thousands of enemies with one strike. This scene shocked all the 300,007 killing army soldiers on the city wall. They were shocked, horrified, and even unbelievable. But this emotion only lasted for a brief moment. Kill. The next second, all 300,007 killing army soldiers, without exception, grasped their bows, put arrows on them, and pulled the strings. Then, cold arrows shot from the city walls towards the heavenly demon army. The sky is filled with sharp arrows and endless murderous intent. Puff, puff, puff. In a moment, the sharp arrow entered the body. Blood splattered under the city wall. Chapter 783, The Desperate Third Round of City Defense. Ye Bufan's side had 300,000 people. Even if each person shot one arrow, that round of rain of arrows would amount to a total of 300,000 arrows. The sky full of rain of arrows shot towards the demon army. The army of demons gathered outside the city. It could be said that there was a demon next to another. Coupled with the 300,000 arrows shot at close range, the result can be imagined. Although this ordinary arrow could not kill the demon directly, even if it hit the demon, it could injure the demon. What's more, Ye Bufan's arrows never stopped firing. The arrow entered the body and blood gushed out. For a moment, angry roars arose one after another from the demon's side. However, faced with such a dense rain of arrows, these demons had no intention of retreating, let alone dodging. They just kept attacking the city gate frantically, as if they were determined to break through the city gate even at the risk of being seriously injured or dying. The demons did not care about casualties, they were absolutely crazy. Although Ye Bufan's group could attack and hunt down the Sky Demon members wantonly on the city wall without causing any casualties to their own side, no one could laugh at this moment. On the contrary, everyone felt extremely heavy and worried. For no other reason than the madness of the demon army. In this battle to defend the city, Ye Bufan's side's greatest reliance was the city gates, city walls, and the city protecting barrier. With the existence of a protective barrier, it is impossible to enter the city directly. Therefore, if the demon wants to enter the city, it must break through the city gate. As long as the city gate is not broken, Ye Bufan's side will not be defeated. But now, these demons disregarded casualties, had no fear of death, and attacked the city gates frantically. Although they could not break through the city gates in a short period of time, what would happen in the long run? Although the gate of Tongtian ancient city is strong, it has no self-repair ability. A little bit adds up to a lot. After a long time, the city gate will be broken. Once the city gates are broken, the heavenly demon army will rush directly into the city, and the 300,007 killing army will no longer have any advantages and can only engage in close combat with the heavenly demons. Not to mention whether Tongtian city can be defended in the end, even whether we can survive is a question. Although everyone present, including Ye Bufan, was aware of this fact, they were helpless. After all, the devil would not retreat and they had no way to stop it. Now all everyone can do is attack madly. The faster they kill the demon army, the less damage the city gate will suffer. Naturally, the city gate will be defended longer. The longer the city gate holds out, the greater the chances of Ye Bufan's side winning. That is why, each of the 300,000 people seemed to have turned into a god of death at this moment, madly attacking and killing the members of the demon army. Kill, kill, kill. The cold arrow missed, with endless murderous intent. The same is true for Ye Bufan. However, compared to others, Ye Bufan's attack was more ferocious and his killing intent was more crazy. Right above the city gate, on top of the 300-meter city wall, Ye Bufan stood proudly, the burial heaven palace in his hand, shrinking and expanding again and again, and smashing out again and again. Every time the heaven burial palace falls, it will smash thousands of demons into minced meat and kill them. It can be said that the area in front of the city gate has now become God's forbidden zone. Whoever dares to come near, I will kill. However, the demons were not afraid at all. They continued to rush towards the city gate. They had only one goal, to break through the city gate. A violent impact. Cold arrows. No matter whether it was Ye Bufan's side or Tianmo's side, both sides, without exception, were attacking madly. It's just that Ye Bufan's side was attacking the heavenly demons, while the heavenly demons were attacking the city gates frantically, using their lives to consume the life of the city gates. I will give you thousands of demons in exchange for the life of your city gate. Absolutely determined. Absolute madness. Time passes by inadvertently. The city gate was covered with traces of attacks by the heavenly demons. Although it was unclear how long the city gate could hold out, the number of the 300,000 heavenly demons was decreasing rapidly. 280,000, 250,000, 210,000. In less than half an hour, the demon army was reduced from 300,000 to less than 100,000, a direct loss of 2/3 of its troops, and most of the remaining troops were injured. However, at this time, Ye Bufan's side had used up all their arrows, and it was no longer possible to continue relying on the city walls to launch long-range attacks on the demon army. All the gods, follow me to fight. Suddenly, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and flew directly from the city wall, then passed through the city protection barrier and arrived above the demon army. All the divine Yuan warriors in the 7 killing army also rushed out to kill them. During the time that Ye Bufan left the 7 kills base and headed for the Kangchong Martial Academy, with the resources being squandered, the number of divine Yuan warriors in the 7 kills army has now exceeded 10,000. Although most of these newly promoted Shenyuan warriors are low-level Shenyuan are still Shenyuan realm warriors. As long as you have divine energy, you can fly in the air. At this moment, more than 10,000 divine warriors gathered above the demon army. The sky is full of divine energy. Ye Bufan said coldly, kill. In an instant, more than 10,000 divine Yuan warriors of the 7 killing army descended without any hesitation and attacked the heavenly demon army. However, they did not rush directly into the demonic army and engage in a head-on confrontation. Instead, they followed Ye Bufan's previous instructions and charged into the demonic army camp, killing the surrounding demons indiscriminately, and then took off into the air without any delay. After returning to mid-air, he charged down again, rushing to other places, hacking and killing the demons in other areas. And so on. In short, the goal is only to kill the enemy, but never to engage in a head-on confrontation. Ye Bufan also landed in the demon army at the same time. However, relying on his 7 revolutions Jodian cultivation, Ye Bufan was different from other Shenyuan warriors in the 7 killing army. The return to origin realm could not threaten him at all. Therefore, Ye Bufan directly took out the 9-dragon soul-grabbing spear, and then rushed into the demon army, brandishing the spear, going crazy, and killing the enemy. Puff, puff, puff. After a bloody massacre, Ye Bufan killed his way to the front of the city gate. Then he stopped moving and turned around to face the demon army that was rushing towards him. One man holds the light, and 10,000 men cannot break through it. In 5 minutes, under the high-intensity slaughter of Ye Bufan and more than 10,000 7-killing divine Yuan warriors, the less than 100,000 remaining demons were directly reduced to 50,000. At this time, Ye Bufan shouted, "Everyone, go down to the city and kill all the demons in this round in one go." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, nearly 290,000 members of the 7 kills, who had been impatient for a long time, jumped down from the city wall without exception. Ye Bufan's side has 300,000 people without any casualties so far. On the side of the demons, the army of 300,000 is less than 50,000. 6 to 1. Absolute numerical suppression. Kill. Nearly 290,000 7 kills Guiyuan warriors did not stop, and all held sharp blades and surrounded and killed the remaining members of the heavenly demon. All the divine origin warriors also landed and killed the enemies head-on. The power of thunder and bloody killing. In less than a minute, the battle was over and none of the 300,000 demons survived. The second round of defending the city was successful. But at this moment, no one was happy, because everyone could see that this second round of defending the city was many times more difficult than the first round. The second round of attack was already like this, what about the third and fourth rounds? You must know that this defense of the city will last for a full 24 hours, with a total of 12 rounds of sieges. Defending the city is already so difficult now, so what happens after that? I can't imagine it. Ye Bufan naturally knew this, but at the moment they had no choice, so he looked at everyone and shouted, "Everyone, take a rest and recover your strength. Yuanli can rely on Jingyuan Dan. But what about physical strength? We have only defended the city twice, and there are still 10 rounds to go. If we don't conserve our energy now, we will probably be exhausted to death in the subsequent city defense battles." Everyone naturally knows this. Everyone began to rest, while Ye Bufan continued to refine the essence pills. After all, no one knew what the situation would be like in the future, so it would always be a good idea to prepare more essence pills now. Time passes quietly. 2 hours later, at the east gate of Tongtian Ancient City, directly above the city gate, Ye Bufan stood proudly on the city wall, looking at the army of demons that appeared out of thin air in the distance. He couldn't help but curse angrily. "Dao Wuya, I'm gonna fuck your sister." Around Ye Bufan, the 300,000 7-killing army soldiers were collectively silent. Dead silent space. Depressing atmosphere. In front, the third round of attacking demons have appeared. Their number is still the same as before, still 300,000. But cultivation. 300,000 demons, all divine essence. Chapter 784, The City Gate is broken. 300,000, celestial demons in the divine origin realm. This visual impact, this shock to the soul, made everyone on the city wall fall into silence. Ye Bufan cursed angrily and then fell silent. He had thought about it before. The first round of siege was Ning Yuan, and the second round was Gui Yuan. According to this rhythm, wouldn't the third round of attack require 300,000 heavenly demons? But a guess is just a guess after all, and it has no meaning until it is confirmed. Moreover, Ye Bufan was unwilling to accept this conjecture. After all, if the strength and number of the demons that appeared in each round of the city defense battle would increase as he guessed, then the city would not be able to be defended at all. But what about now? 300,000 demons in the divine Yuan realm were at the gate of the city, and the thing Ye Bufan least wanted to happen still happened. And this is only the third of 12 rounds of city defense. The one who attacked the city in the third round was Shen Yuan, so wouldn't Zhou Tian be the one who attacked the city in the fourth round? What is the concept of 300,000 Zhou Tian? It's impossible to defend it. Dead silent space, depressing atmosphere. The 300,000 seven-killing army soldiers on the city wall looked at the 300,000 divine origin realm heavenly demons outside the city, and they were speechless for a long time. Roar. In a brief moment, when 300,000 demons appeared, a 9-star divine realm demon roared angrily. The sound was like a war horn. The 9-star divine Yuan realm heavenly demon roared angrily, and 300,000 heavenly demons rushed towards the city without stopping. Bang, bang, bang. The earth trembles. The space vibrates. 300,000 demons are coming with great force. In an instant, they arrived under the city wall, and then without any pause or hesitation, they attacked the ancient city gate with all their strength and madness. There is only one level difference between Shenyuan and Guiyuan, but the Shenyuan realm is far from comparable to Guiyuan. A strike of divine power can move mountains and rivers. Bang, bang, bang. The demon army attacked the city gate so frantically that the entire city wall and tower were shaking. On the city wall, the 300,000 seven-killing army came back to their senses in an instant. Ye Bufan shouted, "Kill!" Without further hesitation, everyone picked up their bows and arrows, put arrows on them, pulled the strings, and then shot arrows to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Sharp arrows flew out from the sky. This time, the rain of arrows still hit the demon under the city, but the result was unexpected. When attacking a demon in the returning origin realm, these sharp arrows could penetrate 3/4 of the way into the demon's flesh, severely injuring it. But now, after these sharp arrows hit the demon, they actually fell directly to the ground. Apart from that tiny wound, there was nothing else. Although these tiny wounds were stained with blood, the damage was so minor that it could almost be ignored, and it had no effect on Shen Yuan. Everything shows a cruel fact. Ordinary arrows cannot penetrate the defense of the demon in the divine realm. It is conceivable how terrifying the devil's body is. Of course, this is not the case for all 300,000 seven-killing army soldiers. At least the divine Yuan warriors can still break through their defense. But even so, the 300,000 people on Ye Bufan's side still held their breath and were tense. There are 300,000 people, but only 10,000 plus in the divine Yuan realm have effective attacks. How can such a battle be carried out? Everyone's mood was extremely heavy, and 300,000 people were silent. Ye Bufan clenched his fists. It would be fine if the sharp arrow could not penetrate the defense and the attack was ineffective. After all, we could still think of other ways. If there is kerosene in the city, or even something combustible, then our side can still use fire attack. Even if we cannot completely annihilate the demons, we can at least seriously injure them and intercept them. But unfortunately, this huge Tongtian ancient city is actually an empty city with nothing inside. In other words, in this battle to defend the city, all Ye Bufan can use are the city walls, the city gate protection barrier, and 300,000 members of the seven-killing army. There is nothing else. Once the city gate is broken, the only option is hand-to-hand combat. Everyone could only watch helplessly as the demons attacked the city gates. After all, the demons had 300,000 soldiers, all of whom were at the divine Yuan realm. If they rushed down the city to fight them head-on, they would be courting death. Ye Bufan had thought that the assessment of Dao Wuya's third level would definitely not be easy, But the fact now was that this battle to defend the city was not only difficult, it was clearly impossible to defend it. But what if we can't hold it? We have to defend it even if we can't. If we don't defend, everyone will die. If we defend, at least there is still a glimmer of hope. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan shouted, "Concentrate all the arrows, and let the warriors in the Divine Origin realm be responsible for the attack." The others after a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "The others, stay where you are." When Ye Bufan gave an order, everyone was stunned. However, the Guiyuan warriors did not say much. After all, they knew that they could not play any role in the battle between the Shenyuan warriors, so the Shenyuan warriors began to attack. Who has practiced archery? Afterwards, Ye Bufan looked at the 300,000 people and shouted loudly. Everyone was stunned again. 300,000 people looked at each other in bewilderment. A timid voice sounded in the crowd. "Young Master Yi, I have practiced archery skills, but they are only human-level archery skills, and they are only entry-level." In an instant, everyone looked at the person who spoke. He was a man who was about 30 years old. His cultivation had not reached the level of Divine Yuan, but he was also a man who had reached the 9 stars return to origin. Ye Bufan glanced at the other person. Then, he took out the Holy Slaughter Heaven bow, threw it to the other party, and said, "Take it." When that person took the Slaying Heaven bow, his body trembled unnaturally. After all, what he held in his hand was a holy weapon. Ye Bufan ignored him and said, "From now on, you will focus on attacking the demons under the city gate. Remember, use all your arrow skills, and there will be plenty of essence pills." "Yes." The man was stunned, then responded. "Who else knows archery?" Ye Bufan scanned the entire room again and asked. "It's a pity that no one practices archery anymore, but this is understandable. After all, most warriors only practice 1 or 2 martial arts, and archery is a very niche skill, so it is normal that no one practices it." Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan frowned. Since there was none, he did not ask any more questions and directly took out the 9-dragon soul-snatching spear. The next second, Ye Bufan soared into the air from the city wall and arrived behind the demon army in an instant. Then, without any hesitation, he shook the spear in his hand. With a leap of lightning, Ye Bufan rushed into the army of demons. Martial arts crazy, kill. Puff, puff, puff. The holy soldiers swept across, and blood splattered. Sitting and waiting to die is not Ye Bufan's style, and given the current situation, if he allows the demons to attack the city without fighting back, the situation on his side will only become worse. There are 300,000 demons in the Divine Origin realm. The 7-killing army cannot confront them head-on for the time being, but they can. As long as he is not surrounded by the enemy, Ye Bufan is confident that he is absolutely invincible in the divine power. If he doesn't go crazy, he will turn into a demon. What Ye Bufan has to do now is to kill as many members of the demonic army as possible. The more you kill, the more advantageous it will be for your side when the 2 armies fight. Roar. Ye Bufan's arrival made countless demon members in front of him furious, and a roar sounded. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, dozens of demons flew directly into the air and pounced towards Ye Bufan, their blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent. "Get out of here!" Ye Bufan roared angrily. "Call out!" The Heaven Burial Palace smashed out in an instant. In an instant, dozens of sky demons collided with the Burial Heaven Palace. With a series of muffled bang 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 sounds, dozens of sky demons were all knocked away without exception, and the Burial Heaven Palace fell vertically. Bang! There was a loud noise above the earth. The Heaven Burial Palace, which was about to land, was attacked by thousands of demons at the same time, causing it to fly backwards towards Ye Bufan. Kill! Ye Bufan put away the Heaven Burial Palace, replaced the 9-dragon soul-grabbing spear with the Earth Soldier long sword, and then slashed out with the sword. Martial arts, the sword that kills the sky. Puff, puff, puff. The 3-meter-long sword beam left a mess of blood and flesh wherever it passed. Ye Bufan did not stop, and swung his sword one after another, with the cold sword light coming out again and again. In the army of demons, he was like a peerless killing god, killing gods if they stood in his way and killing Buddhas if they stood in his way. On the city wall, 300,000 7-killing army soldiers looked at Ye Bufan among the heavenly demons, and they were all shocked. At the same time, they had already drawn their swords, waiting for Ye Bufan's order to go into battle at any time. The group of divine warriors did not slack off at all and continued to rely on bows and arrows to shoot the demons below. The 9-star Guiyuan man holding the holy weapon also released his arrow skills again and again, attacking the demon army in front of the city gate. It's a pity that he only practiced human-level archery skills, and it was only at the entry level. Even with the holy weapon in his hand, the power was not great. Time passes by inadvertently. Ye Bufan had no idea how many demons he had killed in half an hour, or he couldn't count them. But at this moment, he was covered in blood, looking like a bloody man. It's bloody and even more hideous. Of course, this blood did not come from him, but all came from the devil. Crack! Suddenly, a strange sound was heard from the city gate, as if something was shattered. Ye Bufan's attack instinctively paused. Everyone's heart trembled. Ka ka ka. The next second, the strange sound rang out continuously, making everyone's heart tremble again and again. The atmosphere was dead silent. The world is quiet. Ye Bufan's pupils shrank and he looked towards the city gate in the distance. At this moment, the city gate was covered with cracks. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but tremble in his soul, and then shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." Boom! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a loud noise was heard in front of him, followed by a series of muffled bang 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 sounds. The city gate is broken. Chapter 785, Bloody Battle, Fight to the Death. The city gate is broken. The hearts of all the 300,007 killing army members trembled. The demons did not hesitate at all. The moment the city gate was broken, the army rushed into the city frantically. Fierce momentum and chilling murderous intent. On the city wall, the 300,007 killing army soldiers came back to their senses instantly. Now that the heavenly demon had entered the city, a battle was inevitable, and they all prepared to fight. The originally solemn atmosphere was now filled with determination. After all, everyone knows that there is no way to retreat or avoid the situation now. There is no point in thinking about anything else and the only option is to fight. The moment the city gate was broken, Ye Bufan had already flown into the city again and landed at the entrance of the city gate. One man can guard the pass, and 10,000 men cannot break through. At the city gate, Ye Bufan brandished the 9-dragon soul-grabbing spear, killing the charging army of demons again and again. Unfortunately, the city gate was 250 meters high and 200 meters wide. Ye Bufan alone was unable to completely intercept all the demons at the moment, so many demons had already rushed into the city. At this time, the 300,007 killing army soldiers on the city wall rushed down the city and immediately started fighting with the heavenly demon. Ye Bufan shouted even more sternly, "All 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star divine essences, come to the city gate and follow me to intercept the demons that haven't entered the city. Everyone else, quickly clear out the demons in the city." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a group of 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star gods in the 7 killing army came to the city gate and defended the 200-meter city gate together with Ye Bufan. The space at the city gate is limited, and the army of the heavenly demons has no way to move. Of the more than 200,000 heavenly demons stationed at the city gate, it is likely that less than 1,000 of them can fight. Ye Bufan's team can rely on the narrow space of the city gate to intercept and kill the invading demons. Inside the city, the 300,000-strong 7 killing army has surrounded the thousands of heavenly demons that first rushed into the city. At this moment, under the leadership of a group of divine Yuan warriors, they are besieging and killing these heavenly demons. The demons fell to the ground and died one by one. In this way, Ye Bufan's side will definitely be able to use the city gate to slowly kill the demon army. Of course, the prerequisite is to guard the city gate and not let the demon army enter the city. Unfortunately, although the space at the city gate is small, it can still accommodate thousands of demons. Facing their crazy attacks, Ye Bufan has no pressure at all, but the situation is different for other 7-star, 8-star, and 9-star gods. Although their defense line had not been broken yet, and their strict defense prevented the demon army from entering the city, each of them was defending with great difficulty and hardship. Persist, persist, you must persist. Every divine warrior above 7 stars is constantly expecting and reminding himself in his heart. Because they know very well that once the demon army enters the city and they engage in close combat, the situation will definitely be much more dangerous than it is now, and the situation will be unfavorable to their side. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. The 300,000 troops in the city instantly killed thousands of demons and were preparing to help Ye Bufan and his party defend the city gate. At this time, the defense of the two seven-star gods on the left side of the city gate was broken. Immediately afterwards, except for Ye Bufan, all the divine Yuan warriors at the city gate could no longer hold on and were defeated one after another by the heavenly demon army, until only Ye Bufan was left. In an instant, the demon army poured into the city like a tide, and their momentum was unstoppable. The 300,000 seven-killing army just arrived at the city gate, less than 50 meters away, and instantly rushed into the battle with the heavenly demon army. In an instant, a melee broke out. No matter whether it was the heavenly demon or the members of the seven assassins, at this moment they all turned into killing gods and attacked each other. Fierce momentum and cold murderous intent. Kill, kill, kill. When two armies fight, either you die or I die. Seeing the demon army rushing into the city and fighting with the members of the seven killers, Ye Bufan was angry and helpless. But at this moment he was still at the city gate, without moving at all, continuing to attack the surrounding demons. After all, there were still the most demons here. Kill, kill, kill. Crazy attack, bloody massacre. Ye Bufan had only one obsession in his mind at the moment, that was to kill the enemy. The more he killed, the fewer opponents the seven killers would face, and naturally, the casualties would also decrease. It's a pity that the strength of one person is ultimately too little. Although the seven killings army has 300,000 people, only more than 10,000 of them are divine Yuan, and the rest are returning Yuan. On the other hand, the heavenly demons, without exception, were all divine Yuan. Although many of them were killed before, there are still more than 200,000 demons now. The result of Guiyuan's battle with Shenyuan is predictable. A crazy fight. Although the demon members did not use weapons, their sharp claws were as sharp as blades. Puff, puff, puff. The cold sharp blade cut and even penetrated the armor and bodies of the seven killers' members time and time again. In an instant, blood splattered and lives were lost. Within 10 minutes of the battle starting, nearly 10,000 of the 300,000 seven-killing army soldiers had been killed. The blood dyed the earth red. Life falls into the earth. The thick smell of blood in the air makes people want to vomit. The situation is extremely unfavorable for Qisha's side, and defeat seems to be a matter of time. But no one backed down. Brothers, disperse. In the melee, an angry shout suddenly rang out. All the seven killers around were stunned, but without any hesitation, they all retreated to a distance, ignoring the demon who was fighting with them. The demons were puzzled. At this time, the Guiyuan realm man who had shouted earlier rushed forward. At this moment, he had already broken one arm, but he didn't care at all and directly pounced on a demon. I will fight you to the death. Boom. The next second, a loud bang was heard. Guiyuan self-destructed. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the powerful impact, dozens of demons around were instantly knocked away and seriously injured. The demon that was knocked down was blown into a bloody mess by the impact of the self-explosion and died instantly. Seeing this scene, the surrounding seven kill members were all stunned and trembling with fear. Their eyes were slightly moist, but they did not stop at all. Kill. In an instant, the members of the seven killers who had originally retreated rushed forward, and the sharp blades in their hands, without exception, directly attacked the demons that were severely injured by the self-explosion. Puff, puff, puff. More than 10 demons were chopped to the ground in an instant, bleeding profusely, and they died instantly. He killed dozens of demons instantly, but without a trace of joy. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, one person here just blew himself up, and another person over there laughed out loud. Self-explosion. Count me in, I won't survive today anyway, so I will fight you, and we will all die together. The sudden sound made everyone's heart tremble. Don't want. Ye Bufan's expression changed and he exclaimed in surprise. It's a pity that the person who spoke ignored him completely. At this moment, he was covered in blood, with 7 or 8 scars on his body, one of which was so deep that the bone could be seen. The moment Ye Bufan shouted, the man didn't hesitate at all and rushed towards the demon regardless of everything. The next second, boom, thunder roared, shaking all directions. Another person blew himself up. I will return to the origin in exchange for your life. The world was dead silent. All the members of the 7 killers were shocked, and Ye Bufan was also stunned for a few seconds. The fighting was still going on, but the atmosphere on the 7 killers' side was extremely depressing and heavy. Everyone's heart is gloomy. Ha ha ha. However, all this was just the beginning. It seemed that the successive self-explosions of the two people had brought infinite encouragement to the others, causing many seriously injured 7 kill members to laugh out loud. Brothers, I'm leaving first. Returning to the origin and slaying the divine origin, my life, Mu Shaoshan, is worth it. Mr. Yi, thank you for your kindness, but I can only help you up to this point. Ha ha ha, a monster. Come on, accompany your aunt on the road. Shinpu Empire, Tiandu City, Ju's family, North Street, West District. Young Master Yi, if you can get out alive this time, I hope you can help me take care of my mother at home and tell her that I am an unfilial son and cannot serve her in this life. Comma comma comma. Boom, 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 boom. One last word after another, one earth-shaking self-explosion after another, and the terrifying energy devouring everything. A life for another. I will exchange my return to the origin for your divine essence. Tragic and heroic. On the seven killers' side, everyone was shocked, but they said nothing. They just attacked the demon in front of them numbly like a machine. Ye Bufan was also shocked and his face turned pale. 2 lines of tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Men don't shed tears easily, it's just that they haven't reached the point of deep love. What virtue and ability have I had to make you wait like this? Chapter 786. If you won't retreat, why should I retreat? Men don't shed tears easily, but they do until they are sad. What virtue or ability have I had to make you wait like this? Tears, blurred eyes. Tears wet my cheeks. Ye Bufan's heart seemed to be torn into pieces, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The self-explosions continued, and so did the deaths. There is a kind of pain called helplessness. There is a kind of pain called heartbreak. This is what Ye Bufan is like at this moment. Watching the members of the 7 killers self-destructing in front of his eyes, watching the members of the 7 killers perish together with the heavenly demon, Ye Bufan felt helpless, grief-stricken, and even blamed himself. All this was caused by him. All this is thanks to him. If he had not coveted the peerless inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons, if he had not entered the god's tomb and coveted the treasure in the heavenly palace, nothing would have happened now. But it's too late to regret now. There is no if in life, and there will never be a second chance. Everything cannot be changed. Anger, grief, self-blame, these emotions made Ye Bufan become more crazy and more bloodthirsty. I'm going to kill this day. I will destroy this land. I'm going to destroy this world. Kill, kill, kill. Ye Bufan waved the 9-dragon soul-grabbing spear in his hand, as if he had turned into a god of death, with only killing in his eyes. Kill my brother and wipe out your entire clan. Ye Bufan was like this, and the members of the 7 killers were no exception. The bloody battlefield and the separation of life and death did not make them retreat, and the end of life did not make them afraid. All of this just made them more angry and crazier. My heart is broken and my blood is burning. Endless sadness turned into overwhelming rage, and heart-wrenching pain turned into cold murderous intent. At this moment, I wish to become a demon. Kill. The 2 armies engaged in close combat. Bang, bang, bang. Among the 300,000 7 Killings army, all those who were seriously injured and unable to fight again, without exception, chose to self-destruct, using their last chance of survival to perish together with the heavenly demon. Tragic and heroic. However, because of this, the number of heavenly demons is constantly decreasing. Even though their overall combat power far exceeds that of the 7 killers, their casualties are no less than those of the 7 killers. The blood-dancing sky is never lonely, and the flying killings come to the world. Don't be afraid, don't retreat, don't give in. Fight, fight, fight. Time passes by every second. An hour later. In the east gate of Tongtian ancient city, there were corpses lying everywhere, bloody broken limbs, and even hideous pieces of flesh and internal organs. Both the heavenly demons and the 7 killing army suffered heavy losses. Hurt 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. In this battle, we fight for our lives and exchange our lives for others. What was once a peaceful city has now become a death purgatory, bloody and even more hideous. Ye Bufan stabbed out with a gun. Puff. In front of him, a demon's neck was pierced by a spear, and blood spurted out in an instant. Ye Bufan retracted his spear. Bang! With a dull thud, the demon fell straight to the ground. The last demon died. An army of 300,000 demons was completely wiped out. Ye Bufan stood with a gun in his hand. He was covered in blood, with drops of blood dripping down his armor. Tick, tick, drop after drop of blood dripped onto the ground, but disappeared without a trace in an instant. It's just because the earth has been dyed red with blood at this moment, and the blood from Ye Bufan's body will immediately blend with the ground when it drips onto the ground, so naturally it will be impossible to tell you from me. Bloody battlefield. Dead silence. Among the countless corpses, except Ye Bufan, the other members of the 7 killers were also covered in blood, standing proudly. After this battle, there are less than 50,000 of the 300,000 7-killing army left. And everyone was injured to some extent. In one battle, 250,000 people died, almost exchanging their lives for the lives of the demons. Such a battle was so brutal that it could not be described. Moreover, this was only the 3rd round of siege, with 9 more rounds to go. However, there were only 50,000 people left on his side. Not only that, the city gates were also broken. Under such circumstances, can the city be defended in the next 9 rounds of sieges? The answer is undoubtedly, it cannot be defended. Not to mention all 9 rounds, even the next 4th round cannot be defended. But what if I can't keep it? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from the crowd. Young Master Yi, please go. The person who spoke was none other than Long Xiaobao. At this moment, Long Xiaobao was just like Ye Bufan. The 11-year-old was also covered in blood, looking like a god of death. Long Xiaobao's sudden words made Ye Bufan tremble. But at this moment, Ye Fu on the side suddenly said, Master, let's go, this city can't be defended. After Ye Fu, everyone else also spoke up. Master, let's go. Master, let's go. Young Master Yi, let's go. With the voices coming one after another, everyone was very clear about the current situation. The Tongtian ancient city could no longer be defended, and staying here would only lead to death. Therefore, the best choice at the moment is to abandon the city, flee outside the city, and rely on the open plains outside the Tongtian ancient city to avoid the demons. Whether hiding or hiding, as long as you can hold on for 24 hours, you can leave here and survive. However, Long Xiaobao and others could not leave Tongtian ancient city, so they were doomed to die. But Ye Bufan is different. He has no restrictions and he can leave Tongtian ancient city. With Ye Bufan's 7-turn Zhoutian cultivation, it would be no problem for him to avoid the demon for 24 hours. Although he would fail the final assessment, at least he could still be alive. Ye Bufan trembled all over at the words of the crowd. Although with his strength, as long as he is not bound by the Tongtian ancient city, it would be no problem at all for him to last for 24 hours, and it would definitely not be difficult. Everything that happened before his eyes was caused by himself. If he just abandoned the rest of the people and escaped alone, Ye Bufan thought that he could not do it no matter what, at least he could not get over it in his heart. 300,000 lives. Although Ye Bufan never considered himself a good person, at least he was definitely not a heartless and ungrateful person. If Dao Wuya were still alive, he might survive at all costs and then seek revenge on him. Dao Wuya is actually a dead man. Seeking revenge on a dead person. It's meaningless. If you leave today, you will feel guilty for the rest of your life. Instead of lingering in guilt, it is better to have a big fight with my brothers today. What's more, we haven't reached the end of our rope yet, so we can't retreat. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan had already made up his mind. Roar. However, just as Ye Bufan was about to speak, a long roar suddenly sounded outside the city. Everyone was shocked. The 4th round of siege begins. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, a dull and heavy sound was heard, and a dark army of demons rushed forward. 300,000 demons are like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. Call. Seeing the demon army charging towards them, everyone on Ye Bufan's side held their breath. Then the soul is shaken. The densely packed demons, without exception, are all at the Zhoutian realm level. In the 4th round, Zhou Tian attacked the city. Young Master Yi, let's go. Seeing this scene, Long Xiaobao let out a long roar and said, it will be too late if we don't leave now. Master, let's go. Master, hurry up and go. Ye Fu and others also roared. They couldn't stop or defend against the 300,000 Zhoutian realm demons, and the only solution for them to stay was death. Depressing atmosphere. The demon army is charging towards us. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Ye Bufan laughed loudly, and then he glanced at everyone present and said in a deep voice, everything that happened today was caused by me. I was the one who harmed you. Even if someone has to die, it should be me, not you. At this critical moment of life and death, you let me go. With a stern shout, Ye Bufan said in a resounding voice, I cannot abandon my brothers, and I am even more disdainful of trying to survive in this world, and I will not do it. What joy is there in life, what fear is there in death? Today, if you won't retreat, why should I retreat? As soon as the words fell, Ye Bufan raised the spear in his hand. 300,000 heavenly demons, 300,000 Zhou Tian, what does it matter if we have to fight to the death? The sword has been unsheathed, so drink blood. The battle will not end until the blood is shed and the people die. Fight, fight to the death. Chapter 787, Pass. Fight, fight to the death. Ye Bufan's three simple words were like the sound of thunder from the sky, shaking the heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan did not stop and shouted, kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan rushed out directly. The triple power of the godly martial 8 desolations. The strength instantly increased by 150%. Afterwards, the heaven burial palace appeared out of thin air in his hand and he threw it towards the charging army of demons. It was an angry attack, but also a full-strength attack. Bang, bang, bang. At the forefront of the demon army, all the demons that had just rushed into the city collided with the heaven burial palace without exception. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, they vomited blood and flew backwards. Bang, bang, bang. Then there was another muffled sound, and many demons directly crashed into the city wall, causing the wall to shake. One strike injures hundreds of enemies. At this time, Ye Bufan had also arrived in front of the demon army. Without any hesitation, he waved the spear in his hand, and the cold spear light stabbed out directly. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Behind Ye Bufan, the less than 50,000 remaining members of the 7 killing army were all stunned. Given the current situation, it was probably impossible for Ye Bufan to escape alone. That's why they didn't stop. Kill. Amidst the deafening shouts of killing, the 7 killing army, which numbered less than 50,000, rushed out in unison. Guiyuan battled Zhodian. So what? In today's battle, they had no intention of surviving at all, or rather, they simply could not survive. Fight, fight to the death. In an instant, the two armies clashed and the melee broke out again. Puff, puff, puff. On the battlefield, the two armies had just collided, and in just a single encounter, nearly 1,000 men from the 7 Killings army fell, and without exception, all were killed instantly. This is the difference between Guiyuan and Zhodian. Insurmountable and invincible. I fuck your ancestors. Dry. How about Zhou Tian? I'll kill you. Come on, let me see how tough your Zhodian realm flesh is and how thick your skin is. Burst. Seeing this scene, all the people in the 7 kills were furious. They did not retreat, but just went crazy. If I can't beat you, I'll just blow myself up. Boom. A member of the 7 killers simply hugged a demon and blew himself up without thinking. With the first one, there will naturally be the second, the third. If he doesn't go crazy, he will turn into a demon. As soon as the battle began, the members of the 7 killers went crazy and blew themselves up. Being on the battlefield, Ye Bufan sensed everything clearly, but he was helpless and had no control over it. He could only kill the enemies madly. Time passes by every second. The sound of self-explosions continued to sound, and powerful energy impacted and raged. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and lives continued to fall. Some of them were demons, but most of them were members of the 7 killers. In less than 10 minutes since the start of the battle, the less than 50,000 remaining soldiers of the 7 kills have been reduced to less than 10,000, and the self-destruction of the 7 kills army is still continuing, with no sign of stopping. The war will not stop until the blood is shed and the people die. The 4th round of defending the city, this battle is the last fight at the cost of life. Another 5 minutes later. Apart from Ye Bufan, Ye Long blew himself up, Ye Hu died, and Ye Ru passed away. Of all the 7 killers, only Long Xiaobao, Ye Fu, Ye Shuang and Ye Wang were left at this moment, and that was because Ye Bufan kept them by his side. Otherwise, they would have perished. Ye Bufan naturally also thought about protecting other people, but with his ability, he was unable to do so under the current situation. At this moment, more than 200,000 demons surrounded Ye Bufan and his 4 companions and attacked them frantically. Ye Bufan held the 9-dragon soul-snatching spear in his hand, his body constantly moving, exerting all his mad strength, attacking and killing the surrounding demons while keeping Long Xiaobao and the other 3 firmly by his side. Ye Bufan fought alone against 200,000 Zhodian realm demons, but he did not give in at all. But he is a human after all, not a god, and he also has to protect Long Xiaobao and the other three. So, soon, Ye Bufan was caught off guard and grabbed by the powerful claws of a demon. Puff! Blood splattered. Ye Bufan felt pain but ignored it. Long Xiaobao and others burst into tears. Yi Shuang cried even more bitterly, "Master, please, please leave quickly and don't worry about us." With Ye Bufan's strength, it is not difficult for him to break out. Even if he is alone, it is not impossible for him to hold on for 24 hours. But now, Yi Shuang felt that they and their group were dragging Ye Bufan down. "Shut up." Facing Yi Shuang's crying, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, "I won't allow you to die until I die." "But, no buts." Ye Bufan's firm voice rang out, and then he ignored Yi Shuang and the others and continued to attack the demon. Puff, puff, puff. 10 minutes later, Ye Bufan had 7 more wounds on his body, and blood continued to flow out of his wounds. Yi Shuang and the other 3 looked at each other with painful expressions, and then a look of determination emerged in their eyes. The next second, they clenched their weapons. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, his voice deep and resolute, "Either live together or die together. If you commit suicide, I will immediately commit suicide." Buzz. Ye Bufan's words made Yi Shuang and the other 3 tremble in their bodies and their souls were shaken. "Master." Looking at Ye Bufan, they could no longer move their tightly grasped weapons, and they dared not commit suicide. Ye Bufan ignored it. Kill. In his hand, the 9-dragon soul-snatching spear was constantly dancing, intercepting the demon's attack and killing it. The Tianyan Gai Ju is in full operation. The attacks are always crazy. Ye Bufan didn't know how long he could hold on in the intense fighting, but he never thought of escaping. Kill one and it's one. Every second counts. Time passed, and the corpses of demons were everywhere around Ye Bufan. The smell of blood in the air was extremely pungent. Ye Bufan had no idea how long he had persisted or how many demons he had killed. The only thing he was sure of was that the number of wounds on his body had increased to 13, and he felt increasingly weak. Perhaps he would fall down in the next second and be torn into pieces by the demon. But Ye Bufan has no regrets. While living, we should protect what we should protect, insist on what we should insist on, and at least have a clear conscience. 10 minutes later. Puff. Ye Bufan was caught off guard as the powerful claws of a demon shattered his flesh and blood and pierced through his chest. Blood spurted out. Ye Bufan's body trembled. "Are you going to die?" With a bitter smile, a helpless voice sounded in Ye Bufan's heart. "Master." Yi Shuang and others all exclaimed. Ye Bufan was no longer able to respond to them, or rather, he had put all his strength into the battle, trying to kill more demons. The next second. Puff, puff, puff. The powerful claws of dozens of demons all fell on Ye Bufan's body, and the claws like sharp blades cut through his flesh. Blood splattered. Puff. Ye Bufan spat out a mouthful of blood, then his body slowly fell down with his head raised. Looking through the 7-colored city protecting barrier, Ye Bufan felt an endless sense of guilt. "Ning Chong, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, kid. Yao Yao, I'm sorry. Meng Meng, I'm sorry." Bang! In a short moment, Ye Bufan fell to the ground, and the surrounding demons instantly swallowed him, Long Xiaobao and the other 3. But at this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. The 3rd level, friendship is priceless. Candidate Ye Bufan was evaluated as excellent in the final assessment, and passed. The full score is 100, and the score is 93. P.S. Today is the night of Mid-Autumn Festival. I wish my brothers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival, and a happy and blessed family. Chapter 788 Heritage Hall, the final choice. The 3rd level, friendship is priceless. Candidate Ye Bufan was evaluated as excellent in the final assessment and passed. The full score is 100, and the score is 93. The sudden voice startled Ye Bufan, and even his spirit was shaken. Passed, passed. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the old voice sounded again. Congratulations to candidate Ye Bufan for passing all 3 levels of the Divine Tomb Inheritance Assessment. The 1st level, the Power of the Mind, the test score is 91 points. 2nd level, Combat Awareness, test score 112 points. The 3rd level, Friendship is Priceless, the test score is 93 points. The final score was 296 points. The minimum requirement for the God's Tomb Inheritance is that the lowest score of the 3 levels must be no less than 90, which means the total score must not be less than 270 points. Candidate Ye Bufan is qualified and has passed. Enter the Heritage Hall. As soon as the old voice faded away, a white light appeared on Ye Bufan's body that had been swallowed by the devil, and then his body disappeared out of thin air. Star Palace, Heritage Hall. The huge palace is completely transparent, as if you are in an endless galaxy among countless stars. Ye Bufan was in the middle of it, looking at the countless stars around him that seemed very close yet very far away. His face was filled with horror and shock, yet also a hint of bewilderment. Ye Bufan clearly remembered that just now, he was engulfed and killed by the fourth round of Jodian Realm Demon. It can be said that his assessment was a complete failure. But now, etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again. He recalled the sound of his last fall. Have I passed the test? The third level, friendship is priceless. Isn't this level testing the power of a commander? Ye Bufan was a little confused about what was going on for a moment, so he instinctively looked around. What is this place? Am I alive now, or dead? Boy, you are still alive. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya's voice suddenly rang out. What you just experienced was just an illusion. Illusion. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, if it was just an illusion, then it meant that everything he experienced was fake, which meant that Long Xiaobao and others were still alive. For a moment, Ye Bufan was overjoyed, but also furious. He pointed to the top of his head and cursed, Dao Wuya, you son of a bitch, why are you so insidious? At the first level, Dao Wuya said that the test for everyone was to defeat him who was 2 realms higher than themselves, but it turned out that the challenge was fake and the illusion test was real. Now, the third level is nominally a test of the commander's power, but it turns out to be another illusion. Damn it, can you please stop being so deceiving? At this moment, in Ye Bufan's opinion, Dao Wuya was a liar, cheating from beginning to end. Insidious. Dao Wuya smiled and said, if I tell you that all this is fake, you will not die, and the people around you will not die, then what is the point of this assessment? Ye Bufan was stunned. Indeed, if I knew the content of this assessment, then this assessment would be meaningless. However, Ye Bufan still felt unhappy, and he was too lazy to continue talking nonsense with Dao Wuya, so he said directly, now I have passed the test, right? Yes. Dao Wuya did not deny this. Very good. Ye Bufan responded and said, if that's the case, can I inherit your legacy? Of course. Dao Wuya responded with 4 words, and then, Dao Wuya's shadow appeared out of thin air in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan had already seen Dao Wuya during the first level, and therefore, he did not care about Dao Wuya's appearance. Instead, he looked at him and asked directly, where is the inheritance? Bring it here. No hurry. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya said with a smile. No hurry. Ye Bufan was stunned, frowned, and then said in a deep voice, you don't want to regret it, do you? Regret. Dao Wuya laughed loudly, boy, everything here was set up by me when I was alive. Now I only have my immortal will. Although I have thoughts, I can't change anything here, so you can rest assured. Then what do you want to do? Ye Bufan asked with a frown. Dao Wuya did not answer Ye Bufan, but slowly said, my 3 supreme masters, 18 divine generals, and 72 concubines in the heavenly palace are all supremely powerful. The 108 flags are full of masters and talents. If these people were placed on this Shenwu continent, any one of them could break the stars and kill everything. But even so, my heavenly palace was lost in the long river of history. As he spoke, Dao Wuya looked at Ye Bufan and said, boy, do you know why? Why? Ye Bufan said instinctively. Dao Wuya's expression became serious, and he said, because we encountered an unprecedented disaster and an opponent that we could not contend with. That is why, after fighting for 1.73 million years, in the final battle, all the gods in the heavenly palace died without exception. The god and demon cemetery you are in now contains the 3 supreme beings, 18 divine generals, 72 concubines, and 108 flags, a total of 379,633 people. They are the inner palace staff of the heavenly palace who died in the battle that year. And this is just the inner palace. If we include the outer palace, the number of members of our heavenly palace who died in the war that year was as high as 7.3 billion, and this does not include those who died in the war. If we count them, the number of casualties in the war that year is absolutely incalculable, more than 100 times the casualties of our heavenly palace. Hiss. Dao Wuya said this and Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. 7.3 billion people were killed or injured in the Tiangong Palace. 100 times that is 730 billion, and it's more than that. 730 billion people were killed and injured in World War I. What does that mean? Ye Bufan simply couldn't imagine it. He didn't know why Dao Wuya said this, but he didn't ask any more questions and just listened quietly. Dao Wuya did not stop and continued, I tell you this just to let you know how strong my Tiangong's opponents are. Because once you accept my inheritance, you will have to bear everything. Although we are defeated, the heavenly palace will be immortal. The cycle of martial arts, another century of fighting. This is not a joke. The war that year was only a temporary end, not a permanent one. If you inherit my Tiangong inheritance, you must avenge the billions of Tiangong members. Moreover, because my inheritance is so special, once you inherit my inheritance, even if you don't take on all of this, the other party will find you, and then the fight will not stop until you die. After a pause, Dao Wuya continued, so, once you obtain the inheritance of this deity, whether you like it or not, you and the other party will have a battle sooner or later. Between you, it's either you die or he dies. There is no doubt about that. While speaking, Dao Wuya looked at Ye Bufan and said, now you know why I want to tell you this, right? Inheritance and crisis coexist. You have passed my 3 tests and have the right to inherit my legacy. However, whether or not you want to accept my inheritance is up to you to decide. After Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. According to Dao Wuya, once he obtained his inheritance, it would be equivalent to provoking a powerful enemy, and this powerful enemy was the culprit who destroyed the heavenly palace back then. How powerful is Tiangong? The 3 supreme beings, the 18 divine generals, the 72 concubines, each of these is an existence that Ye Bufan dare not imagine now, but even so, they were still wiped out. It can be imagined how powerful the so-called opponent of the heavenly palace is. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan frowned and said, what if I don't accept the inheritance? You can choose any one of the 18 divine generals' inheritance. Dao Wuya did not hide it. Ye Bufan was stunned. The inheritance of the 18 divine generals. Originally, he could obtain the inheritance of any of the 108 flag masters by passing the Tongtianwu Tower. Now that he has passed all the tests, he has been directly promoted to the inheritance of the divine general. The inheritance of the flag owner naturally cannot be compared with that of the divine general. Similarly, the inheritance of the god general naturally cannot be compared with Dao Wuya's inheritance. Of course, if you choose Dao Wuya's inheritance, you will have to provoke a powerful and terrifying enemy. It can be said that Dao Wuya is asking himself to make another choice. Choosing the inheritance of the god general will not cause any trouble, and you can definitely become an almighty powerful person. If you choose Dao Wuya's inheritance, although there are many benefits, there will also be constant troubles. You may even be threatened in life at any time, and it will also threaten the people around you. A small profit poses no threat. A great benefit, but it can endanger life. How to choose? Ye Bufan was thinking about it, but suddenly he was stunned. Then, he looked at Dao Wuya and said solemnly, are you taking another test? Chapter 789 I have sent. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. Dao Wuya's entire assessment consisted of only 3 levels, but even so, he had set traps for 2 of the levels at the very beginning. In this situation, Ye Bufan had to be on guard. The final choice. Who knows if this will be the 4th round of assessment, another trap set by Dao Wuya. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya was stunned. Ha ha ha. Dao Wuya then laughed a few times, looked at Ye Bufan and said, boy, you are quite cautious. After a pause, Dao Wuya continued, but you can rest assured, this final choice is not a test, it is just the inheritance of the deity. It all depends on your choice, and I will never force you. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and looked at Dao Wuya, and asked in a deep voice, are you sure? I am very sure. Dao Wuya smiled and said, of course, I don't need you to make a choice now. After all, there is still some time before the god's tomb 10 days away, and you have enough time to take the test. Of course, if someone passes the 3 levels again during this period and gets a higher score than you, that's another matter. Don't think about it. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately raised his hand and said, I will choose your inheritance. Have you thought it through? Dao Wuya said with a serious expression. Nothing to think about. Ye Bufan responded. When a man dies, the birds fly up to the sky. If he doesn't die, he will live forever. Being afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind is not my style. Looking at Dao Wuya, Ye Bufan's eyes flashed with determination and confidence, and he said, I was once the ruler of a region, and I will naturally be a strong man in the future. Although it is a different world, the rules are still the same. Since I want to be the master, I must crush all enemies that stand in my way. And since the man you mentioned is so powerful, he will sooner or later become a stumbling block for me. My principle is to kill anyone who stands in my way. It was like this before, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Since we will become enemies sooner or later, why not let me take over your grudge with the heavenly palace now? Today, I will choose your Dao Wuya's inheritance. I will take over the entire heavenly palace. Very good. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya smiled and said, Boy, remember what you said today. In addition, after a pause, Dao Wuya said, I want to correct one thing, or I can tell you now that the place where you once lived is in the same realm as the Shenwu continent. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned and asked, What do you mean? The meaning is very simple. As long as you are strong enough, you can return to your former world, that aqua blue planet. Dao Wuya said with a smile. What? Ye Bufan was shocked. You. How do I know all this? Dao Wuya smiled and said, This world is controlled by my immortal will. Since I can tamper with your memories, then how difficult is it for me to read your memories? I even know you much better than you know yourself. For example, you inherited the legacy from the girl of the Shi family, but you didn't know that the girl only used you as a war puppet in order to protect the Shenwu continent. Even though your cultivation is improving rapidly and your martial arts can be directly perfected, his inheritance method, with dozens of layers of confinement, will almost be useless when you step into the realm of demigod. In other words, in your current state, you can only reach the peak of demigod in this life, and cannot enter a higher realm. What? Originally, Ye Bufan was just shocked because Dao Wuya said that he could return to Earth, but now. You said that Shi Feishuan only treated me as a war puppet, and that I can only reach the peak of demigod in this life. Looking at Dao Wuya, Ye Bufan said in horror. Yes, you son of a bitch, I've always said there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, this bitch. Don't be dissatisfied, and don't blame her. Ye Bufan was about to start cursing when Dao Wuya interrupted him. With the power of her clone in Shenwu continent, it's already very good that she can do this. After all, her inheritance needs to be mediated by divine weapons, which is different from our inheritance method. Besides, if it weren't for her, you would be a homeless ghost now. It was she who gave you a new life. No matter what, you should thank her, right? Well, after Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, without Shi Feishuan, I would have died long ago, and there is no way I would be reborn in this Shenwu continent. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Then he looked at Dao Wuya and said, What do you mean by the power of the clone? The Shi Feishuan of the Shenwu continent is the Shi Feishuan in your memory. She is just a clone of her original body. It's that simple. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. No wonder Qin Shin said Shi Feishuan was dead, but Shi Feishuan said she was still alive. It turns out that she in Shenwu continent is just a clone. Your sister. The doubts in his heart were finally resolved, but Ye Bufan did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he looked at Dao Wuya and said, So, this young master is useless. Yes, you can only cultivate to the peak of demigod. Yes, she used the magic weapon to carry the power of inheritance, and in order to urge you to fight against the alien race, she planted layers of seals in your inheritance which basically destroyed you. But after a pause, Dao Wuya continued, These are indeed very serious for you now, but since you have obtained the inheritance of the deity, all of this is no longer a problem, and even this is actually good for you. What's the meaning? Ye Bufan was stunned and asked in confusion, If there is no harm, then there is a benefit. Dao Wuya smiled and said, Yes, because you want to obtain all of my inheritance, the first step is to destroy your physical body and then rebuild your supreme divine body. The process of destroying your physical body will be extremely painful, but with your current state, you can at least reduce the pain by 3 points. Ye Bufan was immediately confused. Destroy, what does it mean to destroy the body? It's very simple. Dao Wuya responded and said with a smile, To put it in words you can understand, that is the first step is to destroy your cultivation, then drain your blood, then remove your flesh, break your bones, replace your tendons, and change your marrow. In short, it is to completely destroy your body while ensuring that your soul is immortal, and then rebuild your body with the heavenly Dao Soul Crystal. Your sister. Hearing this, Ye Bufan immediately exclaimed, Do you have to be so cruel? Ruthless. Dao Wuya shook his head. Do you know how precious the heavenly Dao Soul Crystal is? Do you know how powerful the Supreme Divine Body is? Let me tell you this, if I had the Supreme Divine Body back then, my heavenly palace might not have lost that battle. Do you understand? The efforts we make now are only to make ourselves stronger. Ye Bufan was silent for a moment. Indeed, only hard work can bring rewards. If the Supreme Divine Body is really as powerful as Dao Wuya said, then what's the harm in destroying the physical body? However, Ye Bufan still had some concerns in his heart. Looking at Dao Wuya, he frowned and said, will there be any accidents? After all, this is bloodletting, and won't. Ye Bufan had just finished speaking when Dao Wuya interrupted him with a smile. Apart from the fact that you will be in pain during the whole process, there will be absolutely no accidents because the heavenly Dao Soul Crystals are limited and can only be used once. Even if you want, I will never allow any accidents to happen. That would be best. After responding, Ye Bufan said, if that's the case, let's get started. Dao Wuya was stunned. Now. What else? It's also my fault that I didn't explain it to you clearly. Dao Wuya laughed, and then said, the process of rebuilding the body takes at least half a year and at most 3 years. So, before you start, you'd better prepare yourself. So long. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Nature. Dao Wuya still had a smile on his face. It is easy to destroy the body, but it takes time to rebuild it. Ye Bufan frowned, then said, in this case, I need to make some preparations. Can. Dao Wuya smiled slightly. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment. However, there won't be any problem for me to leave the God and Demon Cemetery now, right? I can come back after I leave. There won't be any problem. You can enter the God's tomb at any time. Are you sure? My inheritance is not just about cultivation, it also includes the entire cemetery of gods and demons. In other words, from now on, this cemetery of gods and demons will belong to you alone. You can distribute the inheritance of the 3 supreme beings, the 18 divine generals, and the 72 concubines to whomever you want. Of course, the degree of compatibility with the martial arts must meet the requirements. Your sister. Ye Bufan complained in his heart, looked at Dao Wuya and said, are you sure that all the inheritances belong to me? I can give them to whoever I want. Yes. Dao Wuya smiled and said, after you leave the Gods and Demons Cemetery, the Gods and Demons Cemetery will be directly closed and will no longer be open to the public. Look at your left hand. Left hand. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, and without any hesitation, he looked directly at his left hand. This is. At some point, a black mark appeared on the back of Ye Bufan's left hand. You can think of it as the key to the cemetery of gods and demons. As long as you use your Yuan power to activate it, you can directly enter the cemetery of gods and demons. As for the others, you have the Heaven Burial Palace, so it is not difficult to bring them in. Moreover, from now on, all the heroic spirits will not appear again. In other words, the people you bring can directly recognize the inheritance crystal as the master. As for whether it will succeed, it depends on each individual's luck. Dao Wuya said with a smile. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, only 4 words remained in Ye Bufan's mind. I have posted. Chapter 790, Detoxify Langning Shang. From now on, not only can he bring people in and out of the cemetery of gods and demons at will, he can also directly refine the inheritance crystals here without having to challenge and defeat a group of guardian heroic spirits. Ye Bufan really didn't know how to describe his mood at the moment, other than excitement. Cemetery of Gods and Demons, a peerless inheritance. The inheritance here, even just one, is enough to drive people crazy, and now he actually possesses them all. Dao Wuya said that 379,633 people from the Heavenly Palace were buried here, which was equivalent to 379,633 sections of inheritance. If Ye Bufan and his men seized all the inheritance here, it would be equivalent to creating 380,000 saints in an instant. What does 380,000 saints mean? There is absolutely no suspense in flattening the Shenwu continent. Moreover, saints are just the beginning. These people will at least be demigods in the future, and may even surpass demigods and step into a realm and field that Ye Bufan is completely unfamiliar with. There is also the inheritance of the 3 supreme beings, 18 divine generals and 72 concubines, which is even more terrifying. But at this moment, when Ye Bufan was extremely excited, Dao Wuya suddenly said, boy, don't be too happy too soon. Things are not as simple as you think. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. He looked at Dao Wuya in surprise and asked, "What do you mean?" Dao Wuya smiled leisurely. "Although the inheritance here belongs to you and you can distribute it as you like, if you want to obtain the inheritance, you need to have enough martial arts compatibility. If the martial arts compatibility is not enough, then no matter who you are, you will not be able to refine any part of the inheritance here. Do you understand?" "Of course I understand," Ye Bufan responded and said casually, "Isn't it just the compatibility of martial arts? There are so many people in Shenwu continent, there must be someone who meets the minimum requirements, right?" "That may not be the case." Dao Wuya smiled and said, "Maybe you can refine all the inheritance crystals by bringing 380,000 people in, but it is also possible that you cannot refine all the inheritance crystals even if you bring all the people from Shenwu continent. It is also very likely that you will not be able to refine any of them. Moreover, after you claim the cemetery of gods and demons as your master, all the heroic spirits here will enter a state of reincarnation, which is equivalent to falling into a deep sleep. Unless someone obtains their inheritance, they will never wake up. After 100 years, all the inheritance crystals that have not been refined here will disappear. So, you only have 100 years to complete the recognition of all inheritance crystals." "What?" When Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan was shocked. "I only have 100 years. "Yes. Are you mistaken? Since this god and demon cemetery is now mine, why do you still want to limit the existence time of these inheritance crystals? And on what basis do you limit the time? If possible, I don't want this either. What's the meaning? Do you know why the cemetery of gods and demons opens once every 50 years? And why only 10,000 people enter each time? Why? Because after the living creatures enter here, they will constantly affect the heroic spirits here, weakening them invisibly. If too many people enter here at once, or the god and demon cemetery is opened too frequently, the heroic spirits here simply cannot hold on for so long. Once every 50 years, in fact, these 50 years are to give the heroic spirits time to recover themselves, to ensure that the true spirit is not extinguished and the inheritance continues. And once you lead people to continue entering a cemetery, then even if all the heroic spirits fall into a deep sleep, they can only hold on for 100 years at most. Do you understand?" Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then he said, "If I still open it once every 50 years, this situation will not happen, right?" "Yes." Dao Wuya responded, then smiled and said, "However, you are so patient, can you wait so long?" This. Ye Bufan was suddenly embarrassed. If the inheritance were to be continued in this way, opened once every 50 years, he might not be able to refine all the inheritance crystals in the cemetery of gods and demons even after 10,000 years. 10,000 years is too long, we must seize the day. Hee. Looking at Ye Bufan's reaction, Dao Wuya smiled slightly. "That's not right." Suddenly, Ye Bufan slapped his head and exclaimed, "What if I bring people to refine the inheritance here, and they become my enemy after obtaining the inheritance? What should I do? Do you think I would be stupid enough to allow this to happen?" Dao Wuya said with a smile. Ye Bufan was stunned. "What do you mean?" "Dao Wuya, it's very simple. Anyone who inherits my Tiangong heritage is a disciple of my Tiangong. Since they are disciples of Tiangong, they should be absolutely loyal to Tiangong and the palace master. Of course, there is a lot of complicated information involved, which cannot be explained in a few words, so I will not go into detail. When you inherit my legacy, you will naturally understand it all." "Oh." Ye Bufan responded and was also relieved. In the cemetery of gods and demons, a large part of the reason for the existence of the heavenly palace inheritance is for revenge. What if those who seize the inheritance run to the enemy camp in the future? Dao Wuya would definitely be prepared for such things. All right. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Dao Wuya spoke again. "Since you need to deal with your own affairs before inheriting, then everything will be discussed after you enter the god and demon cemetery again. I will send you and the others out of the cemetery now." Etc. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately stopped him and said, "I have something else to do." "What is it?" Dao Wuya asked. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment and replied, "I don't want anyone to know that someone has obtained the god's tomb inheritance yet, so it's best to proceed as usual." "Oh." Dao Wuya smiled slightly. "Are you afraid that after people know that you have obtained the inheritance of the god's tomb, someone will harm you?" "I'm not afraid of anything." Ye Bufan scolded him harshly. "I am being low-key, do you understand me being low-key? You're still keeping a low profile. Dao Wuya was suddenly speechless. Why, can't I be low-key for once? Making money quietly is the right path, do you understand? Ye Bufan said with a curled lip, and then asked, just tell me if it's okay or not. Can. Then it's settled, everything remains the same. In addition, after a pause, Ye Buk's face darkened and he said, I want to know how to use the Tianyan Gai Ju to help people who have been poisoned by the soul-devouring Ji to detoxify. Qin Shin said that the Tianyan Gui Yi Ju could cure the soul-devouring Ji poison, but now Qin Shin had fallen into a deep sleep, and Ye Bufan had no way of getting the antidote from her. It just so happens that the Tianyan Gai Ju came from the heavenly palace, so Dao Wuya should know how to use the Tianyan Gai Ju to dissolve the soul-devouring poison. You want to save that little girl. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya smiled slightly, and then continued, it's actually very simple. Tian Yanggui's art can refine all things in the world, and the soul-devouring poison is parasitic in the Yuanli, so you just need to activate the martial arts art to devour the Yuanli in the opponent's body. If the Yuanli is gone, the soul-devouring poison will naturally cease to exist. Is it that simple? Dao Wuya's answer stunned Ye Bufan. What do you think? Dao Wuya laughed and said, in fact, you just think things are too complicated. Changing the subject, Dao Wuya continued, of course, according to your memory, this method is currently only suitable for helping the little girl detoxify. As for the old man from your Yi family, this method is no longer effective for him. Why? Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. It's very simple. According to your memory, he has been poisoned for a long time. The poison has merged with his body and even begun to corrode his soul. If you want to remove the poison from him, you have to devour his flesh and blood, and even his soul. The body is not important, but do you think that if you devour his soul, can he still survive? As he spoke, Dao Wuya looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan hesitated slightly, then frowned, is there no other way? Have. What? Take him to the cemetery of gods and demons and let Feng Hen remove the poison from him. To you, the soul-devouring Ji poison is a deadly poison that has no cure, but to Feng Hen, the poison is no match for him. He can even give your grandfather a chance of good fortune. Who is Feng Hen? You have seen it, the gravekeeper. Can he detoxify? Of course, I've already said that the soul-devouring Ji poison is terrible for you, but it's nothing to us. If everyone in this god and demon cemetery is still alive, any one of them can easily neutralize the poison. Your sister. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan cursed, why don't you just tell me that the old man can detoxify me? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Dao Wuya said calmly, you ask, and I will answer. Ye Bufan suddenly became furious. If the gravekeeper could detoxify, did he also need to know how to detoxify? Not necessary at all. It's simply a waste of time. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated and said, go find the old man guarding the grave now. What? Nonsense, of course he should detoxify Ning Chong, what else can he do? Chapter 791 I also want to become a saint. Star Palace, Heritage Hall. The gravekeeper had arrived here at the call of Dao Wuya, and Ye Bufan had brought Lang Ningsheng out of the Zhengtian Palace and placed her quietly in front of him. After several months, although she was poisoned, Lang Ningsheng's belly was still slightly bulging while she was pregnant. At this moment, she was lying on the bed. Although she closed her eyes, one could still see the pain on her face. Soul-eating poison, devouring souls. If Ye Bufan had not been using high-level earth treasures to feed the soul-devouring poison in Lang Ningsheng's body, she would have been poisoned in her heart and lungs by now, just like Grandpa Yi. Let's get started. Suddenly, Ye Bufan glanced at the gravekeeper and said without hesitation. The existence of the soul-devouring Ji poison was always a disaster for Lang Ningsheng and the child in her belly. There was nothing he could do before, but now that he could dissolve the poison, Ye Bufan was naturally not willing to wait any longer. As for what will happen after Lang Ningsheng wakes up and how he should face her, that is all matter for the future. Detoxification and saving lives are important. Yes, Palace Master. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the gravekeeper responded. Now Ye Bufan has passed the 3 tests of the god's tomb. As the successor of Dao Wuya, he is the master of the heavenly palace and also the master of his tomb keepers. Without the slightest hesitation, the gravekeeper stood beside Lang Ningsheng and stretched out his right hand. In an instant, a 9-colored divine light emerged from the gravekeeper's hand and enveloped Lang Ningsheng's entire body. Ye Bufan and Dao Wuya watched quietly from the side. Dao Wuya looked calm, but Ye Bufan looked nervous. Is everything going to be alright? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a wisp of black mist rose from Lang Ningxiang's body, and then the black mist slowly turned into a black pill the size of a soybean. This is. Looking at the small black ball floating between the gravekeeper's palm and Lang Ningxiang's body, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. All right. The gravekeeper said 2 words, then he grabbed the small black pill with his right hand, looked at Ye Bufan and said, Palace Master, the poison has been resolved. Ye Bufan was stunned again. He looked at Lang Ningxiang, then at the gravekeeper, with a look of astonishment on his face. Is that the answer? Yes. Are you sure? I am very sure, Palace Master, don't worry. Compared with the poisons in the God realm, the toxicity of this so-called soul-devouring GU poison is not even 100,000th of that. It is not worth mentioning at all. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. As the most poisonous poison among the demon race, the soul-devouring GU poison was said to be incurable by no one on the Shenwu continent. But now, the gravekeeper had only taken less than a second to easily cure the so-called most poisonous poison among the demon race. However, looking at Lang Ningxiang again, Ye Bufan discovered that although she was still asleep, the pain on her face had disappeared. It seemed that the poison should have been cured. Besides, there is no need for the gravekeeper and Dao Wuya to deceive themselves. With this thought, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it, but frowned again and looked at Lang Ningxiang and said, since the poison has been resolved, why hasn't she woken up yet? The gravekeeper replied, Palace Master, don't worry. The reason why the lady hasn't woken up is because she has been poisoned for too long and is pregnant, so her body is weak. She will be fine after a short rest. If nothing unexpected happens, the lady will wake up in 3 hours. 3 hours? Are you sure? Ye Bufan asked the gravekeeper. Sure. The gravekeeper nodded. Dao Wuya at the side also said with a smile, boy, you think too highly of this shitty poison. If it were in the god's domain, anyone could eat it as a meal and it would be fine. Eating soul-eating poison as food. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Is the soul-devouring poison really that vulnerable? But it doesn't matter anymore, as long as Lang Ningxiang is out of danger, that's enough. Of course, there is also Mr. Yi. However, Grandpa Yi is now in Beidou Martial Arts Academy, so Ye Bufan can only wait until he leaves the cemetery of gods and demons and then go to Beidou Martial Arts Academy to bring him back. It just so happened that after the cemetery of gods and demons, he would go to Beidou Wucheng to destroy the Sun family, one of the 9 top families. Thinking of the Sun family, Ye Bufan looked at Dao Wuya and said with a smile, Senior, since I have inherited your legacy, I am your disciple. Can you help me improve my cultivation to the saint realm now? Since we want to destroy the Sun family, the stronger they are, the better, and the more saints we have on our side, the better. No. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Dao Wuya simply shook his head and said. Why? Ye Bufan was stunned and said, Xian Ningxiang is just one of the 72 concubines. She can help people become saints directly. As the master of the heavenly palace, how can you not do it? Looking at Ye Bufan, Dao Wuya smiled bitterly and said, Boy, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't do anything. I've told you before that I'm just an immortal will now. To put it bluntly, I don't exist at all. Since I don't exist, how can I help you infuse divine power? But. As he spoke, Dao Wuya looked at the gravekeeper and said, I cannot help you become a saint, but Feng Hen can. As soon as Dao Wuya finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately looked at the gravekeeper. The gravekeeper was stunned, then he looked at Dao Wuya with a horrified expression and said, Palace Master, do you want your subordinates to forcefully indoctrinate the current Palace Master? Yes. Dao Wuya responded. Can. The gravekeeper hesitated slightly. Ye Bufan looked curious and confused. Dao Wuya smiled and said, it's okay. His body has already been destroyed. When the inheritance of the original master begins, his body will be recast. Reforging the body. The gravekeeper was shocked. Dao Wuya smiled and said, that's right, so you can just rest assured and forcefully indoctrinate him. His condition is no worse than this. However, the girl from the Shi family has set up the heaven-slaying formation in this world, which only allows creatures below the level of soul fusion to exist. So be careful when you indoctrinate him, and just push his cultivation to the peak of the saintly realm. Yes, Palace Master, I understand. After Dao Wuya finished speaking, the gravekeeper immediately responded. Ye Bufan was shocked. Although he didn't understand what Dao Wuya and the gravekeeper were saying, he understood one thing, which is if it weren't for Shi Feishuan's all things killing heaven formation, the Gravekeeper could directly improve his cultivation to the soul fusion realm, or even higher. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan was shocked. On the Shenwu continent, the Saint realm is already the strongest realm, and most people cannot reach it in their entire lives. But in the hands of these people in the heavenly palace, becoming a saint is as easy as pie. Is this person still human? Of course, this is no longer important to Ye Bufan, as long as it can help him become a saint. Not only he but others also need to be sainted. Imagine how the Sun family members would feel if a group of saints appeared in front of them. Scare them to death. Ye Bufan immediately looked at Dao Wuya and said, Master, look. In order to help others become saints, Ye Bufan even changed the way he addressed Dao Wuya. It was a pity that Dao Wuya interrupted him just after he said these 4 words. It is impossible to ask Feng Hen to help others become saints. I advise you to give up this idea as soon as possible. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Why? It's very simple. Feng Hen's way of helping people to become saints is to use external forces to stimulate their own potential and overdraw their life. Once a person enters the holy realm in this way, he is equivalent to being useless. Not only that, this person will not live more than 7 days at most. Dao Wuya did not hide anything and explained directly. Overdrawing potential in life, and not being able to survive more than 7 days after becoming a saint. Ye Bufan was stunned again. That's right. Dao Wuya responded and said, so, if you want to become a saint now, you must come back after 7 days to accept my inheritance, otherwise you will die. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. He had never imagined that this way of becoming a saint would have such great limitations. It seemed that it was impossible to help others become saints. Do you still want to become a saint now? Dao Wuya asked again at this time. Yes, why not? Ye Bufan responded and said, for me, 7 days is enough. Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, and Hao Peng, these are already 3 powerful men who have reached the peak of the saint realm. If I add myself, there will be 4 powerful men who have reached the peak of the saint realm. The 4 most powerful saints combined cannot destroy a mere martial arts academy, the Sun family. Stop talking nonsense. What's more, in addition to the 4 who have reached the peak of sainthood, Ye Jingxuan is also a saint now. With 5 great saints, 30 divine warriors and more than 10,000 Jodian fanatics, Ye Bufan was confident that with this power, he could definitely crush the Sun family to death. Blood debt, pay with blood. Chapter 792. Bu Fan enters the realm of sainthood. Ning Shang awakens. Seeing that Ye Bufan had made up his mind, Dao Wuya said nothing more, but looked at the Gravekeeper and said, in that case, Feng Hen, let's begin. Yes, Palace Master. The Gravekeeper leaned forward and responded. Ye Bufan said, what do I need to do? You don't have to do anything. Dao Wuya smiled leisurely, and then continued, becoming a saint is just the beginning of martial arts. It is not as unattainable as you think. Even many races are born in the saint realm. Entering the holy realm and starting the journey of martial arts. Many races are born into the holy realm. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused, but did not say much. He knew very well that there was a huge gap between him and Dao Wuya and others, and they were not on the same level at all. At this time, the Gravekeeper did not stop. He faced Ye Bufan and stretched out his right hand. In an instant, 9-colored divine power emerged and instantly enveloped Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. But at this moment, something strange happened. Divine power enters the body. Ye Bufan discovered that his cultivation level suddenly soared at a terrifying speed. 8 revolutions of the heavenly circle. 9 revolutions of the heavenly circle. After. The Wudin shattered and the soul left. The martial arts are divine. However, all this has just begun. After becoming a divine warrior, the soul should have communicated with heaven and earth and condensed the elements of heaven and earth. However, now, Ye Bufan's soul is frantically absorbing the 9-colored divine power of the Gravekeeper. As more and more divine power is absorbed, Ye Bufan's soul is also constantly improving. Boom! The space shook and Ye Bufan's body trembled. Outside the god's tomb, things are turbulent. Above the 9 heavens, there are 7-colored auspicious clouds. Ye Bufan, a martial arts saint. However, at this moment, the Gravekeeper waved his left hand and shouted, disperse. In an instant, before the people outside the god's tomb noticed the changes between heaven and earth, the 7-colored auspicious clouds above the 9 heavens had disappeared, as if nothing had happened. Ye Bufan's cultivation level soared. Entering the initial stage of the Holy Realm. Enter the middle stage of the Holy Realm. Enter the advanced level of the Holy Realm. Enter the peak of the Holy Realm. It took the Gravekeeper less than a breath to soar from the 7th circulation to the peak of the Saintly Realm. After Ye Bufan reached the peak of the Saintly Realm, the Gravekeeper immediately put away his right hand and withdrew his divine power, saying, "All right. All right." Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Isn't this too fast? It took less than a breath of time and he didn't feel anything at all. But the next second Ye Bufan no longer hesitated and went straight to check his current physical condition. In an instant, a tremendous force emerged from his soul, and then in just a moment it penetrated all the meridians in his body. Strong power, better condition than ever before. Ye Bufan felt that now he could easily kill 100, even 1,000, or 10,000 of his previous 7th circle self in a few minutes. Is this the power of the Holy Realm? Feeling his own powerful strength, Ye Bufan couldn't help but clench his fists and groaned again. Dao Wuya and the Gravekeeper smiled upon seeing this. Dao Wuya said, "Boy, don't be happy too soon. With your body, you first forcibly broke the seal of the magic weapon, and then forcibly improved your cultivation. Now it is useless. Remember, from now on, you only have 7 days. After 7 days. Dao Wuya paused halfway through his words, frowned, and then said with a smile, "After 7 days, you will definitely die. This is the price you need to pay." What? You? Ye Bufan was shocked when he heard this. Dao Wuya had said before that if he forcibly ascended to the Saint Realm now, he would have to return to the God's tomb on the 7th day to accept the inheritance, otherwise he would surely die. But what about now? Dao Wuya didn't even mention accepting the inheritance, he just said with certainty that he would die in 7 days. What does this mean? Ye Bufan suddenly felt like he had been cheated. In fact, not only Ye Bufan, but even the Gravekeeper was slightly stunned at this moment. He looked at Dao Wuya with eyes full of surprise and confusion. "You, what did you do to him?" At this moment, an extremely weak voice with a hint of anger suddenly sounded. Hearing this, Ye Bufan's body trembled involuntarily, and then without any hesitation, he immediately looked in the direction where the voice came from. In the sight, Langning Shang had already opened her tightly closed eyes and was now slowly sitting up. Seeing this, Ye Bufan was instantly overjoyed. He rushed to the bedside and carefully supported Langning Shang, who was getting up. He said happily, "You're awake." Being supported by Ye Bufan, Langning Shang's delicate body trembled instinctively, but she did not resist. She just looked at him with slightly moist eyes and said, Why are you so stupid?" Langning Shang has always known that her union with Ye Bufan was just an accident, and she cannot blame Ye Bufan at all. In fact, he was trying to save her in the first place. But even so, Langning Shang still hated him and even wanted to kill him. However, just a few months ago, in the 7-kill fortress, when she wanted to kill Ye Bufan, although Ye Bufan did not escape or resist and let her slaughter him, Langning Shang found that she could not bring herself to do it no matter what. From that moment on, Langning Shang knew that she could not kill this man. So she chose to commit suicide. But who would have thought that just when she was about to commit suicide, she was kidnapped by the demons, and the demons even used themselves to threaten Ye Bufan. The most important thing is that Langning Shang discovered that she was pregnant. Langning Shang could not accept this fact, but she had to accept it. Moreover, Langning Shang knew that no matter what the reason was, whether it was an accident or a bad fate, the child in her belly was innocent, and that was why she had a desire to survive. It's a pity that everything was no longer under her control at that time. Finally, Ye Bufan entered the Wangyao Mountains as agreed. Although he repelled the monsters and saved her, she was poisoned by the monsters. Langning Shang still clearly remembered what she said to Ye Bufan when she was unconscious, "I don't want to die. Not for myself, but for the baby in my belly." After that, she fell into an endless sleep. Although she was asleep, she could not see what was happening around her, but she could hear it. Therefore, she knew everything that happened during this period, especially the pharmacist in Linglong Chamber of Commerce who was responsible for taking care of her, who often whispered in her ears, making her know a lot of things that did not happen to her but were related to her. For example, Ye Bufan invited a human saint to detoxify him. For example, Ye Bufan used countless high-level treasures to prolong his life, and these high-level treasures were obtained by him from the depths of the Wangyao Mountains. The danger can be imagined. For example, Ye Bufan transformed into Yin Tianu, broke through the barrier in anger for himself, led the human army into the Wangyao Mountains, and finally killed the monster that had planted the soul-eating poison on him. She knows every single thing. Humans are not plants or trees, so who can be heartless? Maybe the beginning of her relationship with Ye Bufan was a misunderstanding and a mistake, but after going through so much, even an iceberg would be moved, not to mention that people are made of flesh and blood. Just now, Ye Bufan took her out of the Zhangtian palace and said he would detoxify her. When Lang Ningxiang heard this, she was still thinking about how to face Ye Bufan after she woke up. But when the toxins were removed and she fell into a deep sleep due to the sudden relief, she heard Dao Wuya say that Ye Bufan would not live for more than 7 days. At that moment, Lang Ningxiang could no longer suppress her emotions. In her opinion, Ye Bufan used his life to detoxify her and also used his life to exchange for her new life. Ye Bufan didn't know what Lang Ningxiang was thinking. Hearing Lang Ningxiang's words, Ye Bufan was stunned at first, then he instinctively hugged her in his arms and said, "It's good that you wake up." Hearing this, Lang Ningxiang's body trembled again. She was more convinced that Ye Bufan sacrificed himself for her, so she hugged her and cried, "Why are you so stupid? If you die, what will happen to me and our child?" Well, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Dao Wuya on the side laughed and said, "Little girl, who told you that this kid is going to die? Let me tell you, it will be difficult for this kid to die in the future." Well, Dao Wuya's voice startled Lang Ningxiang. "So you just..." Then she looked at Dao Wuya and hesitated slightly. "I say there is no doubt that this kid will die in 7 days, right?" Dao Wuya smiled slightly and said to Lang Ningxiang. Lang Ningxiang was stunned. Dao Wuya smiled and said, "I said that specifically for you to hear. To put it bluntly, I deliberately wanted you to misunderstand that this kid won't survive 7 days. So, you said it on purpose for me to hear." Lang Ningxiang was stunned and surprised. "The same goes for Ye Bufan and the Gravekeeper." Dao Wuya laughed loudly. "Of course, this guy has been thinking about how to face you after you wake up, and you just have the same idea. If I don't use a little trick, will you express your feelings to him and break the awkward situation between you?" "No way. It's so good now. He has you in his heart, and you have him in your heart too. If you talk about it and express it, then everyone will be happy." "Yes, yes, yes." Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan immediately hugged Lang Ningxiang and said with a smile, everyone is happy, this is the best." If he still didn't understand what was going on at this moment, then he was a fool and might as well just bang his head against the wall and die. Lang Ningxiang's expression changed, and she said angrily, "You guys teamed up to deceive me." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Dao Wuya smiled and said, "Little girl, I didn't lie to you, and I didn't work with them to lie to you. In fact, you took it for granted that this kid couldn't live for more than 7 days in order to detoxify you, didn't you?" Lang Ningxiang was still dissatisfied, "But you still lied to me and said he wouldn't live for more than 7 days. Dao Wuya smiled leisurely. "I didn't lie to you about this. I am telling you the truth. This kid is in his current state and will not survive for more than 7 days. What's the meaning?" Lang Ningxiang couldn't help but be stunned. Dao Wuya smiled and said, "Because he overdraws his life to improve his cultivation, he will definitely die after 7 days if he lives for another 7 days. But you don't have to worry, after 7 days he will enter the god's tomb to receive the inheritance of the deity. By then, let alone 7 days, it will be difficult for him to die." Chapter 793 Han Feier cleared the 8th floor of the Wu Tower. On the 4th day of the god's tomb, which was also the 24th day of the opening of the god and demon cemetery, more than 10,000 people had gathered outside the god's tomb. Without exception, all of these people had failed the assessment in the god's tomb. Originally, there were only 10,000 places available to enter the cemetery of gods and demons each time, but this time, Ye Bufan cheated and used the Heaven Burial Palace to bring in quite a few people, including more than 2,007 killing army soldiers who all entered the cemetery of gods, resulting in more than 12,000 candidates entering the cemetery of gods this time. That is why, even though more than 10,000 people have failed the assessment in the god's tomb, there are still hundreds of people in the god's tomb who are struggling to hold on. "It's noon. Call out." A figure appeared out of nowhere at the entrance of the god's tomb and appeared in everyone's sight. This person was none other than Ye Bufan. The moment they saw Ye Bufan, almost everyone present was stunned instinctively, not for any other reason, but because Ye Bufan was too dazzling in this cemetery of gods and demons. He first summoned out 5,000 Jodian warriors, then expelled the Sun family camp, and then 2 people on his side successively became saints. With all of this going on, it's impossible for people not to notice him. Master Yi. The moment they saw Ye Bufan, the 7 killers, members of the War Department, elites of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and 20 Qin family disciples all came forward, with a look of helplessness and loss on their faces. After all, if Ye Bufan withdrew at this time, it meant that he had also failed the assessment, and like everyone else present, he had nothing to do with the inheritance of the divine tomb anymore. Everyone on Ye Bufan's side was disappointed, but people from other camps secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in their eyes, Ye Bufan was a strong competitor. Now that Ye Bufan had failed the assessment, those of them who were still taking the assessment in the god's tomb naturally had more hope. Whether it was the loss of his own camp or the relief of members of other camps, Ye Bufan saw it all but did not care at all. Now he has passed all of Dao Wuya's tests and has become Dao Wuya's successor and the future master of Tiangong. It can be said that everything in the God and Demon Cemetery belongs to him alone. As long as Ye Bufan is willing, he can now let the Gravekeeper close the God and Demon Cemetery and expel everyone. But Ye Bufan didn't do that. The reason why the assessment of the god's tomb is still continuing is entirely because Ye Bufan wants to use it to cover up the truth that he has already obtained the inheritance of the god's tomb. A man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. The value of the cemetery of gods and demons is unquestionable. If others knew that he had claimed ownership of the cemetery of gods and demons at this time, it would probably bring him unnecessary trouble. After all, Ye Bufan was not very familiar with the overall strength of the Shenwu continent. He was confident that he could compete with the Sun family, but he was not arrogant enough to make the entire Shenwu continent his enemy, at least not before he fully accepted Dao Wuya's inheritance. That is why, even though he knew that Dao Wuya could tamper with the memory of everyone present, Ye Bufan still did it and tried his best to hide this fact. First, there was no need to announce to the world that he had acquired the cemetery of gods and demons. Second, it's always better to be careful. What's more, making money quietly and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger is the right way. Take cultivation for example. Ye Bufan has now entered the Saint Realm, and is a genuine Saint Realm peak powerhouse, but he let the Gravekeeper use some tricks on him to hide his true cultivation. Now, let alone the people in front of him, even if it is a demigod level powerhouse, as long as they don't fight with Ye Bufan, they will never find out that Ye Bufan has reached the Saint Realm peak. This time, he wanted to give the Sun family a big surprise. So, looking at the members of his own team in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled bitterly and said, "All failed. It seems that the inheritance of the god's tomb is really not something that ordinary people can obtain." Ye Bufan said this, and everyone felt helpless. Indeed, the assessment in the god's tomb is indeed too difficult. Everyone was thinking this, but no one noticed that the moment Ye Bufan said this, the Gravekeeper who was sitting there like a statue moved his lips slightly. No one knew, or no one discovered, that although the Gravekeeper had been here all this time, he had actually been away for a whole day. Of course, since Ye Bufan, the Gravekeeper and Dao Wuya didn't say anything, the others present naturally couldn't reveal it. Without any words, Ye Bufan, like everyone else, quietly waited for the assessment of others in the god's tomb. The 18 floors of Tongtianwu Tower, from the 1-on-1 on the first floor to the 1-on-90 on the last 18 floors, each floor is more difficult than the last. The reason why Ye Bufan was able to clear all 18 floors of Tongtianwu Tower in such a short time was entirely because he used the soul control technique, to cheat, but others did not. That is why it is impossible to clear all 18 levels. Even the first 10 levels are not something that everyone can pass. The reason why there are still hundreds of people persisting in Tongtianwu Tower is that neither side can do anything to the other in Tongtianwu Tower, so the fight between the two sides has reached a stalemate. So, the longer you persist, it does not mean that the higher the level you reach. After Ye Bufan left the Tomb of Gods, people failed the assessments one after another, were expelled from the Tongtian Martial Tower, and eventually left the Tomb of Gods. By nightfall on the 4th day after the God's Tomb was opened, most of the people in Tongtianwu Tower had failed the assessment and dropped out, leaving only 3 people in the entire Tongtianwu Tower. The 3 people are Qian Rumeng, Han Feier, and Long Qianyan. Needless to say, Ye Bufan was very familiar with Qian Rumeng, and Ye Bufan was also familiar with Han Feier. After all, it was Ye Bufan who gave Han Feier the position of general of the Tianfeng War Department. As for Long Qianyan, Ye Bufan didn't know him before, but he had learned from other people that Long Qianyan was from the Long family of Tianqi Martial Arts Academy and was the third young master of the Long family. Now only these three are still taking the assessment. Ye Bufan also learned from Dao Wuya, the gravekeeper, about the current situation of the three people in Tongtianwu Tower. Long Qianyan, 6th level. Qian Rumeng, 6th level. Han Feier, 7th floor. This result surprised Ye Bufan a little. Long Qianyan didn't say anything. After all, Ye Bufan didn't know him before, so his understanding of him was naturally limited. Qian Rumeng was able to get Wu Fei Xian Ningxiang to open the tomb for her as an exception, so it was normal for her to reach the 6th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. But this Han Feier, Ye Bufan also didn't know much about her. He only knew that she was one of the three beauties in the Tianfeng War Department and that she was also the current general of the War Department. As for her combat ability, Ye Bufan didn't know much about it. Although it was a bit unexpected, Ye Bufan now wanted to know whether Han Feier could get through the 7th and 8th floors. Although there is only one level difference between the 7th and 8th levels, they are two completely different concepts. After all, you can obtain the Tianyan Gai Ju by passing the 8th level. The power of Tianyan Gai Ju is beyond doubt, and it is extremely precious. Even if Ye Bufan gets Dao Wuya's inheritance in the future and becomes the master of Tiangong, he cannot let anyone practice Tianyan Gai Ju. Because Dao Wuya said that the only way to obtain Tianyan Gai Ju is through Tongtianwu Tower, which even Dao Wuya cannot change. If others want to practice it, they must pass it on at the cost of their lives, just like Shi Feishuan did to Ye Bufan. It is conceivable how difficult it is to obtain the Tianyan Gai Ju. However, Ye Bufan no longer values the Tianyan Gai Ju as much as before. After all, he has Dao Wuya's inheritance, and even the people around him have the inheritance of other people in the Heavenly Palace, as well as the largest treasure house that the Heavenly Palace has accumulated for a long time. Among these, there must be a martial arts technique that is more powerful than the Tianyan Gai Ju. Time passes by every second. On the 5th day in the God's Tomb, Long Qianyan was the first to exit the Tongtian Martial Tower and stopped at the 6th floor of the Tongtian Martial Tower. In the end, he was 1 against 6 and killed 4 demons. 3 hours after Long Qianyan withdrew from the Tongtian Martial Tower, Qian Rumeng also withdrew and also stopped at the 6th floor of the Tongtian Martial Tower. The final result was that 5 were killed and only 1 was left. At this point, Han Feier was the only one left in the God's Tomb assessment. Seeing Qian Rumeng's face full of disappointment and frustration, Ye Bufan smiled and comforted her. Mengmeng, it's okay, it's just a test in the God's Tomb. If you fail, you fail. We don't care. Your husband will dig a new god and demon tomb for you someday. By then, you can choose any inheritance from the 3 supreme beings, 18 god generals, and 72 concubines. When everyone heard this, they immediately felt a chill, and many people rolled their eyes at Ye Bufan. What do you think of the God and Demon Cemetery? And you want to dig another one out? If there is such a cemetery of gods and demons in the Shenwu continent, it would have been discovered and excavated long ago. Why would it wait until now for you to dig it up? It's just a daydream. Qian Rumeng, however, changed her previous expression of loss and frustration, and nodded with a smile. Ye Bufan smiled leisurely. He saw all the looks from the people around him, especially the contemptuous and mocking looks from many people in other major camps, but Ye Bufan didn't care at all and ignored them. So what if there is disdain and ridicule? Should I retort and tell them that I, Ye Bufan, have already obtained Dao Wuya's inheritance, and that this cemetery of gods and demons is now my back garden, and I can enter whenever I want? There is no need at all. Everyone continued to pay attention to Han Feier, the only one left in Tongtianwu Tower. Ye Bufan even learned from Dao Wuya that Han Feier had already broken through the 7th floor and entered the 8th floor. His combat awareness is absolutely amazing. Time passed slowly as everyone waited. The 6th day of the God's Tomb, the 8th floor of Tongtianwu Tower, 1 against 8, Han Feier, passed. Chapter 794, The End of the God's Tomb, The Storm Rises, the 81 war tribes point their swords at the Sun family. The universe returns to one, refining all things in heaven and earth. The Tianyan Gai Ju is absolutely a powerful and extraordinary martial arts technique, and the reward for passing the 8th floor of the Tongtian Martial Arts Tower is this martial arts technique. However, it is not easy to pass the 8th floor of Tongtianwu Tower when one is fighting against 8. According to Dao Wuya, Shi Feishuan is the only one who has passed the 8th floor since the establishment of the God's Tomb. Although he had been expecting Han Feier to pass the 8th floor of Tongtianwu Tower, Ye Bufan was still slightly surprised when she actually passed it. He couldn't help but groaned, she actually passed it. Husband, what did you say? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Rumeng immediately looked at him and asked. Qin Yao and the other girls also looked at him. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I didn't say anything. I'm just a little curious. Han Feier has persisted for so long, I wonder if she has made it through the Tongtianwu Tower. Everyone was speechless when they heard this. Do you think it's so easy to pass through the Tongtianwu Tower? Even if you can really pass it, it won't be so fast. However, although everyone present thought so, they were also looking forward to Han Feier's ability to pass the test. After all, the Tomb of the Gods was too mysterious. If Han Feier could pass all the tests in the Tomb of the Gods, it would definitely shock the entire Shenwu continent and reveal the secrets of the Tomb of the Gods. Time passes by every second. Everyone was waiting quietly. Inside the Tongtianwu Tower, after Han Feier passed the 8th floor and obtained the Tianyan Gai Ju, she began to heal her wounds and adjust her condition. An hour later, she directly entered the 9th floor of the Tongtian Martial Tower. The 9th level, 1 against 9. Although there is only one more opponent compared to the 8th level, the difficulty is many times higher than the 8th level. An hour and a half later, Han Feier killed a demon and was injured. 3 hours later, Han Feier killed the second demon and was seriously injured. 7 hours later, Han Feier killed the third celestial demon. At the same time, she herself was no longer able to fight and was surrounded and killed by the remaining 6 celestial demons. Han Feier stopped at the 9th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. Outside the God's Tomb, Han Feier's figure appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned. After a brief moment of daze, many people could not suppress their curiosity and gathered around to ask Han Feier. Miss Han, you have reached the 9th floor of the Tongtianwu Tower. Go away, what do you mean by reaching the 9th floor of the Tongtianwu Tower? You should ask, Miss Han, have you passed the final assessment of the God's Tomb? Yes, Miss Han, have you passed all the tests? There was an endless stream of voices, and many people asked questions. There is curiosity, but also expectation. In the crowd, the core members of the 8 top families looked at Han Feier with solemn and deep expressions. After all, they all knew that Han Feier belonged to the war camp. If Han Feier really obtained the inheritance of the God's Tomb, the War Department would definitely become stronger, which would definitely not be a good thing for their major families. Facing everyone's questions, Han Feier smiled and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, but Feier didn't get any inheritance, but it can be considered a small gain. Originally, when most people heard Han Feier say that she did not receive the inheritance, they couldn't help feeling disappointed, but the direct members of the 8 top families finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Han Feier said that she had made some small gains, everyone was shocked again. Tomb within a tomb, the Tomb of the Gods. The inheritance outside the God's Tomb is already so incredible. Can the inheritance within the God's Tomb be simple? A small gain. This is probably just Han Feier's polite remark. Someone immediately couldn't help but ask, Miss Han, what benefits did you get from this God's Tomb? Would you mind telling us? There's nothing wrong with that. Han Feier responded, and then said, I just obtained a heaven-defying martial arts technique called Tianyang Gui Yi Ju, and some elixirs that can improve the cultivation of saints. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Han Feier's words shocked everyone present. The secret of returning to oneness from the heavens. A heaven-defying martial arts technique. As everyone knows, on the Shenwu continent, all martial arts techniques, like all martial arts skills, can be divided into 5 levels: mortal, human, earthly, heavenly, and divine. Heaven-defying level. They had never even heard of it. However, what is certain is that this Tianyan Gai Ju is definitely beyond the divine level and is an extremely powerful existence, otherwise how can it be worthy of the word against the heaven? Of course, the Tianyan Gai Ju is not the point. The point is that Han Feier actually said that she obtained some elixirs in the God's Tomb. Anything produced by the God's Tomb must be of high quality. What level of elixir is this that can help saints improve their cultivation? This is definitely a heaven-defying elixir. This is definitely a pill that can drive all the saints crazy. Looking at Han Feier, everyone had fiery eyes, as if they had discovered a priceless treasure, and their eyes were more like a wolf seeing a sheep. Ye Bufan was stunned. He knew the Tianyan Gai Ju, but what about this pill? He immediately muttered in his mind, Dao Wuya, what's going on? Why did she pass the 8th floor of the Martial Tower and get the elixir in addition to the Tianyan Gai Ju, but I don't have it? And this elixir can actually help a saint improve his cultivation. Everything in the cemetery of gods and demons was under Dao Wuya's control, and the thoughts of everyone present could not be hidden from his eyes. Ye Bufan knew that Dao Wuya must be able to hear what he was thinking. After all, this was how he had communicated with Dao Wuya before. He. After Ye Bufan asked, Dao Wuya smiled and said, it's simple. She is lying. Lie. Ye Bufan was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Han Feier in the distance and asked, why did she do this? Of course there is a purpose. What do you want? I won't tell you that. What do you mean? Yesterday's cause, today's result. There are some things that I will not reveal to you, nor will I interfere. Dao Wuya smiled leisurely, and then his voice sank. However, I still want to remind you that a beauty may not be a confidant, and may also be a disaster. Beauty is a disaster. Ye Bufan's heart sank. Then he glanced at Han Feier and said coldly in his heart, in this case, I will kill her to prevent future troubles. A man of small mind is not a gentleman, and a man without viciousness is not a man. The interactions between Han Feier and I were not that deep. If there was any, it was only during the days when we were competing for the position of general in Kangkong Fortress, and it was Han Feier who took the initiative to approach me. Even if he killed him directly, Ye Bufan would not feel guilty. Even if there is, so what? Although Dao Wuya didn't say anything, since he had already pointed out the 4 words beauty is a disaster, then Han Feier would definitely be harmful to him rather than beneficial. Such people cannot be kept. He. Facing Ye Bufan's inner voice, Dao Wuya smiled slightly, boy, it's not wrong to take precautions, but not all problems need to be solved by killing. She was able to pass the 8th floor of Tongtianwu Tower. I think you should know what this means. In this case, why can't you take her in for your own use? Dao Wuya's words made Ye Bufan frown. At this time, the gravekeeper suddenly said, the assessment is over, and the God and Demon Cemetery is about to be closed. All candidates, please get ready. I will send you out immediately. The sudden sound startled everyone. Ye Bufan stopped thinking about Han Feier and looked at the more than 2,000 members of the 7 killers and said, everyone, enter the Heaven Burial Palace. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan directly summoned the Heaven Burial Palace. The 7 killers did not stop. The hearts of the other people around couldn't help but tremble. Just now, their attention was all on Han Feier, and they almost forgot about Ye Bufan. In the 30 Days God and Demon Cemetery, not only did Ye Bufan's side give birth to 2 saints, but now there is another Han Feier, which can be regarded as an absolute bumper harvest. But this is not the point. The point is that the cemetery of gods and demons is now over. Before entering the cemetery of gods and demons, Ye Bufan said that behind the tomb of gods, the 81 war divisions of the demon battlefield would target the Sun family, the top family in Beidou Martial Arts Academy, and the 2 sides would fight to the death. Now that the cemetery of gods and demons has ended, there will inevitably be a battle between the 2 sides. What would happen if the 81-person clan's war department clashed with the Sun family, one of the 9 top families? What kind of scene would it be like? Saints participate in a shocking battle. Without waiting for anyone present to think about it, more than 2,007 killing army soldiers had already entered the Burial Heaven Palace. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand and directly folded up the Burial Heaven Palace. Blood debt must be repaid with blood, and great revenge must be avenged. Now that Lang Ningxiang has awakened, it is just right. He can take Lang Ningxiang with him to avenge the Lang family's blood debt with interest and destroy the Sun family. As for Han Feier, if Dao Wuya had not said those last words, Ye Bufan would have killed her immediately after leaving the cemetery of gods and demons, but now, Ye Bufan has given up this idea. Let her live for now. After all, for now, Han Feier is not a threat to him. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the gravekeeper waved his hand, and in an instant, everyone disappeared in the cemetery of gods and demons. The cemetery of gods and demons is closed. The gravekeeper said leisurely, Master, you have betrayed him again. Ha ha ha. As soon as the gravekeeper finished speaking, Dao Wuya in the God and Demon Cemetery laughed loudly. If I don't kill him today, there will be another day. I just want to take this opportunity to teach him a profound lesson and remind him that being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself and the people around you. Although he is decisive in killing, it is still far from enough. If it weren't for my kindness back then, would Heavenly Palace have ended up like this? I don't want him to follow in my footsteps. Even if it's just a thought of kindness. What's more, if my descendant cannot even subdue a mere little girl, how can he lead all the gods in the Heavenly Palace and return to the divine realm to fight against the hundreds of races in the future? Dao Wuya finished speaking, and the gravekeeper fell silent. Ye Bufan had absolutely no idea. The tomb of the gods ends, the storm rises, and the 81 war tribes point their swords at the Sun family. Chapter 795 Brother, he bullied Shuaner. Outside the cemetery of gods and demons, the people who stayed behind from the 3 major martial arts academies and major families have not left, even though there are only 4 days left in the cemetery of gods and demons. No one can know the final result until the last moment. That is why they naturally have to stay here to get first-hand information and respond immediately. After all, the cemetery of gods and demons is too important. For example, Fat Hao before, who became a saint in one step, and directly reached the peak of sainthood. Such a person has enough weight to break the existing pattern of Shenwu continent. However, at this moment, although these people still held back here, their focus was no longer on the cemetery of gods and demons, but on the battle between saints in the middle above them. Ye Jingxuan vs the president of Beidou Martial Arts Academy. The battle between 2 saints. The dean of Beidou Academy, Tang Zeben, is a well-known peak saint-level expert, so everyone is naturally familiar with him. But Ye Jingxuan, when she came out of the cemetery of gods and demons a few days ago, she scared everyone here. This is nothing to the initial stage of entering the saint realm, but considering Ye Jingxuan's age, it is completely different. A 13-year-old saint. Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle, and one feels all kinds of envy, jealousy and hatred. This cliff is a step to heaven. However, before anyone present could try to please or win over Ye Jingxuan, she had already started a fight with Tang Zi, the dean of Beidou Martial Arts Academy, and the battle lasted for several days and nights. As for the reason, it's really ridiculous to think about it. A few days ago, Ye Jingxuan left the cemetery of gods and demons with the initial stage of entering the saint realm and appeared in front of everyone. At that time, she shouted that she wanted to go to Beidou Martial Arts Academy for revenge. What revenge? They severely beat up all the students in Beidou Martial Arts Academy who had bullied them. Yes, just a beating. I have to say, this is a vengeful little girl. Faced with this situation, Tang Zi, as the dean of Beidou Martial Arts Academy, naturally would not sit idly by. Let's not talk about the disturbance that would be caused if Ye Jingxuan returned to Beidou Martial Arts Academy at her age. Let's just say that Ye Bufan and the Sun family are in a battle state now. What if Ye Jingxuan enters Beidou Martial Arts City and is kidnapped by the Sun family? By then, things will inevitably get even more chaotic. So Tang Zi naturally had to stop Ye Jingxuan from going to Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Ye Jingxuan naturally didn't want to. As a result, the 2 men started fighting, and the fight lasted for several days and nights. Of course, this was because Tang Zi asked Ye Jingxuan to do this. Otherwise, with Tang Zi's cultivation level reaching the peak of the saint realm, Ye Jingxuan would definitely not be his opponent and would not be able to hold on for so long anyway. Boom 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 boom. In mid-air, 2 great saints fought each other, and the terrifying air waves impacted the heaven and earth, shaking all directions. Ye Jingxuan attacks. Karasawa Mamoru. Seeing that she couldn't get rid of Tang Zi's obstruction, Ye Jingxuan shouted angrily, "Grandpa with white beard, if you stop Shuaner again, Shuaner will be rude to you." Tang Zi was suddenly confused. He had heard this countless times in the past few days and nights of confrontation. However, he still had to persuade Ye Jingxuan, "Little girl, you are a saint after all. If you go to Beidou Academy to teach those martial arts students a lesson, wouldn't that be bullying?" Humph, Shuaner wants to bully them. Who told them to bully Shuaner in the past? Ye Jingxuan said this and launched another crazy attack on Tang Zi, but she was still unable to break through Tang Zi's defense. Tang Zi had no choice but to continue to stop her. If Ye Jingxuan was allowed to enter Beidou Martial Arts Academy, the academy would definitely be in chaos because of her. After all, a 13-year-old saint, although a saint, was still a child in the end. Now Tang Zi only hopes that the God's tomb assessment will end as soon as possible, so that Yi Jingyi and Yi Jingru can come out and stop Yi Jingxuan. After all, Yi Jingxuan listens to them very much. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other way to stop Yi Jingxuan. A 13-year-old saint, it's a headache just to think about it. Yi Jingxuan naturally didn't know what Tang Zi was thinking. Now she was just thinking about how to bully all those people who had bullied her in the past. But Tang Zi's defense was simply impeccable, allowing her to always make sudden breakthroughs. The more this happened, the angrier Yi Jingxuan became. Humph, if it wasn't for the fairy sister saying that Xuaner was too young and couldn't refine her inheritance for the time being, you would definitely not be Xuaner's opponent. You are stopping Xuaner now, but when Xuaner refines the fairy sister's inheritance in the future, I will definitely teach you a lesson. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Yi Jingxuan's words stunned everyone present, even Qian Duoduo, who had been paying attention to the battle between the two in the clouds, was no exception. Tang Zi asked in shock, "You haven't yet refined the inheritance you received in the God and Demon Cemetery?" Snort. Yi Jingxuan snorted. "Of course, if Xuaner refines the inheritance, she will beat you up in a minute." Yi Jingxuan's words left everyone speechless, but no one took it too seriously. Tang Zi asked again, "You didn't refine the inheritance, so how did you enter the Holy Realm?" Of course Xuaner wanted to be a saint, so Fairy Sister directly helped Xuaner become a saint. Yi Jingxuan said proudly. In an instant, everyone present was speechless and confused, and it was as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through their hearts. Who among those present does not want to enter the realm of sainthood? However, becoming a saint is not an easy thing. Even for those at the peak of divine martial arts, most will never be able to take this step in their entire lives. But now, just because Yi Jingxuan wanted to become a saint, some fairy sister helped her become a saint. Is this a process of becoming a saint or just for fun? The most important thing is that everyone has heard it at this moment. Yi Jingxuan became a saint not because of inheritance, but just because the heroic spirits in the cemetery of gods and demons did it. In other words, she will have another chance to refine the inheritance in the future. How Peng refined the inheritance and directly entered the peak of the sainthood in one step. Now Yi Jingxuan has reached the initial stage of the sainthood before she has refined the inheritance. What level will she be after she refines the inheritance? It's unimaginable. Comparing yourself with others will really make you angry. The same is true for everyone else, and Tang Zi is no exception. It would be fine if he was just a saint at the age of 13, but he hasn't even refined the inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons yet. Tang Zi probably doesn't know what to say. Seeing this, Yi Jingxuan said proudly, "Are you scared? So, Grandpa Whitebeard, you'd better let Xuaner go now, otherwise when Xuaner refines the inheritance of the fairy sister, she will chase you and beat you up every day." Tang Zi's mouth twitched suddenly. Yi Jingxuan is definitely not his opponent now, but what about later? There is no doubt that once Yi Jingxuan refines the inheritance of the cemetery of gods and demons, she will torture herself every minute. I can't afford to offend him, but I still have to stop him. So, Tang Zi simply stopped responding to Yi Jingxuan and just tried to stop her from going to Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Seeing this scene, Yi Jingxuan gritted her teeth in anger. Old and confused, old stubborn, old pervert, old rogue. Angry curses continued to ring out, and Yi Jingxuan's attack became more and more fierce. She rushed towards Tang Zi again and again. Everyone was confused when they heard it. They could understand being confused and stubborn, but what about this old pervert and hooligan? Tang Zi felt even more crazy. When did he become a pervert? When did he become a scoundrel? But children speak without restraint, and he was too lazy to argue with Yi Jingxuan, so he had to stop her. Boom 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 boom. Bursts of huge roars continued to sound in the air, and the terrifying power shook the heaven and earth. Buzz. Suddenly, a white light suddenly appeared on the holy monument at the entrance of the cemetery of gods and demons, and then all the members who entered the cemetery of gods and demons instantly appeared in the sight of the people around them. Suddenly, a scene attracted everyone present. We're all out. The cemetery of gods and demons has been closed. Boom. But at this moment, Yi Jingxuan and Tang Zi collided again in midair, but this time, Yi Jingxuan's body suddenly fell rapidly due to the collision. Then with a loud bang, Yi Jingxuan fell directly in front of Ye Bufan and others. It was a sudden scene and no one could figure out what was going on. Shao Xuaner. Ye Bufan and the others were all stunned and shocked when they saw Ye Jingxuan suddenly falling from midair. Ye Jingxuan did not hesitate at all. She got up from the ground, looked at Ye Bufan, pointed at Tang Zi in the air, and said pitifully, "Brother, he bullied Xuaner, woo-woo. Chapter 796 I will kill him, no one can save him. Brother, he bullied Xuaner, woo-woo." The sudden scene in Ye Jingxuan's words stunned everyone present. The atmosphere was dead silent. For a brief moment, outside the cemetery of gods and demons, all the people who knew what had happened were speechless. They were even confused and crazy. Tang Zi's mouth twitched as well. He looked at Ye Jingxuan and said, "Little girl, are we still being reasonable? When did I ever bully you? You have it, you have it, you have it." Ye Jingxuan said this, and immediately looked at Ye Bufan, grabbed his arm and said, "Brother, he bullied Xuaner, you must avenge Xuaner." Tang Zi's mouth twitched again, and then he looked at Ye Bufan. The same was true for everyone else present. Ye Bufan looked at Ye Jingxuan, then at Tang Zi in midair. He was a little confused about the situation, so he squatted down, grabbed Ye Jingxuan's shoulders and said, "Xiao Xuaner, tell your brother, how did he bully you?" Upon hearing this, Ye Jingxuan's eyes rolled, and then she said pitifully, "Brother, he said he wants to capture Xuaner and take her to be his wife." As she spoke, Ye Jingxuan threw herself into Ye Bufan's arms, hugged him and cried, "Wow, Xuaner is so scared, Xuaner doesn't want to be his wife." In an instant, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Everyone was ashamed. Tang Zi widened his eyes, looking at Ye Jingxuan below with an incredible expression, "Little girl, when did I ever say I wanted to marry you?" Ye Jingxuan looked back at Tang Zi and said viciously, "You have it, you have it, you have it." For a moment, Tang Zi felt as if thousands of horses were galloping through his heart. Then he looked at Ye Bufan and said solemnly, "Brother Ye, don't listen to her nonsense. How could I do such a despicable thing? I just stopped her from going to Beidou Martial Academy. Everyone present has seen this and they can testify for me." Hearing this, Ye Bufan stood up suddenly. He looked at Tang Zi, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Why don't you let Xuaner go to Beidou Martial Arts Academy?" This. Tang Zi hesitated slightly, then recounted the entire story in detail. Just because of this. After Tang Zi finished telling what happened, Ye Bufan looked at him and asked. Tang Zi couldn't help but be stunned. Just because of this. "Do you know, kid, that if you let your sister enter Beidou Martial Arts Academy, the entire Beidou Martial Arts Academy will be thrown into chaos by her?" Although he thought so in his heart, Tang Zi did not say it out loud, but just responded, "Yes." Ye Bufan did not answer, but glanced at everyone around him, then slowly said, "I used to be just a simpleton, a fool who knew nothing, a fool who needed his little sister to protect me from the wind and rain. With the blessing of heaven, I inherited the ancient power and was able to open my spiritual wisdom and become a normal person. From that moment on, I said to myself, in the past, Xiao Xuaner protected me from the wind and rain, and in the future, I will hold up the whole sky for her. I will keep my word." As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at Tang Zi and said in a deep voice, "Don't say that Xiao Xuaner just wants to teach your martial arts students a lesson now. Even if she wants to demolish your Beidou Martial Arts Academy, I will satisfy her at all costs." Ye Bufan's words stunned everyone present. Tang Zi was even more furious. "Yuxi is just a child under 13 years old now. It would be fine if you didn't correct her behavior, but you are so indulgent and protective of her. Aren't you afraid of spoiling her? So what?" Ye Bufan sneered and said, "As long as I am still alive, my sister can be arrogant, unbridled, lawless, and even do whatever she wants. I will give her whatever she wants, no matter if it is right or wrong." As he spoke, Ye Bufan looked at Ye Jingxuan and said with a smile, "Xuaner, tell me, who in Beidou Martial Arts Academy bullied our little Xuaner in the past?" Ye Jingxuan was suddenly delighted, and she immediately said a lot of names. After listening to this, Ye Bufan looked at Tang Zi again and asked, "Did you hear everything?" Tang Zi was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, "Within 5 days, have these people go to the 7 Killings Fortress to apologize. Otherwise, I will personally cut off one of their hands and one of their feet." Hiss. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Strong and domineering. Is this a blatant challenge to Beidou Martial Arts Academy? Tang Zi was also stunned and even more angry. "Let's go home." Ye Bufan ignored her, took Ye Jingxuan's hand and walked out of the crowd. Ye Jingxuan responded and followed closely. There is no exception for others. The space was dead silent. The atmosphere is weird. Everyone looked at Ye Bufan, who was about to leave, with extremely solemn and complicated expressions. Since ancient times, there have definitely been no more than 5 people who dared to ignore the martial academy or even openly challenge it. Ye Bufan is one of them. This kid is simply too crazy. Etc. But at this moment, Tang Zi fell to the ground. He looked at Ye Bufan and called out. Ye Bufan paused, then turned to look at Tang Zi and asked, "Why, do you have any objections? Let's talk about this later." Tang Zi waved his hand and then said, "Let's talk about you and the Sun family first." Sun family. Ye Bufan frowned and said, "There is nothing to say about the Sun family. Either he dies or I die." You. Tang Zi became angry again. He found that he could not communicate well with Ye Bufan. But even so, he still has to say what he needs to say. So Tang Zi took a deep breath, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Do you know what impact it will have on the entire human race if the War Department and the Sun family go to war?" "What effect?" Ye Bufan sneered. Tang Zi said helplessly, "Once the war starts, the saints from both of you will definitely be involved, and some saints will surely die. Do you know how important each saint is to the human race?" "So what?" Ye Bufan looked disdainful and said in a cold voice, "The saint cannot die, so do the others deserve to be slaughtered." Tang Zi couldn't help but be stunned. "You, what do you mean? What's the meaning?" Ye Bufan sneered, "Kill someone and pay with your life, owe a debt and pay it back. More than 10 years ago, the Sun family coveted the holy weapon, the sky-slaying bow, and killed my wife and her entire family. Today, I come to collect the debt. Isn't that right? Holy soldier, your wife. Destroy the whole family." Ye Bufan's words made Tang Zi stunned again. Others were also stunned. Ye Bufan said slowly, "More than 10 years ago, the Sun family of Beidou Martial Arts Academy killed the entire Leng family in order to obtain the Leng family's heirloom sacred weapon, the Slaughtering Heaven bow. If you don't believe it, your Martial Arts Academy can ask the Sun family to verify it in person." As he spoke, a hint of ridicule appeared on Ye Bufan's face, and he continued, "Don't you 3 martial arts academies claim to be the leaders of the human race? In this case, shouldn't you give me an explanation for this matter? Should you give my wife an explanation? If not, what right do you have to claim to be the leaders of the human race? What qualifications do you have to persuade me here?" Tang Zi was stunned again. He never thought that there was a bloody murder involved. But even so, the 81st War Department still cannot go to war with the Sun family. So Tang Zi looked at Ye Bufan and said, "My 3 martial arts academies can give you an explanation for this matter, but it will take time." "What kind of explanation are you going to give me?" Ye Bufan sneered, and then asked, "Can you help me destroy the Sun family without me taking any action?" "That's impossible." Tang Zi spoke immediately. "Then what the hell are you talking about?" Ye Bufan shouted angrily, "Between me and the Sun family, either he dies or I die. There is no third possibility." "You." Tang Zi gnashed his teeth in anger, "Do you really have to do this? Is there no room for negotiation?" "No," Ye Bufan said in a resolute tone. "Call." Tang Zi took a deep breath and said, "If you insist on doing this, then my 3 major martial arts academies will definitely not sit idly by." Ye Bufan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Are you 3 martial arts academies planning to help the Sun family deal with me?" "Of course not." Tang Zi responded and added, "However, we will prevent the 2 of you from starting a war." "Oh." Hearing this, Ye Bufan sneered and said playfully and teasingly, "To be honest, even if your 3 martial arts academies stand on the side of the Sun family, I am not afraid. At worst, I will destroy your 3 martial arts academies together." If it were in the past, Ye Bufan would naturally not dare to say such words, and he did not have the ability to do so. But now, with the 370,000 unique inheritances in the cemetery of gods and demons, it is only a matter of time before Ye Bufan wants to destroy the 3 major martial arts academies. However, the others present did not know that Ye Bufan had already taken control of the entire cemetery of gods and demons. That was why Ye Bufan's words shocked the souls of everyone present. Never stop until your words are shocking. Even Tang Zi, the dean of Beidou Academy, was stunned. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Tang Zi. He said coldly again, "I will give you one last word. If I want to destroy the Sun family, no one can stop me and no one can save me. The Sun family will perish." Chapter 797 Yin Tianu, I'm back again. Finally, I will give you one final word. If I want to destroy the Sun family, no one can stop me, and no one can save me. The Sun family will perish. Ye Bufan's powerful words shocked the souls of everyone present. They all saw clearly and understood that a war between Ye Bufan and the Sun family was inevitable. However, compared to the three major martial arts academies, their ideas are completely different. They are very happy to see the two sides fight. After all, as one side gains while the other loses, they will benefit in the end. You. Pointing at Ye Bufan, Tang Zi was so angry that he didn't know what to say for a moment. Stubborn. Then he shouted angrily, since you insist on doing this, then the three martial arts academies of mine will protect the Sun family. We will not allow this battle to happen no matter what. Oh. Hearing this, Ye Bufan sneered, do you really think that your martial arts academy has the final say over this human race? Let me tell you, some things cannot be done as you wish. Then we'll wait and see. Tang Zi also refused to give in. No matter what, the martial arts academy would never allow this battle to happen. Okay, let's wait and see. Ye Bufan responded, and then said in a cold voice, I want to see what your so-called three major martial arts academies can do to stop me from destroying the Sun family with my sword of murder. If you want to play, I will play a big game with you. As he spoke, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to Tang Zi, but glanced at everyone present, and then said in a cold and solemn voice, all the family representatives here today, listen to me carefully. Please go back and tell the heads of your respective families that from now on, I will offer a reward to the Sun family, the top family in Beidou Martial Academy, in the entire Shenwu continent. Anyone who takes the life of a member of the Sun family can come to my 7 Kills residence to claim their reward with their head. The corresponding remuneration is as follows. A Sun family warrior who is in the Transcendent Realm can obtain 1000 essence pills at the 7 Killing station by showing his head to the other person if he kills one person. 1 life of condensation, 2000 essence pills. Return to the origin of life, 3000 essence pills. 1 life of divine essence, 5000 essence pills. 1 life for Zhou Tian, 10,000 essence pills. 1 life of Shenwu, 50,000 essence pills. 1 life of a saint, 100,000 essence pills. All members of the Sun family have their prices clearly marked. No matter who it is, whether it's poisoning, assassination, violent attack, or killing, from now on, I only care about the result, not the process. I will give you that many essence pills according to how many people of the Sun family you kill. In addition, when the Sun family is destroyed, whoever kills the most members of the Sun family will be rewarded with another 500,000 essence pills. I will do what I say. I will not rest until the Sun family is destroyed. The sword of death, who dares to stop me? A resolute voice, filled with murderous intent. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. Everyone present was dumbfounded and confused, even Tang Zi was no exception. Offering a reward of essence pill to the Sun family. This kid is absolutely crazy. So far, no one has ever dared to openly offer a reward to a top family, let alone in front of the 3 major martial arts academies, and even under the interference of the martial arts academies. This is a real challenge to the 3 major martial arts academies, this is a real provocation to the 3 major martial arts academies. It's simply making an enemy of the martial arts academy. The most important thing is not these, but the reward given by Ye Bufan. To this day, everyone in the entire Shenwu continent knows what the essence pill is. It is a heaven-defying elixir that can instantly restore one's vitality and directly improve one's cultivation without any side effects. Even the 3 major martial arts academies cannot resist it. It's a pity that after the Wangyao mountain range, Yantianu mysteriously disappeared and no one has seen him since then, so naturally it is impossible to buy the essence pill from him anymore. It can be said that this elixir is now completely extinct in the Shenwu continent and cannot be bought even if you have money. But what about now? Ye Bufan actually used essence pills as a reward and openly offered a bounty to the Sun family of Beidou Martial Arts Academy. How many essence pills does he have? Where did he get the essence pill? What is his relationship with the mysterious pharmacist Yantianu? What kind of connection do they have? One question after another emerged in the mind of everyone present and could not be shaken off. After a brief moment of shock and daze, Tang Zi was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at Ye Bufan and shouted, "Are you crazy? The value of the essence pill is unquestionable, and no one can resist its appeal. When Ye Bufan offered such a bounty, Tang Zi could easily guess that by then, the entire Shenwu continent and the entire human race would fall into absolute madness. People die for money, and birds die for food. Countless people flocked to Beidou Wucheng, eyeing the lives of the Sun family members for the Jingyuan pill. How could the Martial Arts Academy stop it at that time? How could it stop it? Should we arrest all of them? Or should we kill all of them? That is simply impossible and unrealistic, and the Martial Arts Academy will never do that. Under such circumstances, the three major martial arts academies could not stop it at all. Crazy. Ye Bufan sneered and said, "If I'm not crazy, I'll be a demon. The Sun family bullied my younger sister and killed my wife and her entire family. So, even if I go crazy for once, what does it matter? Didn't your martial arts academy want to stop it? I'll give you a chance to stop it. Didn't your martial arts academy want to stop it? I'll give you a chance to stop it. But, I have essence pills, and all warriors in the world can be used by me. Can you stop me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan shouted again, "I have already said that no one can stop my sword of destruction. The Sun family will be destroyed by me. Gods stand in the way, gods are killed. Buddhas stand in the way, Buddhas are killed. If your martial arts academy angers me, I will destroy all three of your martial arts academies. Don't use your high-sounding words to talk to me about racial justice. If I can't even protect the people around me, even if the human race is exterminated, what does it have to do with me? If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth." Boom. Tang Zi was shocked. "You." Before he could say more, someone in the crowd suddenly asked in a weak voice, "You said you offered a reward of essence pills to the Sun family, and if anyone kills someone from the Sun family, you can get the corresponding essence pills from you, but do you have that many essence pills?" "Yes." The sudden words stunned everyone present. Ye Bufan offered a reward to the Sun family, but if he didn't have the essence pill, then everything would be nonsense. In an instant, everyone looked at Ye Bufan. "Oh." Hearing this, Ye Bufan sneered. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. The reason why he used Yin Tianu's identity to take out the essence pill was because the essence pill was too valuable and he was worried that it would bring himself unnecessary trouble. But it's different now. Now he has 3 peak saintly warriors, 30 divine warriors, and more than 10,000 Jodian under his command. This power alone is enough to suppress all evil intentions. What's more, he is now at the peak of the saint realm and has also obtained the entire heavenly palace inheritance. Although he has not refined it yet, what is there to be afraid of? So what if the essence pill is exposed? So what if Yin Tianu was exposed? Those who come to fight are not afraid. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan directly performed the divine level martial arts in front of everyone in front of him. The 7 rhymes of Tianyin are changed to easier form. In an instant, Ye Bufan's appearance changed drastically. Yin Tianu reappeared in public. Boom. Looking at Ye Bufan, or Yin Tianu, in front of them, many people present were stunned, but more people who had seen Yin Tianu's appearance or portrait were shocked. Ye Bufan scanned the entire room and shouted, "Is this enough?" These 3 words made countless people's hearts tremble. "Oh my god. He. Yin Tianu. He is Yin Tianu. What on earth is going on? This is a martial art, and this is a disguise. Ye Bufan, Yin Tianu, it turns out, they are the same person. No wonder Yin Tianu could disappear from the face of the earth, and no wonder we couldn't find him no matter how hard we looked." The sounds came one after another. The whole audience was shocked and in chaos. "That's right." Ye Bufan shouted loudly, scanning the entire audience and said, "Ye Bufan is Yin Tianu is Ye Bufan. A few months ago, I came here to kill the Demon King. A few months later, I came here to destroy the Sun family. Today I have returned, who dares to stop me? The battle will not end until the blood is shed and the people die. I will never give up until I achieve my goal. The Sun family, I will destroy them." Chapter 798 The Name of Yin Tianu. Ye Bufan is Yin Tianu, and Yin Tianu is Ye Bufan. The news came too suddenly and was too explosive. In just an instant, it made the people around them stunned and dumbfounded. There is a blank in everyone's mind. Who is Yin Tianu? People in the entire Shenwu continent don't know much about him, but almost everyone knows 2 things. First, this is a high-level pharmacist who can refine heaven-defying elixirs, essence pills. Second, this is a lunatic. Yes, a madman. I want to ask, among the human race in the entire Shenwu continent, is there anyone who dares to charge into the Wangyao Mountains in a big way? The 81 war departments don't dare, the major human families don't dare, and the 3 major martial arts academies don't dare either. But Yin Tianyu dared to do it. Yin Tian was so angry that he risked his life for the beauty he loved. At that time, Yin Tian spent trillions of gold coins and recruited countless human warriors to fight in the Wangyao Mountains, which shocked the entire Shenwu continent. Yin Tianyu is definitely a madman, as he is willing to sacrifice the lives of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people to avenge one person. However, now, this Yin Tianyu appeared again, and he was actually Ye Bufan. The war will not stop until the blood is shed and the people die. Never give up until you achieve your goal. A madman and a lunatic, what will happen when these two people come together? At this moment, everyone present couldn't help but tremble involuntarily. The Sun family is finished. Although Yin Tianyu has only appeared once, there is definitely no one more famous than him in the Shenwu continent today. And after what happened last time, now, as Ye Bufan said, all the warriors in the world can be used by him. There is no doubt about this. This cannot be replicated. Yin Tianyu's terrifying appeal, coupled with Ye Bufan's background in the 81st Combat Unit, even though this battle has not yet begun, its outcome is already determined. The Sun family couldn't stop it at all. When they thought of this, everyone looked at Ye Bufan with a hint of fear in their eyes. Today, the young man from the Ye family a year ago is no longer the same as before, and his growth rate is outrageous. Destroy the Sun family of Wuyuan. I'm afraid that Ye Bufan doesn't even need to take action personally, as the warriors in the world can destroy the Sun family. Absolutely bloodless victory. A dead space. Deathly atmosphere. Silence. But at this moment, Ye Bufan looked at Tang Zi and asked, Dean Tang, do you have anything else to say? Everyone was stunned and then looked at Tang Zi. Tang Zi was also stunned. What else can he say? What else can he do? Although the 3 major martial arts academies are the leaders of the human race, they are not arrogant enough to think that they can influence the thoughts of every human member. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. The selfishness and desire of human nature, driven by the essence pill, can definitely drive people all over the world crazy. For a moment, Tang Zi gritted his teeth and didn't know what to say. Ye Bufan said, since you have nothing to say, I will take my leave now. Is there no room for negotiation? Tang Zi suddenly asked in a deep voice. No, Ye Bufan said with determination, blood debt must be repaid with blood. I will definitely destroy the Sun family. If a god stands in my way, I will kill him. If a Buddha stands in my way, I will kill him. Let's go. After leaving a few words, Ye Bufan turned around and left without stopping. Everyone followed closely around him. Apart from that, everyone else present fell into endless silence. The storm is coming and the building is full of blood. This battle is inevitable. The 30-day cemetery of gods and demons ended 4 days early. However, just as the 50 years feast came to an end, a bloody storm struck again. On the 2nd day after the god and demon cemetery ended, Linglong Chamber of Commerce issued a notice to the entire Shenwu continent. Pharmacist Yin Tian was angry and offered a reward to the Sun family of Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Members of the Sun family have clearly marked prices. A Sun family warrior in the Transcendent Realm who kills one person can receive 1000 essence pills at the 7 kills station with the other person's head. 1 life of condensed essence, 2000 essence pills. Return to the origin of 1 life, 3000 essence pills. 1 life of Shenyuan, 5000 Jingyuan pills. 1 life in Zhodian, 10,000 essence pills. 1 life of Shenwu, 50,000 essence pills. 1 life of a saint is worth 100,000 essence pills. For tens of millions of years in the Shenwu continent, no one has ever dared to openly challenge a top family, let alone openly offer a reward for the lives of all members of a top family. Others don't dare, but Yin Tianyu dares. If he doesn't go crazy, he will turn into a demon. Just like when he led his army into the Wangyao Mountains, Yin Tianyu is still as crazy as ever. 1 stone can cause a huge wave. After a lapse of several months, Yin Tianyu strikes again, causing another wave of unrest in the human territory of Shenwu continent. Madman Yin Tianyu vs Top Family Sun Family. Of the 9 top families of the human race, except for the Sun family, the other 8 families had already received the news when Ye Bufan and his party left the entrance of the cemetery of gods and demons. Ye Bufan is Yin Tianu. Yin Tianu is Ye Bufan. Although this news shocked them, it was not enough to move them. However, it was different when Ye Bufan offered a reward to the Sun family in the name of Yin Tianu using the essence pill. After several months, this madman is causing trouble again. If it was just a bloody fight between the Zon department and the Sun family, they would not care, and would even be happy to see such a thing happen. But it was different when Yin Tianu and Jingyuan Dan were involved. The value of essence pill is beyond doubt. Yin Tianu's value is immeasurable. Now that the War Department has a terrifying pharmacist like Yin Tianu, their rise is unstoppable, and the Sun family will inevitably perish in this battle. So, as a top family, they must replan. 3 options. First, kill Yin Tianu, also known as Ye Bufan, to curb his and the War Department's growth. Second, if you make friends with him, you can even send a saint to help him destroy the Sun family and earn favors. Third, he can still sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the 2 tigers, but he can kill some members of the Sun family without sending out the saints, in exchange for the essence pill. With 3 options, the 8 top families found it difficult to make a decision and were indecisive. The 8 top families were like this, but the outside world saw a completely different picture. Ha ha ha, I was wondering how my idol could disappear so easily and retire from society. He is indeed my idol. I offer a bounty to his top family just because he disagrees with me. That's crazy. I like it. What do you mean by a disagreement? Didn't you see that it's clearly written in the notice issued by Linglong Chamber of Commerce? More than 10 years ago, the Sun family coveted the Leng family's sacred weapons from the Great Qin Empire, so they wiped out the entire Leng family. Now, Leng Ningshang, the orphan of the Leng family, is the idol's wife. The idol wants to avenge his wife, so he wants to wipe out the Sun family. The Sun family deserves to die for their greed for the holy soldiers. Once again, I'm fighting for my beloved. An idol is an idol. I, Yi Liangchen, used to be unconvinced by anyone, but now I only obey Yin Tianu. Who cares? The head of a transcendent realm warrior is worth 1,000 essence pills. As a top family, how many members should the Sun family have? At least thousands or even tens of thousands. If we kill them all, what will we worry about in the future? Ha ha ha, essence pill, here I come. Fuck the Sun family. 1 essence pill is worth thousands or even tens of thousands of gold coins, and you can't buy it even if you have money. Now it's good. I don't ask for anything extravagant. I just want to kill 1 person from the Sun family. Done. Boss, give me the most poisonous drug in your store. I'll take it all. Xiao Mu, call all the brothers, we will head to Beidou Wucheng now. Hurry, hurry, hurry up. If you go too late, the Sun family might have been wiped out. I have already sold my life to you, my benefactor. Although I was lucky enough to survive the battle at Wangyao Mountain Range, now that you need me, how can I stay out of it? My life is worthless, so I will go through fire and water and die without hesitation. When Yin Tianu offered the bounty, the entire Shenwu continent was shaken, and countless people went crazy because of it. For a moment, countless people poured into Beidou Wucheng from all directions of the human territory like a tide. In the name of heaven's wrath, the sword is pointed at the Sun family. Chapter 799. Ambush from all sides, endless murderous intent. Beidou Wucheng. After Linglong Chamber of Commerce issued a bounty notice for Yin Tianu, the atmosphere in the entire Beidou Wucheng suddenly became extremely weird, simply because the Sun family was in Beidou Wucheng, which would inevitably become the center of the next battlefield. It is for this reason that the Beidou Martial Arts Academy law enforcement team was dispatched, not for anything else, just to maintain continuity. Ye Bufan wanted to offer a reward to the Sun family, and Beidou Martial Arts Academy could not stop him. Ye Bufan wanted to go to war with the Sun family, and Beidou Martial Arts Academy could not stop him. However, this Beidou Wucheng is the territory of Beidou Wuyuan. Beidou Wuyuan has the final say on everything here, and they do not allow anyone to mess around here. As for the war between Ye Bufan and the Sun family, they will also do their best to stop it. For this reason, the 2 major martial arts academies, Kangchong and Tianchi, also came to reinforce Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. Beidou Wucheng is so huge that the Beidou Wuyuan law enforcement team alone cannot take care of everything and keep an eye on everyone in every corner of Beidou Wucheng. Of course, there are still many students in the Martial Arts Academy, but these students come from various families and camps. Under the current situation, let alone asking them to work with the law enforcement team to maintain order in the city, it is very likely that they will abuse their power for personal gain and attack the Sun family members. The head of a transcendent warrior is worth 1,000 essence pills. Who can resist such an offer? In the south of Beidou Wucheng, tens of thousands meters away from Beidou Wuyuan, there is a restaurant owned by the Sun family. As soon as Ye Bufan declared war on the Sun family urgently recalled all family members to the ancestral home. But even so, the Sun family could not recall all of them. After all, they still had a lot of industries in Beidou Wucheng that they needed to take care of. Of course, they can also recall all members and temporarily close all industries. But if this is done, wouldn't it tell everyone that his Sun family is afraid of Ye Bufan? For this reason, the Sun family's various businesses did not close down, and were left with family members to look after them. For example, the restaurant in front of us. At present, apart from some assistants, the shopkeeper is still a member of the Sun family. At this moment, with the release of Yin Tianu's bounty notice, even though it was not yet dinner time, the restaurant was already packed with people. These people nominally came to eat, but in reality they all came for the shopkeeper of the Sun family. There was no other way. As the Sun family was a top family, it was impossible for them to directly attack the Sun family's ancestral home, so they could only target the Sun family members who had held back in the Sun family's industries. The shopkeeper of the Sun family, a Guiyuan warrior. At this moment, in the eyes of these warriors, the shopkeeper was not a human being at all, but 3,000 essence pills. How much are 3,000 essence pills worth? Considering the current situation where essence pills are in short supply, 3,000 essence pills are worth at least 1 million gold coins, or even more. If you kill the shopkeeper and take his head, you can get 1 million gold coins. Who can resist such temptation? For this reason, Beidou Martial Arts Academy directly dispatched a law enforcer to stay here. But even so, the Sun family's shopkeeper who was at the Guiyuan realm still hid directly on the second floor. There was no other way. The first floor was too dangerous, with so many warriors staring at him. The Sun family's shopkeeper was afraid that the other party would not be able to hold back and would ignore the law enforcers and kill him directly. After all, people die for money and birds die for food. This possibility is not impossible. Dead silent space, depressing atmosphere. Time passed by minute, and all the warriors stared at the room where the shopkeeper was on the second floor. 10 minutes later, a warrior suddenly stood up and walked directly to the second floor. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, the Martial Arts Academy law enforcer immediately looked at the opponent, shouted and questioned. What? The man glanced at the law enforcer and said with a smile, "Is it not possible for me to go to the second floor to discuss something with the shopkeeper?" No. Why? No reason, no means no. Is your Beidou Martial Arts Academy a bit too controlling? The man said with a dissatisfied look on his face, then looked at the others around him and said, "Everyone, don't you want to discuss things with the shopkeeper? It's not a good idea to stay here any longer. How about going upstairs with me? After all, only when you see the shopkeeper in person can you discuss business, right? What this means is that if you want to kill him, you have to get close to him. If you continue to wait here, you will never be able to kill him in your lifetime. It just so happens that I do have something to discuss with the shopkeeper, so let's do it together. As for who can negotiate the deal, it all depends on their own abilities." "That's what I meant. Count me in. I'm going too." At once, everyone present responded. Seeing this scene, the Martial Arts Academy law enforcer was furious, but he could do nothing. After all, these people had not done anything yet, and he had no way to take action. However, everyone present simply ignored the law enforcers and immediately headed towards the second floor. The law enforcers had no choice but to follow. On the second floor, where the shopkeeper lived, a man knocked on the door and said, "Shopkeeper, I have something to discuss with you. Please open the door." Why waste time talking to him? Just go in. As soon as the man finished speaking, someone next to him scolded him, and then kicked the door open with a bang. What? However, everyone was shocked when they saw the scene in the room, and the law enforcers rushed in directly. In the sight, inside the room, the shopkeeper of the Sun family fell to the ground, but his head had disappeared, and the countless blood from the wound had already dyed the ground red. Dead. The strange scene left everyone stunned. Just now they saw the shopkeeper enter the room with their own eyes, and they were staring at the room from beginning to end. No one came in after that. But even so, the shopkeeper was killed without anyone knowing. This scene is simply weird. Wrong. Suddenly, someone said in surprise, someone just came in. It was the waiter. Waiter. Everyone was shocked. Someone immediately questioned, that's impossible. The waiter is only a condensation realm warrior. How could he kill the shopkeeper who is in the return to origin realm without any movement? Look at the blood on the ground. The color red with blood. The shopkeeper must have been poisoned. At this moment, someone else exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was stunned, and when they took a look, they saw that the blood on the ground was red with black, which was an obvious sign of poisoning. In an instant, everyone was furious. Damn it, are you kidding me? The waiter got there first. It's true that it's hard to prevent a thief from robbing your house. Damn it, who would have thought that the waiter would kill the shopkeeper? In the end, we are too naive and careless. We want to kill the shopkeeper, so why can't we kill the waiter? 3,000 essence pills or at least 1 million gold coins. With this amount of money, who would want to be a waiter? Forget it, let's find another target. Why? The warriors present left one by one. They were unwilling and helpless. As for catching the waiter, they had never even thought about it. First, after such a long time, he would have already run away. Where can we find him or catch him? Second, the waiter succeeded because he was capable. If they robbed the waiter again at this time, it would be a bit unreasonable. After all, everyone's target is the Sun family. If they do this, what will happen if others also rob them? Do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. There is no need to explain the rules, everyone understands them and will abide by them. A group of warriors left reluctantly, but the Martial Arts Academy law enforcer looked at the headless body of the shopkeeper with his mouth twitching. He felt confused and even crazy. The shopkeeper died, and was killed by the waiter. Who the hell could have imagined such an outcome? The waiter killed the shopkeeper. The law enforcer felt that the world had gone completely crazy, but he didn't know that the situation here was much better than other places in Beidou Wuchang. Poisoning, drugging, sneak attacks, assassinations. Now the entire Beidou Wuchang is full of hidden dangers, and the Sun family members are facing ambushes from all sides. And assassinations were still considered the worst, but what happened was that in the northern area of the city, a group of warriors surrounded a member of the Sun family in front of law enforcers, and then everyone dispersed instantly. But in just this brief moment, the Sun family warrior was already dead, his head was missing, and no one knew who had done the murder. Even if the law enforcers wanted to investigate, they had no idea where to start. The law does not hold everyone responsible. It is impossible for the Wu Academy to arrest everyone in Beidou Wuchang. As a result, the entire Wuchang has almost lost control and fallen into complete chaos. The wrath of heaven is rewarding, and the murderous intent is endless. Chapter 800 Fatty will kill them all in a minute. There is a lot of murderous intent in Beidou Wuchang, but the atmosphere in Beidou Academy is also heavy. Tang Zi, Shui Xinue, Ni Zi, the deans of the three major martial arts academies of the human race gathered together at this moment. Every time a member of the Sun family was killed, news would come from the outside world. Less than an hour after Yin Tianu's bounty notice was issued, the casualties of the Sun family had exceeded 100, and were still increasing. At this moment, the three deans all had solemn expressions, and they were helpless for a moment. After all, if it was just one or two people targeting the Sun family, they could still handle it, and even if it was hundreds or thousands of people, they could temporarily control everyone. But unfortunately, now everyone in Beidou Wuchang wanted to hunt down the Sun family members, and if they really wanted to catch them, they would not be able to catch them at all. And these are just the free warriors in Beidou Wuchang. Once warriors from other places enter Beidou Wuchang, or if the other 8 top warriors also get involved, the situation will be even more out of control. It can be said that Ye Bufan's move left the 3 major martial arts academies helpless. Just as he said, I want to destroy his Sun family, and no one can stop me. Money can move people's hearts. When wealth reaches a certain level, it is definitely the greatest killing weapon in the world. Looking at Shui Xinue and Ni Zi in front of him, Tang Zi said bitterly, "You two, tell me, how should we deal with this situation now?" As the president of Beidou Martial Arts Academy, Tang Zi has never felt so helpless as he is now. The outside world has endless murderous intentions towards the Sun family. Inside the Martial Arts Academy, the elders from the major saint realms have already spoken out that at most they will protect the Sun family's saint from death, and they will not interfere in anything else. In other words, before the Great War of Saints, the saints of the Martial Academy will not take action. Facing Tang Zi's question, Shui Xinue said leisurely, "There is nothing we can do. We should just do our best and leave the rest to fate." Xinue, you. Hearing this, Tang Zi suddenly became furious. Unexpectedly, Ni Zi nodded and responded, "I also think there is no need for us to worry about this. After all, we have done what we should do. The final fate of the Sun family is no longer something we can control. What's more, the Sun family wiped out the entire clan first, and now they are just reaping the fruits of their own actions. They can't blame others. If Ye Bufan wanted to destroy the Sun family just because of the affairs of the Ye family girls, Ni Zi might have come forward to persuade him, but now that the Sun family was going to destroy the Leng family, Ni Zi simply stopped interfering. So what if they are top families? Can the top families do whatever they want, exterminate entire clans and seize their sacred weapons at will? All men are created equal, why do they do that? Now we know that there is only one Leng family, but who can guarantee that there are no Wang or Li families who have suffered the same fate? For Ni Zi, who has always hated evil, let alone asking her to step in to stop it, she herself even wanted to destroy the Sun family. Keeping such a family would be a disaster. Seeing the attitudes of Ni Zi and the other person, Tang Zi suddenly felt helpless. Why? Then he shook his head and sighed, saying, "Forget it, I don't care anymore. Anyway, the Council of Elders has already made a decision to protect only the Sun family saint. As for the others, let him handle it." Hearing this, Ni Zi smiled bitterly and shook her head. Compared with the other two deans, her understanding of Ye Bufan is obviously more thorough and profound. No matter what, she is now Ye Bufan's bedmate. In her opinion, if the Martial Arts Academy wants to protect the saint of the Sun family, can it really do so? Based on her understanding of Ye Bufan, this beast will never give up until he achieves his goal, and he is never impulsive or reckless. Since he has decided to take action and threatened to destroy the Sun family, he must have something to rely on. If you don't take action, it's fine. But if you do, it will be a kill. Apart from trying its best to maintain order in Beidou Wucheng and protect the Sun family's saint, the Martial Arts Academy has no intention of intervening, but the Sun family is in chaos. Within an hour, over 100 clan members were killed or injured. Now everyone in the Sun family's ancestral home is in danger. The Sun family's ancestral home, in the main hall. Dead silent space. A solemn atmosphere. At this moment, Sun Jiangxing, the ancestor of the Sun family who had reached the peak of the Saint realm, sat in the first seat. Next to him was Hao Peng, who was sitting there and playing with a girl from the Sun family in his arms. In addition, the remaining 5 saints of the Sun family gathered below, including Sun Yudao. If Fat Hao is not counted, the 6 saints would represent the 10,000-year heritage of the Sun family, one of the 9 top families. One has reached the peak of the Holy Realm, one has reached the later stage of the Holy Realm, 2 have reached the middle stage of the Holy Realm, and 2 have reached the initial stage of the Holy Realm. Such strength is indeed very strong. But even so, the Sun family was still unsure about Ye Bufan's aggressive approach. Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei, it seems that Ye Bufan's side has only 2 Peak Saint Realm warriors, but once they start fighting, the Peak Saint Realm warriors can completely crush all Saint Realm warriors below the peak. This is also the reason why the Sun family spared no expense to hire Hao Peng as a worshipper. But even so, it's still not enough. Ye Bufan's side has 2 people who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm, and his own side has 2 people who have reached the peak of the Saint Realm. It seems that the combat power of both sides is equal, but once a life and death battle comes, his Sun family will inevitably pay a huge price if they want to kill Qin Heihuan and the other 2. It can be said that by then a saint will inevitably fall from the Sun family. The importance of each saint to the Sun family is unquestionable. One less saint killed in battle is one less, not to mention that there are 8 other top families eyeing them covetously. Once the Sun family and Ye Bufan fight to a draw, who can guarantee that the other 8 top families will not suddenly join forces to destroy the Sun family? The human heart is unpredictable, so this possibility does exist. Although there are still 3 major martial arts academies, if the 8 top families join forces and are determined to destroy the Sun family, can the 3 major martial arts academies really stop them? Faced with all these possibilities, the mood of the Saints of the Sun family was extremely heavy. If this battle could be avoided, his Sun family would be willing to do so even if it meant paying a huge amount of compensation. But now it seems that the battle between the two sides is inevitable, and Ye Bufan has already taken action. Ye Bufan, Yin Tianu. Like everyone else, the Sun family did not expect that Ye Bufan and Yin Tianu were the same person, and that this beast even offered a reward of essence pills to the Sun family. Faced with such a situation, the Saints of the Sun family felt even more heavy-hearted. Nearly 100 clansmen were killed in just 1 hour, which made them even more furious. If it were any other time, the Sun family would definitely conduct a thorough investigation, even seal off the city, to find all these people and kill them one by one. But now, the Sun family has neither the mood nor the experience to pay attention to these people. The battle at the Cemetery of Gods and Demons has ended, and Ye Bufan has already started. I believe it won't be long before the two sides go to war. At this time, the Sun family will definitely not let anything distract them. Close all shops, temporarily abandon all industries, and order all clan members to return to the ancestral home immediately. Suddenly, Sun Jianxing spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of chill and even murderous intent. Except for the Sun family's ancestral home, other places are no longer safe. If the clan members continue to stay outside, it would undoubtedly be seeking death. It would be better to let everyone withdraw. As for the Sun family's property, after killing Ye Bufan and ending this war, what belongs to the Sun family will still belong to his Sun family. Ancestor, all the clansmen have begun to retreat. As soon as Sun Jianxing finished speaking, Sun Yudao immediately replied. Hurry up. Sun Jianxing responded, and then asked, what is the attitude of the Martial Arts Academy now? This. Sun Yudao hesitated slightly. Explain. Sun Jianxing shouted sternly. Yes. Sun Yudao responded, news has come from the Martial Academy. The Elders' Council will not ask about anything other than the Saints' War. Bang. As soon as Sun Yudao finished speaking, Sun Jianxing slammed his palm on the table and said angrily, with our current strength, even if a saint starts a war, I am not afraid of that kid at all. The only thing I am worried about now is my Sun family. After all, that kid holds the 81st War Department in his hands. But, apart from the Saints' War, his Martial Arts Academy doesn't ask about anything else. What did they mean? Did they have to wait until all the members of my Sun family are killed or injured before they will stop? Go tell the Martial Arts Academy right now that if after this battle, only saints are left in my Sun family, then from now on, my Sun family will have no relationship with the human race, and all of them will join the demon race or the wild beasts. Old man, you don't have to do this. But at this moment, Fatty Hao kneaded the girl's breasts in his arms and said leisurely, they are just a bunch of clowns. You think too highly of them. If it wasn't for the purpose of preventing us from alerting the enemy, Fatty would have killed those two losers outside long ago. Why would he keep them here until now? Just rest assured, once they are all here, no one will be able to escape. What War Department, what Martial Arts Academy? As long as Fatty is willing, I can wipe them all out in a minute. Chapter 801 Qian Duoduo is confused. As long as Fatty is willing, he can kill them all in minutes. Fat Hao's words made the 6 Sun family saints present, including Sun Jianxing, twitch their lips. They did not deny Hao Peng's strength. After all, Hao Peng was a strong man who had reached the peak of the Saint realm, and his combat power was definitely not weak. But if they said that he could destroy Ye Bufan's side in minutes, the 6 saints of the Sun family would never believe it. In their opinion, what Hao Peng said was pure bragging. But they can also understand it. After all, Hao Peng has become a saint at such a young age, and he has achieved sainthood in one step. It is understandable that he is full of self-confidence. That is why the 6 saints of the Sun family would not expose Hao Peng. After all, in their opinion, what they need to do in the current situation is to stabilize Hao Peng so that he can help them fight against Ye Bufan. Of course, the Sun family will not put all the chips on Hao Peng alone. That is why, as soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, Sun Jianxing responded repeatedly, yes, yes, those jumping clowns are no match for Fatty. But after a pause, Sun Jianxing smiled and said, I don't want you to work too hard, Fatty, and Fatty is the trump card of my Sun family. Unless it is a critical moment, you can't use it easily. 2. Hearing this, Fatty Hao responded immediately, and then he stood up with the young girl on his lap, looked at Sun Jiangxing and said, in that case, Fatty will not take care of these trivial matters. You can handle them on your own. When the man surnamed Ye comes, you can come to Fatty again. Well, the 6 saints of the Sun family were stunned. They all looked at Hao Peng with strange expressions and were also surprised. You don't care. Especially Sun Jiangxing. As the only peak saint-level powerhouse in the Sun family, it felt as if thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart at this moment. Your sister. I was just being polite to you, but you really took it seriously. My Sun family spent 5 holy weapons and 500 billion stones, not to hire you to enjoy it. But once words are spoken, they are like water spilled, and they cannot be taken back. Sun Jiangxing immediately responded, sure. Then he smiled and said, Fatty, just go and have a rest. Then Fatty will take his leave. Fat Hao smiled slightly, then he put his arm around the slender waist of the Sun family girl beside him and said, baby, let's go. After saying that, Fat Hao and the other man walked straight out of the hall without stopping at all. After Fat Hao left, the faces of the 6 saints of the Sun family instantly turned gloomy. During this period, Hao Peng ate, used, and lived in the Sun family's house. Not counting the 5 holy weapons and 500 billion stones they spent on him, the Sun family had already spent more than 30 billion stones on him. In the eyes of the Sun family, Hao Peng was a bottomless pit with no limit. Not only that, almost all the women in the Sun family under the age of 25 have been molested by Hao Peng. Although it has not gone too far to the last step, it is still a great shame in the eyes of the Sun family. If they were not facing a powerful enemy, if they did not still need Hao Peng, they would have already driven Hao Peng out of the Sun family, or even joined forces to kill Hao Peng. This damn fat guy. This shameless fat man. During this period of time, all members of the Sun family, without exception, were cursing and angrily scolding Fat Hao in their hearts. Fat Hao naturally knew all this, but he didn't care at all and continued to do as he pleased. We are all enemies anyway, so why be polite? Call. In the hall, Sun Jiangxing took a deep breath and calmed himself down, then looked at the 5 saints below and said, everyone, let's ignore this fat guy and let him show off for a few days. Now let's continue to discuss how to deal with the kid from the Ye family. While the Sun family was busy discussing countermeasures, Ye Bufan was so idle that it was frustrating. 7 Kills Fortress, in the main hall. At this moment, there were only Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo in the huge hall. Ye Bufan was half lying on his golden dragon throne, while Qian Duoduo was standing beside him, urging him anxiously, boy, tell me, what did you mean by what you said yesterday? Yesterday, just as Ye Bufan and his party left the entrance of the cemetery of gods and demons, Qian Duoduo showed up. According to him, he wanted to take Qian Rumeng away immediately. If for no other reason, just because Qian Rumeng gained nothing in the cemetery of gods and demons, he wanted to take Qian Rumeng away immediately, help her unlock the seal and enter Shenwu, and then make follow-up arrangements. Unfortunately, before Qian Duoduo could take Qian Rumeng away, he was stopped by Ye Bufan. At that time, Ye Bufan said one sentence to Qian Duoduo, and it was only 8 words. I can help Meng Meng become a saint. Qian Duoduo was naturally shocked after hearing this. After all, even with his ability, he couldn't help Qian Rumeng become a saint, so how could Ye Bufan help her? But Ye Bufan didn't look like he was joking. For this reason, Qian Duoduo did not take Qian Rumeng away immediately, but came to the Qi Sha base together and kept asking Ye Bufan the reason. It's a pity that Ye Bufan said nothing, which led to the current scene. Want to know? Looking at Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Nonsense, hurry up and say it. Qian Duoduo shouted angrily. I won't tell you, Ye Bufan said with a leisurely smile. You. Qian Duoduo was immediately furious. Boy, do you really think that if you don't tell me, Master Qian won't be able to do anything to you? Why, Uncle Qian, are you still planning to fight? Ye Bufan smiled leisurely, and then said, however, I have to remind Uncle Qian that if we really fight, you may not be my opponent now. Qian Duoduo was stunned. What do you mean? Hey hey. Ye Bufan stood up with a smile, and then whispered in Qian Duoduo's ear, Uncle Qian, I'll tell you a secret. I'm also at the peak of the saint realm now. What? Qian Duoduo was shocked instantly. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, you are also a... Shish. Qian Duoduo was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. Uncle Qian, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. You. Qian Duoduo was stunned. Ye Bufan calmed down and said, "Okay, Uncle Qian, I won't tease you anymore. Don't worry, I said I can make Meng Meng a saint, so I can make her a saint." "Why do you do that?" Qian Duoduo asked immediately. "Gods and Demons Cemetery, Peerless Inheritance." Ye Bufan groaned for a moment and said, "As I have already obtained the inheritance of the God's tomb, the entire God and Demons Cemetery now belongs to me. There is no need to wait another 50 years. I can take Mengmeng into the God and Demons Cemetery right now, and Mengmeng can choose from the 370,000 heroic spirit inheritances. Never stop until your words shock people." Ye Bufan's words made Qian Duoduo, the #1 warrior, stunned. 50 years of Cemetery of Gods and Demons. On the Shenwu continent, everyone knows the power of the various inheritances in the God and Demons Cemetery, especially the God's tomb in the tomb, which has been coveted by countless people for a long time. It's a pity that for thousands of years, let alone the inheritance of the God's tomb, even the inheritance of the heroic spirits outside the God's tomb has been obtained by very few people. But now, Ye Bufan actually said that he had obtained the inheritance of the God's tomb, and that the entire God and Demon Cemetery recognized him as the master, and that the 370,000 inheritances belonged to him alone. Let's not talk about the inheritance of the God's tomb for now, let's just talk about the inheritance of the 370,000 heroic spirits. Once you obtain these inheritances, it will be equivalent to creating 370,000 saints. What does 370,000 saints mean? Just thinking about it makes one's scalp tingle and one's heart tremble with fear. Are you telling the truth?" After a moment, Qian Duoduo looked at Ye Bufan and said with a look of lack of confidence. "Certainly." Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "After I destroy the Sun family, I will lead everyone into the God and Demon Cemetery and obtain the peerless inheritance there." Suddenly, Qian Duoduo's heart trembled again. Ye Bu continued, "So, I would like to ask Uncle Qian for a favor." "What?" Qian Duoduo said instinctively. Ye Bufan frowned and said in a deep voice, "Within 6 days, help me find Long Xiaobao, Yi Fu, Yi Wang and the others. I will take them to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons." Chapter 802 Sun Jiangxing, do you dare to fight me? Long Xiaobao, Yi Fu, Yi Wang, Yi Shuang and others all came out of Tianwang City with him. Now that there is such a great opportunity as the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, Ye Bufan will naturally not forget them and will bring them into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. It's a pity that Long Xiaobao and others are not in the 7-kill fortress now, and the Shenwu continent is too big. It is impossible to find them back within 6 days. Of course, this is only for Ye Bufan. If it were Qian Duoduo, it might not be impossible to find Long Xiaobao and others within 6 days. After all, the Linglong Chamber of Commerce is spread throughout the human territory, so it is not difficult to find someone, unless the other party is not in the human race. That's why Ye Bufan asked Qian Duoduo to help him. After all, he didn't have much time left. He had to enter the God and Demon Cemetery in 6 days, but he didn't know when he would leave again. So when Ye Bufan entered the God and Demon Cemetery this time, he planned to bring everyone around him with him. "It's no problem to find someone," Qian Duoduo responded, but then looked at Ye Bufan and said solemnly, "But you have to answer me clearly, is what you just said true?" The importance of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons is unquestionable. Of course, Qian Duoduo didn't care about these things, but the effect of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons itself on Qian Rumeng. If what Ye Bufan said was true, then Qian Rumeng still had a chance to become a saint. Once she became a saint, Qian Rumeng would have the ability to protect herself. Those saints who were eyeing the 9-yin mysterious body would not be able to succeed easily. At least Qian Rumeng would have the ability to fight back. Not only that, even if Qian Rumeng cannot become a saint, even after Qian Duoduo leaves, it will be fine if all the saints of the Shenwu continent attack Qian Rumeng together, because as long as Ye Bufan brings Qian Rumeng into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, no one can do anything to them. So, if what Ye Bufan said was true, then even if Qian Duoduo left Shenwu continent now, he would no longer have any worries. Certainly. Facing Qian Duoduo's question, Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Do you think it's necessary for me to lie?" Qian Duoduo frowned, he still seemed a little worried. "Are you sure? Sure. You really didn't fool me." "Depend on." Qian Duoduo asked repeatedly, and Ye Bufan was furious. He scolded him word by word, and then shouted at Qian Duoduo, "Fatty, are you done yet?" Do you think I can make money by lying to you or what? After a pause, Ye Bufan calmed down and continued, don't worry, what I said is all true. However, for now, only you and I know about this matter, so remember to keep it a secret. Qian Duoduo frowned, glanced at Ye Bufan, and said, when do you plan to enter the God and Demon Cemetery again? After destroying the Sun family. Sun family. Qian Duoduo was stunned at first, then he said, don't bother with that. The Sun family is nothing. I will go there and destroy them tonight. You can go directly to the cemetery of gods and demons tomorrow. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Qian Duoduo with a strange look. Ye Bufan had always known that Qian Duoduo was very strong, but he never expected that he still underestimated him. According to Qian Duoduo, he was going to wipe out the entire Sun family by himself, and his tone was so nonchalant, as if destroying a top family was a trivial matter. As one of the 9 top families of the human race, the Sun family must be strong. The reason why Qian Duoduo is so confident is not because the Sun family is too weak, but because he is too strong. But even so, Ye Bufan still refused. Uncle Qian, don't worry about the Sun family's affairs. I can handle it myself. Besides, if we kill them like this, wouldn't it be too easy for them? In addition, after hesitating for a moment, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo and continued, after I enter the gods and demons cemetery this time, it will take at least half a year for me to come out. It is normal to come out after a year or two. The same goes for the others who entered the gods and demons cemetery with me. So, Uncle Qian, you still have 6 days. If you have anything to tell Meng Meng, hurry up and do it. The shortest period is 6 months and the longest period is 3 years. This is what Dao Wuya said, the time Ye Bufan needs to refine his inheritance. During this time, the cemetery of gods and demons will be completely closed. No one can enter, and no one can leave. Therefore, everyone who entered the gods and demons cemetery with Ye Bufan this time would stay there for a long time like him. Qian Duoduo was about to leave the Shenwu continent, and Ye Bufan didn't want him to not even have the chance to say goodbye to Qian Rumon, so Ye Bufan told Qian Duoduo that he had obtained the gods and demons cemetery. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo was stunned. He naturally understood what Ye Bufan meant. He immediately looked at Ye Bufan and confirmed, is it really true that Master Qian doesn't need to intervene in the affairs of the Sun family? Need not. Ye Bufan smiled leisurely. Qin Heihuan, Zhen Weiwei, Hao Peng, and myself, are the 4 top warriors who have entered the Holy Realm. Ye Bufan didn't believe that the Sun family had the strength and ability to contend with the 4 top warriors who had reached the Saint Realm. If they did, they would have already become the leader of the 9 top families. Ye Bufan had said so Qian Duoduo naturally stopped forcing him, and said, in that case, you can do whatever you want. But I will take the girl away first, and I will send you the 7 Killings Fortress in 6 days. Can. After responding, Ye Bufan said, just remember to bring Xiaobao and the others back to me. I can't forget it. Qian Duoduo left after leaving a few words. Watching Qian Duoduo gradually go away, until he disappeared from his sight, Ye Bufan's expression changed, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, it's time to go to Beidou Wucheng. Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Sun family. I'm here, are you ready? Ye Bufan was just about to go to Beidou Wu City, but Beidou Wu City was already in chaos. Because of the bounty offered by Yin Tianu, or Ye Bufan, countless people rushed into Beidou Wucheng frantically at this time, not for anything else, just to hunt down members of the Sun family and then exchange them for the essence pill from Ye Bufan. As one of the 9 top families of the human race, the Sun family should not have such a situation. After all, going against the Sun family is tantamount to seeking death, not to mention openly hunting down members of the Sun family. But the present is different from the past. Everyone can see that Ye Bufan and the Sun family will definitely fight to the death. In the next battle, no matter who wins or loses, the Sun family will suffer heavy losses and will no longer be the top family it once was. It can be said that the decline of the Sun family is inevitable. In this case, why should we be timid? Moreover, people die for money and birds die for food. Ye Bufan's generous reward is simply irresistible. Crazy crowds, endless murderous intent. It can be said that now in the entire Beidou Wucheng, except for the Sun family ancestral home, there is no place for the Sun family members in the outside world to gain a foothold, or in other words, except for the current Sun family ancestral home, there are no members of the Sun family in the outside world, not even one. Without exception, these people either retreated to the Sun family's ancestral home or were killed. Now the entire Sun family ancestral home has been surrounded by countless warriors. With the gate and the wall as the boundary, the inside and the outside seem to have formed two different worlds. Warriors from outside didn't dare to enter because this was the ancestral home of the Sun family. As a top family, the Sun family had 5 or 6 saints. If they rushed in, they would be seeking death. Similarly, members of the Sun family did not dare to come out, because once they left the Sun family ancestral home, they would be attacked by these warriors from the outside world. There would be only one outcome at that time, and they would not even know how they died. Two different worlds, the confrontation between the Sun family and countless free warriors. Because they could not and dared not enter the Sun family's ancestral home, these warriors changed their strategies. Taunt him, humiliate him, irritate him. As long as the members of the Sun family can't help but step out of the Sun family, they will become their meal and they can be eaten as they please. But this is Beidou Wucheng after all, with Beidou Wuyuan in charge, and these warriors dare not mess around. So, their ridicule and humiliation turned directly into a challenge to the Sun family, a life and death battle. Sun Long, aren't you arrogant? Come on, come out here. I want to duel with you. It's a life and death battle on the Academy's martial arts stage. Do you dare? Do you dare? You useless bastards from the Sun family, do you dare to send someone out to challenge your Grandpa Niu? Damn it, you are a top family, but you don't even dare to send someone to challenge your Grandpa Niu. I think your Sun family is just a bunch of cowards and losers. Sun Jiangxing, the ancestor of the Sun family, do you dare to fight me? Well, the sudden sound made everyone present startled instinctively. Who is Sun Jiangxing? That is the ancestor of the Sun family, a powerful man who has reached the peak of the Saint realm. Anyone want to challenge him? In an instant, everyone's eyes turned towards the direction of the sound, and they saw a thin young man in the condensation realm holding a long sword, pointing it at the Sun family's ancestral home, with a cold and solemn expression on his face. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned again. Someone immediately spoke up. Boy, are you kidding me? You are just a condensed Yuan realm warrior challenging a Saint realm expert. Aren't you courting death? As soon as the man finished speaking, the young man in the condensation realm immediately put away his sword, looked at him and asked, who said that? Isn't it obvious? What's obvious? The young man in the condensation realm sneered and said, although I challenged Sun Jiangxing, it is obvious that he will not accept the challenge. Since he will not accept the challenge, how can I say that I am seeking death? Well, the people around were stunned. The young man continued, whether you challenge this man or that woman from the Sun family, the result is the same. They simply ignore you. In this case, why don't you try something more ruthless? If you want to challenge, then challenge the ancestor of the Sun family directly. Anyway, he won't accept the challenge, and there are people from the Martial Arts Academy watching. Even if he is really angered, he won't dare to run out and kill people. Maybe when the time comes, he will be so angry that he will send other young people from the Sun family out. Once the young generation of the Sun family shows up, won't we have meat to eat? So naturally I have to challenge him. Besides, the Saint I can't beat him, so it's good to vent my anger. As the young man spoke, the people around him suddenly twitched their lips. They were messy and speechless. Boy, you are so disgusting. The young man ignored him. He pointed the long sword in his hand at the ancestral house of the Sun family again and said righteously, Sun Jiangxing, the ancestor of the Sun family, do you dare to fight me? Everyone was stunned. Ha ha ha. After a moment, someone in the crowd laughed and said, challenging the Saint. Count me in. Sun Jiangxing, do you dare to fight me? Then, thousands of warriors in front of the Sun family's gate spoke up, and they all challenged the Sun family's ancestor, Sun Jiangxing, to a fight. Sun Jiangxing, do you dare to fight me? Sun Jiangxing, do you dare to fight me? Chapter 803 The Sun family prepares for war. Sun Jiangxing, do you dare to fight me? Sun Jiangxing, do you dare to fight me? Sun Jiangxing, Nico dares to fight me. The shouting resounded unscrupulously over the Sun family's ancestral home, making every member of the Sun family look hideous and distorted, and extremely angry. As one of the 9 top families of the human race, the Sun family has never been provoked like this. The Sun family used to be high and mighty. But now, It would have been bad enough if a group of warriors in the Condensation and Return Origin realms dared to openly provoke and challenge the Sun family, but they actually blocked the door of the Sun family and collectively challenged the Sun family's ancestor, Sun Jiangxing, to a fight. This is simply a slap in the face of the Sun family. Did they really think that the top families are just in name only and that there is no one available in the Sun family? How outrageous. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Someone immediately got angry. Fuck, you are a bunch of trash. You are worthy of challenging the ancestor of my Sun family. You are totally ignorant. Today I want to see what you are capable of to provoke my Sun family. Count me in. Zhang Chang, didn't you just say you wanted to challenge me? Today I'll give you this opportunity. Fuck them. Yes, beat them and let them know that our Sun family is not someone they can mess with. Voices came one after another, and someone took the lead. All of a sudden, the already furious younger generations of the Sun family could no longer hold back and they all walked towards the gate. The Sun family will not tolerate provocation. The Sun family cannot be desecrated. Unfortunately, just as these young Sun family members ran to the main gate of the Sun family, they were blocked by an old man. Masters and ladies, the clan leader has ordered that no one is allowed to step out of the ancestral house during this period, so please go back. Why? As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone immediately said in dissatisfaction, Uncle Hu, listen, these bastards have come to our doorstep to provoke us. If we just let them do what they want and ignore them completely, others will think that our Sun family is afraid of these guys. Then it will be a loss for our Sun family. That's right, Uncle Hu, just let us go out and teach these guys a lesson. Uncle Hu, open the door. Looking at the youngsters of the Sun family in front of him, the old man who was the housekeeper of the Sun family smiled bitterly. It was obvious that these boys and girls in front of him had not yet understood the current situation. However, the old man did not explain anything, but just said, Masters and ladies, it's not that I don't want you to go out, it's really if you step out of this door now, you will never come back. How is that possible? As soon as the old man finished speaking, someone immediately questioned him. The old man smiled bitterly, nothing is impossible. Today is different from the past. Now everyone is watching our Sun family. In the eyes of those people outside, the young ladies and young masters are just essence pills. If they kill you, they can get rewards. Therefore, all their clamor and provocations are to anger you and make you walk out of this door. Once you walk out of this door, the result will be death. Masters, did the young lady understand everything? Everyone was stunned. The old man said, okay, go back. The clan leader and the ancestors will handle the affairs here. You don't have to worry about it. During this time, you just need to stay in the ancestral house honestly. Remember, don't sneak out, otherwise, no one will be able to save you. Although the Sun family's younger generation were angry, they were not stupid. Since Uncle Hu, the Sun family's steward, had said so, they naturally would not say anything more. However, they were unwilling to let them go back like this, especially the constant shouting coming from outside, which made these young people of the Sun family even more angry. So, they all started to curse outside the courtyard wall. You are a bunch of lowly people. Do you dare to challenge my Sun family? Let me tell you, the foundation of the top families is beyond your imagination. Just wait and see. After this battle, none of you will survive. That's right, I'll let you be proud for a while. Wait until this battle is over. None of you will survive. The younger generations of the Sun family started to refute. Outside the courtyard wall, the group of free warriors naturally refused to be outdone. You guys still want to kill all of us. That's wishful thinking. Let me tell you, you have no chance. After this battle, there will no longer be a Beidou Sun family in the Shenwu continent. Presumptuous. As soon as this person finished speaking, someone from the Sun family immediately shouted angrily, Boy, if you have the guts, tell me your name. My name will not be changed, my surname will be Xuanyuan, and my given name will be Yu. Please remember this. Xuanyuan Yu, I will remember you. Remember it, so what? Do you think you still have a chance to seek revenge on me? I'm telling you, there's no chance. You wait. I'm waiting for nothing. You. Stop talking nonsense and stay away. You are too young for me to bother with you. Across the courtyard wall, Xuanyuan Yu sneered and shouted, Sun Jiangxing, ancestor of the Sun family, do you dare to fight me? You. The younger generation of the Sun family suddenly became furious. Are we of lower generation? Or you of a higher generation? In extreme anger, someone from the Sun family immediately retorted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense, Xuanyuan you, right? If you have the guts, come in and fight me, do you dare? Since you challenge me, why don't you come out? Don't you dare. Don't worry, you are too young, I won't bully you." "Bullshit, according to what you said, since you challenged my Sun family's ancestor, why don't you come in?" "Well, what are you talking about? I think you are a coward. If you don't have the guts, stop talking nonsense here and get out of here. I don't want to bother with you. I see you have nothing to say. Sun Jiangxing, ancestor of the Sun family, do you dare to fight me?" Inside and outside the Sun family's ancestral home, the younger generations of the Sun family and a group of free warriors shouted and cursed across the courtyard wall. In the main hall of the Sun mansion, the 6 saints of the Sun family were still gathered here. Although the outside world was noisy, the atmosphere here was dead silent, and each of them had a grim face, especially Sun Jiangxing himself. As a powerful saint who looks down on all living beings, he is now challenged by a group of ants in the condensation and return to origin realms. This is a great shame and humiliation for Sun Jiangxing. But he also knew that now was not the time to worry about these things. Suddenly, Sun Jiangxing glanced at the other Sun family saints present, and finally fixed his gaze on Sun Yudao, and said, "Is there any news from the boy surnamed Yi?" "No." Sun Yudao shook his head. He returned to the 7 Kills fortress yesterday and never left. As for what he is doing now, our people have no way of checking it out. After all, he had already ordered the city to be sealed off long before. Sun Jiangxing frowned, then asked, "What about the 81st War Department?" "There was no movement either." "There is no unusual movement in the War Department." "Yes, Ancestor. Everything in the War Department remains the same as before. There is no intention of assembling on a large scale." This time, not only Sun Jiangxing, but also several other saints of the Sun family showed looks of surprise. If Ye Bufan didn't gather the strength of the War Department, why would he go to war with the Sun family? Just relying on the 2 saints Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei and the 30 divine warriors and 5,000 Zhodian under his command. If that were the case, Ye Bufan would simply be seeking death. Of course, the Sun family would not think that Ye Bufan would be so stupid, but if he wasn't, then why hadn't he assembled his troops yet? In the eyes of the Sun family, without the war army, Ye Bufan would have no chance of competing with the Sun family. After a moment, Sun Jiangxing frowned and said, "Have someone keep watching. I want to make sure I can always keep track of the actions of that kid in the 81st War Department." "Yes, old." Sun Yudao had just said half of his words when he suddenly paused. "What's wrong?" Sun Jiangxing couldn't help but ask. "There's more news." Sun Yudao responded, and then took out a mother and child true essence stone. Injection of energy. Call out. In an instant, a curtain of light appeared in front of the 6 saints of the Sun family. A middle-aged man in the light curtain saw the 6 saints and was stunned at first. Then he immediately clasped his fists and said, "Sun Wu greets all the ancestors." "No thanks." Sun Jiangxing waved his hand and immediately asked, "Tell me, what news do you have?" Sun Wu was stunned and said, "Reporting to the ancestor, the boy surnamed Yi has left the 7 killing station." Oh. Hearing this, several saints of the Sun family were quite curious, and Sun Jiangxing even asked directly, "Where did he go?" Sun Wu did not dare to lie. He should be heading to Beidou Wucheng. Is it finally here? All the saints of the Sun family were shocked. Sun Jiangxing frowned and asked, "How many people are there with him?" "He's the only one," Sun Wu said immediately. "Just him." The 6 great saints of the Sun family were all stunned. "Yes," Sun Wu responded. The 6 saints of the Sun family were suddenly stunned and they couldn't help but look at each other. Going to Beidou Wucheng alone. They were a little confused about what Ye Bufan was trying to do. Was he planning to challenge the Sun family alone? Stop talking nonsense. If that were the case, it would be like an egg hitting a stone, simply seeking death. Suddenly, Sun Yudao said, "Grandfather, and everyone else, have you forgotten about that kid's heaven burial palace?" The 5 remaining saints of the Sun family were stunned for a moment. Yes, they almost forgot about the burial heaven palace. Ye Bufan came alone, but with the burial heaven palace, he could come with 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 people. Now that he's here, we can't just sit there doing nothing anymore. After a moment, Sun Jiangxing stood up from his seat, glanced at everyone, and said, Prepare for battle. Chapter 804. Give you two choices at the Martial Academy. Ye Bufan declared war on the Beidou Sun family. In the clash between the 81 war departments and the top human family, both sides have their own advantages. The war department has a large number of people and the Sun family has many strong men. It can be said that this battle will inevitably be earth-shattering. But what is the result? The third day after the cemetery of gods and demons. Beidou Wucheng, West Gate, there is a table on an open space 200 meters away. The table faces Beidou Wucheng, and there is a chair on each side, one on the left and one on the right. Ye Bufan and Lang Ningxiang sit on them. At the same time, Qin Heihuan was standing next to Ye Bufan, and Zhen Weiwei was standing next to Lang Ningxiang. Ye Bufan declared war on the Sun family. There were no 81 war departments, no huge momentum, and no numerous powerful men. There were only Ye Bufan, Lang Ningxiang, Qin Heihuan, and Zhen Weiwei. Dead silent space. Weird atmosphere. The city wall of Beidou City, 200 meters ahead of Ye Bufan and the other three, was crowded with people. Among the densely packed crowd were many powerful men at the Zhoudian and Shenwu levels. Without exception, all of them stared at Ye Bufan and the other three outside the city. At the same time, discussions continued. Idols are idols. Just 4 of them dare to challenge the top Sun family. You can't deny it. Don't give in. I think he's just an idiot. Don't you think that the Sun family is one of the 9 top families, with at least 5 saints? But what about him? He only has Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei by his side. If they really fight, he won't know how he died. That's not the case. Saints are also divided into different levels. A large number does not necessarily mean strong strength. You have to know that Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei are both powerful saints at the peak of their powers. What's wrong with reaching the peak of the saint realm? Isn't Sun Jiangxing, the ancestor of the Sun family, also a saint realm expert? Moreover, I heard that the Sun family recently hired another saint realm expert. This way, the Sun family also has 2 saint realm experts, just on par with Ye Bufan's side. But what about the rest? The Sun family still has several saints, but what does Ye Bufan have? He has nothing, so he will definitely lose this battle. Do you think my idol is as stupid as you? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? If he knew he would lose, do you think my idol would still come today? Who knows? Maybe he just wanted to save face and suffer the consequences. He threatened to go to war with the Sun family, so he showed up here today. I think you are just looking down on others. Just wait and you will realize how stupid you are. In front of my idol, the Sun family is nothing. My idol was able to kill his way into Wangyao back then, and he can destroy the Sun family today. Haha, then let's wait and see whether your idol is stupid or not. You two should stop arguing. I just want to know when the people from the Sun family will arrive. He must have been too scared to come. You're talking nonsense. There are only 4 of them. Is it necessary for the Sun family to be afraid of them? Then tell me, the idol has been waiting here for half an hour. Why haven't the people from the Sun family arrived yet? How should I know? I don't know why you are still holding it in. I think the Sun family is just scared. Swish, swish, swish. But at this moment, several figures rushed out from Beidou City and ran towards Ye Bufan and his 4 companions. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Sun family is coming. But when everyone saw the faces of these people clearly, they couldn't help but be stunned. Because the people in front of him did not belong to the Sun family, but were from Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Among them, the Dean Tang Zi is the leader, and the rest are the 2 elders of the Beidou Martial Arts Academy's Elders Pavilion. After the 3 people appeared, they landed in front of Ye Bufan and the other 3 in just a moment. Looking at Ye Bufan, Tang Zi said with a smile, "Little brother Ye, we meet again." Yes. Ye Bufan smiled and responded, then looked at Tang Zi and said, "However, Dean Tang, you don't have to be so polite to me. I don't want to beat around the bush with you, so I can tell you clearly now that I will destroy the Sun family today. No one can stop me, and no one can stop me. What's your attitude, kid?" As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, before Tang Zi could speak, one of the elders pointed at him and shouted angrily, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have 2 peak saint warriors backing you up. Let me tell you, a top family is not something you can destroy just because you want to. So I advise you to leave as soon as possible, otherwise you will be the only one who suffers." Really? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "I have never tasted the taste of suffering, so I can give it a try this time. I just don't know if the Sun family has the ability to do this. You, the elder of the Wu Academy, was immediately furious. Ye Bufan's expression became serious. He no longer paid attention to the elder. Instead, he looked at Tang Zi and said in a deep voice, President Tang, I have given your martial arts academy face by not going directly into the city, but my patience is limited. There is still half an hour left. If I still can't see anyone from the Sun family, don't blame me for being rude. If I accidentally destroy your Beidou martial city, don't blame me. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tang Zi and the other two were stunned. Once the War of Saints breaks out in the city, Beidou Wucheng will inevitably become a ruin. There is no doubt about this. Immediately, the elder said angrily in a deep voice, Ye Bufan, don't be so arrogant. After a pause, he continued, do you know that every saint is extremely important to our human race? Once a saint is injured or dies, it is very likely that the demons and barbarians will take advantage of it. Is this what you want to see? Is this what you want to see? Looking at the elder, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, are you done? The elder couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan spoke again, the death of a saint. A war among 3 tribes. The destruction of all living things. None of my business. You. The elder suddenly became furious. Ye Bufan ignored him. I have already said it before, don't give me those high-sounding reasons, they are useless. No matter what, I will destroy the Sun family today, no one can stop me, no one can stop me. Don't even think about it. The elder of the Martial Arts Academy immediately shouted angrily, Ye Bufan, I can tell you very clearly right now that the Martial Arts Academy will not allow you to take action under any circumstances. Yeah, Ye Bufan sneered, then looked at Tang Zi and said, President Tang, so, this matter is under the jurisdiction of your Beidou Martial Academy, or your 3 major martial arts academies. Tang Zi was stunned and said, Brother Yi, everything can be discussed. How about we sit down and talk? No. As soon as Tang Zi finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately stood up and said, since your martial arts academy insists on intervening, then you can't blame me. Now, I will give you 2 choices. Well, after Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tang Zi and the other 2 were stunned. They looked at each other in surprise. You, give us 2 choices. Ye Bufan said without hesitation, first, from now on, I have declared war on the Sun family. No matter what the outcome is, no matter who wins or loses, you 3 martial arts academies cannot interfere and must stay out of it. That's impossible. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tang Zi immediately said, Little brother Yi, I have made it very clear that we will not allow the saints of the human race to kill each other. This is the bottom line and it will never change. Tang Zi looked determined, but Ye Bufan ignored him and continued, second, if the Martial Academy continues to interfere, I will leave now. But, while speaking, although Ye Bufan was still looking directly at Tang Zi, his voice became heavy and cold. In 3 days, I will lead the 81st War Division to slaughter 1 billion human beings as a token of sincerity and surrender to the demon race or the wild beasts. The human race martial arts academy is tyrannical and authoritarian. Saints are noble, and mortals deserve to die. What if I wipe out your entire clan? The word, top, will save you from death. It is better not to keep such a human race. Lead my 3 armies to surrender to the demons and barbarians. 1 billion human beings, a pledge of allegiance. If that's not enough, kill another 10 billion. Never stop until your words shock people. Ye Bufan's words made Tang Zi and the other 2's pupils shrink and their souls tremble. They were shocked and horrified. This is a threat and also a threat. Ye Bufan ignored him. 1 or 2, Dean Tang, you choose. Chapter 805, Wu Yuan Compromises. 1 or 2, Dean Tang, you choose. The plain voice makes people feel deeply helpless. Is there any other choice like this? First, let Ye Bufan and the Sun family go to war, and the Martial Arts Academy stay out of it, not caring about anything and not asking anything. In this case, the 2 sides are bound to go to war. Second, the Martial Academy intervened and prevented the 2 sides from going to war, but in that case, Ye Bufan would leave the human race with the 81 combat units, and would use the lives of 1 billion humans as a token of sincerity to join the demon race or the wild beasts. This is absolutely a naked threat. What would happen if the 81 war tribes betrayed the human race and joined the demon and barbarian tribes? I'm afraid it's even more serious than the war between Ye Bufan and the Sun family. Although Ye Bufan only said that now, he might not necessarily do so. Moreover, as the son of Yi Tianxiang and the young marshal of the Flying Dragon Army, Ye Bufan is fully capable of doing so. After a moment, Tang Zi looked at Ye Bufan. He frowned and said helplessly, "Do you have to do this? Is there no room for negotiation?" "No." Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "If you kill someone, you must pay for your life. If you owe a debt, you must pay it back. I will definitely destroy the Sun family." Tang Zi hesitated slightly. "If the martial arts academy still chooses to stop you, will you really take the 81 combat units to join the demon race? Have you forgotten that you are also a member of the human race?" Meeting. Ye Bufan said this with determination. As for the second half of Tang Zi's question, he simply ignored it. Tang Zi was stunned. "Aren't you afraid that we will control you right now and not give you the opportunity to do so?" Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Ye Bufan laughed out loud. Then he looked at Tang Zi and said, "Dean Tang, do you really think that I can be bullied? Or do you think I am a fool? Since I dare to come here, I am not afraid that your martial arts academy will stand on the side of the Sun family, or even that your martial arts academy and the Sun family will join forces." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan's expression darkened and he said in a cold voice, "Okay, I have said everything I need to say. I am too lazy to continue talking nonsense with you. Now you have one last minute to consider these two choices. You must give me an answer in 1 minute. Either stay out of it and stop interfering. Either you interfere completely or I will leave immediately. If you still haven't made a choice in a minute, I won't bother to argue with you. I'll just charge into Beta Wucheng. I believe you will still make a choice. Start the timer now." Ye Bufan's determination stunned Tang Zi and the other two. They were furious and helpless. War Department, Sun family. Ye Bufan was forcing them to make a choice. However, both the Zan Department and the Sun family are inseparable parts of the human race. After all, the human race needs 81 war departments to guard the border, and the Sun family has 6 saints, which is also part of the human race's peak power and is equally indispensable. The palm of the hand is flesh, and the back of the hand is flesh. There is no choice at all. But if it has to choose to give up one side, the Martial Academy will definitely choose to give up the Sun family. First, the Sun family wiped out the entire clan in order to obtain the Holy Army, and it was completely justified. Second, the peak strength of Ye Bufan's side must be similar to that of the Sun family, otherwise Ye Bufan would not be as calm and confident as he is now. So, apart from having the best of both worlds, there is no difference between choosing Ye Bufan and choosing the Sun family. Third, the human race cannot be without a war department. But, the martial arts academies really don't want to give up the Sun family, or they don't want to watch the fall of several saints of the Sun family. As for the other members of the Sun family, the 3 major martial arts academies don't care at all. After all, what the human race needs is a saint, not the entire Sun family. However, if we really only keep the saint of the Sun family and slaughter the other members of the Sun family, that would not work. So, Tang Zi looked at Ye Bufan, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Little brother Ye, do you think this is okay? We let the Sun family hand over the murderer who attacked the Leng family that year and let you deal with him. Forget about the others. How about that? What do you think?" Ye Bufan glanced at Tang Zi coldly and said, "You have the last 20 seconds. Tang Zi smiled bitterly. Seeing that he could not convince Ye Bufan, he looked at Lang Ningsheng and said directly, "Miss Lang, I am deeply sorry for what happened to the Leng family, but after all, so many years have passed, and every saint is indeed crucial to the human race. You old man, don't go too far." Tang Zi had just finished speaking when he was interrupted by Ye Bufan's cold voice. This old man is so shameless. He couldn't convince himself and just attacked Lang Ningsheng. This is simply unbearable. Fine. But at this moment, Lang Ningsheng smiled and said something, then she looked at Tang Zi and said, "President Tang, I know what you want to say, but before that, I have a question that I need your help with, is that okay?" Tang Zi was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and said, "You say." Lang Ningsheng did not stop, but said in a deep voice, "If I wipe out your entire clan, what will you do?" This. Tang Zi couldn't help but be stunned. Lang Ningsheng continued, "Does Dean Tang not know how to answer, or is he too embarrassed to answer?" As she spoke, Lang Ningsheng's expression turned cold. "If you kill someone, you must pay with your life. If you owe a debt, you must pay it back. More than 10 years ago, the Sun family wiped out my Leng family, and now you want me to show mercy. Just because my Lang family has no saints, do we deserve to die and be executed? If it were you, what would you do? If it were you, would you really let go of your grudges against the Sun family? The more Lang Ningxiang spoke, the more excited she became. She had lived in the Qin imperial palace since she was a child and had no idea about the Lang family's past. If Ye Bufan hadn't told her, she would have had no idea that her family and her relatives had experienced such an unfortunate experience. In this situation, how could she be merciful? Seeing Lang Ningxiang becoming more and more agitated, Ye Bufan came to her side in an instant, hugged her in his arms, then looked at Tang Zi and said, "President Tang, the time is up, tell us your final decision." Tang Zi was stunned and didn't know how to answer. But at this moment, an old voice suddenly came from Beidou Wucheng, resounding in all directions. "Tang Zi, all of you should come back. From now on, the Martial Academy will no longer interfere in the affairs of the War Department and the Sun family." Chapter 806 Fat Hao draws his sword. "Tang Zi, please come back. From now on, the Martial Academy will no longer interfere in the affairs of the War Department and the Sun family." The sudden words startled Tang Zi and the others, and made all the onlookers on the tower shocked, stunned, and incredulous. Has the Wu Academy compromised? Did I hear wrongly? What's going on? Didn't the Martial Arts Academy just now look like it was not worth discussing? Why is it now? Is it possible that even the Wu Academy is afraid? Do you think it's possible? Then tell me, if Wu Yuan wasn't scared, why did they suddenly compromise? Confused voices rose and fell. It could be said that the sudden decision of the Martial Arts Academy left everyone present puzzled, including Ye Bufan. Although he threatened the 81st War Department, the Martial Academy had not yet reached the end of its rope. That is why, even if they compromised, it would not be so quick and so thorough. There must be another reason for this. But for Ye Bufan, this is no longer important, as long as the Martial Arts Academy stays out of it. Please come in, Dean Tang. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at Tang Zi, raised his hand and said with a smile. Tang Zi was stunned. Looking at Ye Bufan, he wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. Snort. So Tang Zi snorted and said, "You'd better take care of yourself." After leaving a few words, Tang Zi did not stay any longer and immediately turned around and left with the two elders. Although he didn't know why the Council of Elders suddenly changed its mind and made such a decision, there must have been a major change involved. Moreover, the Council of Elders represented the three major martial arts academies. Since the Council of Elders had made a decision, he naturally would not go against it and could only abide by it, even though he was the head of an academy. Seeing Tangzi's receding figure, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then he raised his head and looked towards Beidou Wucheng in front of him. His expression became solemn and he said in a loud voice, "All members of the Sun family listen carefully to me. From now on, you have 1 hour. Within this hour, as long as you can kill a member of the Sun family, you can leave the Sun family and Beidou Wucheng safely with the other party's body. From now on, I will never embarrass you again. Of course, with the exception of the gods and saints, no one from the Sun family will survive. Okay, start the timer now. In 1 hour, I will enter the city and massacre the Sun family, leaving no one alive. So all the members of the Sun family, you'd better make a decision as soon as possible. In 1 hour, it's up to you whether you live or die." The cold voice shook the space, echoing in all directions, and at the same time echoing in everyone's mind. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, countless people present couldn't help but tremble. Are they going to force the Sun family members to kill each other? So cruel and vicious. But at this moment, in Beidou City, in the direction of the Sun family's ancestral home, a roar of anger suddenly sounded. "Mr. Yi, don't go too far. Do you really think that my Sun family is afraid of you? Call out." Before he finished speaking, several figures rose into the air from the Sun family's ancestral home, and then rushed out again. In addition to leaving a warrior who had just entered the initial stage of the Saint Realm to guard the ancestral home to prevent Ye Bufan from launching a sneak attack, several other saints, led by Sun Zhengxing and including Hao Peng, arrived in front of Ye Bufan and the other three in an instant. The 6 saints stood proudly in the air, and the two sides seemed to be on the verge of a confrontation. If possible, the Sun family really does not want to go to war with Ye Bufan. After all, that will only weaken the Sun family's strength and foundation and will not bring any benefits to the Sun family. But there is no if, in this world. Ye Bufan's attitude is already very clear, and this battle is inevitable. Moreover, he even used words to induce the Sun family members. If they did not show up and take action, some people with poor psychological endurance would kill the family members around them. The most important thing is that if the situation really develops to this point, I am afraid that Ye Bufan would not have to take action himself, and the Sun family members might really kill each other. This was definitely not what the Sun family's ancestors wanted to see, so they showed up without even thinking about it. Want to win without bloodshed. Do you want the Sun family to kill each other? Wishful thinking. The moment the 6 saints of the Sun family appeared, the hearts of countless people present trembled violently. The Sun family actually has 6 saints, worthy of being a top family. It is indeed extraordinary. This time the kid surnamed Ye is going to be in trouble. 2 vs 6. It is obvious that Ye Bufan will definitely lose. Of course, this is just what most people think, and some people don't think so. This includes 8 other top families. Above Bidou City, within the thousands of miles of clouds, dozens of figures are standing proudly here, quietly watching everything below. More than 10 people, without exception, are all saints. These dozen saints naturally come from the other 8 top families of the human race. The moment the Sun family saints appeared, someone immediately smiled and said, Sun Jiangxing and the others are here. When do you think that guy will reveal his trump card? You've already said it's a trump card, how could you possibly reveal it so early? I don't care when he reveals his trump card. I'm just curious about what it is. Why does he have the guts to challenge a top family alone? Actually, I'm quite curious too. Do you think his trump card could be that miser? After all, given his relationship with Yi Tianshang, it can't be him. Why? Have you forgotten that he just said that as long as the martial arts academy does not interfere, he will not ask about it? That fat guy's words are like farts. 9 out of 10 sentences are false. Can you trust his words? The martial arts academy believed it, so why shouldn't we? Besides, don't you think that if that fat guy really wants to attack, the martial arts academy may not be able to stop him? Is there any need for him to make so much trouble? Just destroy the Sun family directly. That's true, but is the soul fusion realm really that strong? Whether it's strong or not, you'll know if you try it. Do you think I'm stupid? In the Shenwu continent, all the saints of the 3 races, humans, demons, and barbarians, know that this fat guy is a killer that can explode at any time. Although he only has 1 chance to attack, this 1 chance is not something that any person, any family, or even any race can withstand. Anyone who angers him will lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. But he probably doesn't have much time left. He really doesn't have much time left, but the more time passes, the more dangerous this fat guy becomes. That's for sure. Didn't you see that the Martial Arts Academy just ignored it because of his words? Aren't we discussing that kid named Yi? Why are we talking about that fat guy again? How can we not talk about him? This fat guy is just haunting us. We originally planned to wait until both of them were defeated before we reap the benefits. But now, who dares to do that? Forget it, let's not talk about him. Ye Bufan didn't know that the saints from the 8 top families gathered above the clouds, and he also didn't know that the Martial Arts Academy's sudden compromise was all due to Qian Duoduo. At this moment, he looked at the 6 saints of the Sun family, including Hao Peng, and smiled slightly, saying playfully, finally you are willing to come out. I thought you were going to be bastards for 10,000 years, hiding in Beidou Wucheng, and never go out to see people again. Everyone in the Sun family was immediately furious. Sun Jiangxing said coldly, Mr. Yi, do you really think that my Sun family is afraid of you? Since you are not afraid, then do it. Ye Bufan sat down and said something, then picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. At this time, Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei took a step forward, as if they were ready to take action immediately. Seeing this, Sun Jiangxing was furious, but he did not explode. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Ye Bufan, you'd better see the current situation clearly. It's true that Qin Heihuan and Zhen Weiwei on your side are at the peak of the Saint Realm, but our Sun family also has 2 people at the peak of the Saint Realm. In addition, our Sun family also has 1 high-level Saint Realm, 2 mid-level Saint Realm, and 1 beginner Saint Realm. Do you think you will be a match for our Sun family if we fight? Without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, Sun Jiangxing continued, the reason why my Sun family tolerates you in every way is not because we are afraid of you, but because we don't want to fight with you and both of us will suffer losses. But if you continue to be aggressive, don't blame my Sun family for being rude to you. Yeah, Ye Bufan chuckled, then put down the teacup. He looked at Sun Jiangxing again and asked with a smile, I wonder how you plan to be rude to me. Sun Jiangxing couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan sneered, why are you silent? In vain, Ye Bufan's expression became serious, and he said sternly, you are just a Sun family, do you really think I will take you seriously? Stop talking nonsense and do it. You. Suddenly, Sun Jiangxing became furious. Old man, why are you wasting time talking to him? But at this moment, Fatty Hao shouted angrily, just kill him directly. Yin. As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon roar suddenly sounded between heaven and earth, shocking everyone around him. Hao Peng drew his sharp blade and held a long knife in his hand. A change of mind in a moment. Full of anger and murderous intent, Fat Hao held a long sword in his hand and stood proudly in the air like a god of war. Brush. The next second, he pointed his long sword at Ye Bufan and shouted coldly, if you want to fight, then fight. Why so much nonsense? Seeing this scene, everyone in the Sun family was overjoyed. If Fatty Hao could act as a vanguard and compete with Qin Heihuan, then no matter what the result is, he would definitely be able to weaken these two peak Saint Realm masters. In this way, if the Sun family attacks them at that time, they will definitely be able to minimize their losses. As for Hao Peng, he's just cannon fodder. The Sun family doesn't care about his life or death at all. When the Sun family saints had their own ideas, Fatty Hao did not hesitate at all. Long sword, sharp blade. Cold light and murderous intent. He gripped the long knife tightly and turned around. Puff! The knife came out and blood splattered. With one blow, Fat Hao chopped off the head of the Sun family's ancestor who was at the initial stage of the Saint Realm beside him. The whole place was in dead silence. Chapter 807 Poof. Dead space. Dead silence. Swoosh. Two sounds of wind were heard, and in mid-air, the head and body of the Sun family's initial stage saint fell simultaneously. At this moment, time seems to have stopped. At this second, the space seemed to freeze. Almost everyone present was stunned, dumbfounded, and bewildered. Especially the remaining four saints headed by Sun Jiangxing, their minds were blank at this moment. 5 holy weapons, 500 billion stones. Fat Hao was a priest that the Sun family had hired at great expense. He belonged to the Sun family camp. But now, before the two sides even started fighting, he had already killed a saint on his own side in seconds. What does this mean? The four great saints of the Sun family were a little confused about the situation for a while, but Ye Bufan and the other three were different. The Sun family hired Hao Peng. In Ye Bufan's opinion, this is simply the biggest joke in the world. In this situation, if Fat Hao doesn't take the opportunity to kill a saint in 1 second, he would be unworthy of the Sun family's favor of recognizing his talent, and the high reward. Everything seems long, but it is just a moment. Bang! Bang! Two deep voices were heard from the front and back, and the head and body of the Sun family saint fell to the ground one after another. At this moment, everyone's heart trembled instinctively, but then they all came back to their senses. In an instant, the whole audience was in an uproar. Fuck, what's going on? Isn't that fat guy from the Sun family? Why is he turning against the Sun family? That's not the point. The point is that he killed a saint in 1 second. Nonsense, he was just sneaking up on me. What's so strange about killing a saint in seconds when the other party wasn't paying attention? Fuck you, sneak attack, try sneak attacking me and see. If you don't have absolute strength, what good is a sneak attack? You still can't kill a saint in 1 blow. I really want to know right now, what is going on? Isn't that fat guy from the Sun family? Why did he suddenly attack the Sun family? Can anyone tell me what is going on? I want to know why, too. Same request. Same request. Same request. The scene was chaotic, with noises coming one after another. The whole audience was completely boiling because of Hao Peng's knife. Sun Jiangxing and the other four saints were staring at the bloody corpse below. Their expressions were still dull and their minds were blank. The Sun family has been passed down for 10,000 years, and there are only 6 saints in total. But now, one person has died before the battle even started, and the remaining 4 saints of the Sun family still haven't figured out what is going on. After a moment, Sun Jiangxing looked at Hao Peng. He looked stunned and asked in a bewildered manner, Peng Yi, what do you mean by this? Before Sun Jiangxing finished speaking, the other 3 saints of the Sun family had already looked at Hao Peng. The same was true for everyone on the city wall. In an instant, Fat Hao became the center of everyone's attention. Looking at Sun Jiangxing, Fat Hao hesitated for a moment, then he held the knife in his right hand, scratched his head with his left hand, and said with embarrassment, "Well, I'm sorry, I accidentally chopped the wrong person." Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, countless people fell to the ground on the city wall 200 meters away. Wrong person was killed. Are you kidding me? This is a saint, and you killed him accidentally. For a moment, countless people were speechless to Hao Peng. Of course there were also many people who just smiled indifferently. Because they didn't believe what Hao Peng said at all. Wrong person was killed. This is simply impossible. It is obvious that Fat Hao did it on purpose. If someone can see it clearly, then the four saints of the Sun family can naturally see it clearly as well. Who are you? Suddenly, Sun Jiangxing shouted, staring straight at Hao Peng, his eyes filled with cold light. Why did you want to frame my Sun family? Well, Hao Peng pretended to be stunned when he heard this, and then explained repeatedly, "Old man, it was really a misunderstanding. I accidentally cut the wrong one. Don't worry, I will never do it again next time." As soon as he finished speaking, Fat Hao moved his sword. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The three saints of the Sun family did not hesitate at all and immediately distanced themselves from Hao Peng. Even Sun Jiangxing himself looked at Hao Peng with a hint of caution. Seeing this, Fatty Hao said in a mess, "Hey, what are you doing? Fatty has already said that what happened just now was just a mistake. Do you understand what a mistake is? That's enough." As Fat Hao was talking, Sun Jiangxing shouted angrily, "Do you really think we are fools? Tell me, who are you and why do you want to get close to my Sun family? Old man, are you still being unreasonable?" As soon as Sun Jiangxing finished speaking, Fatty Hao immediately said with dissatisfaction, "Why don't you tell me, when did I deliberately approach your Sun family?" Sun Jiangxing was extremely angry. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Hao Peng, then at Ye Bufan, and asked softly, "Are you guys in the same group?" In an instant, the atmosphere in the whole venue became extremely weird. "Yes, we are in the same group, but so what?" Fat Hao responded without denying it. "Your uncle." Sun Jiangxing was furious. Just as he was about to start cursing, Fatty Hao, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, said first, "Just because of this, can you just frame me?" I framed you." Sun Jiangxing opened his eyes wide, his face full of confusion and disbelief. Fatty Hao asked, "Isn't it?" Sun Jiangxing was speechless. Fatty Hao continued, "It was your Sun family that used 5 holy weapons and 500 billion stones to invite Fatty to your Sun family. How come now it seems that Fatty deliberately approached your Sun family? Can your Sun family be a little more shameless?" My Sun family is shameless." Sun Jiangxing still stared with his eyes wide open, pointing at himself in a messy manner, then he looked at Fatty Hao and roared, "Fatty, you are clearly in the same group as the kid named Yi, but you still want to accept the employment of my Sun family. Tell me, who is more shameless? You can't say that." Hearing this, Fat Hao shook his head and said, "If someone gave you money for free, would you refuse it?" Sun Jiangxing gritted his teeth, furious. Hao Peng said, "Why, you have nothing to say. 5 holy weapons, 500 billion stones, if it were you, you would definitely make the same choice as Fatty, right?" Call. Looking at Fatty Hao, Sun Jiangxing suppressed the rage in his heart, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, in that case, I accept money from others and help them get rid of disasters. Since you have accepted the employment of my Sun family, then you should serve my Sun family. Now, I order you to kill this kid named Yi." He. Fat Hao smiled slightly but remained unmoved. "What do you mean?" Sun Jiangxing looked at him and asked coldly. "Stupid X." Fatty Hao said with disdain, then laughed, "I told you you're stupid but you still refused." "Stupid X." Fatty Hao said with disdain, then laughed, "I told you you're stupid but you still refuse to admit it. Fatty's behavior is clearly that I'm taking the money but not doing the job. Don't you understand that?